Hello, and welcome back to my channel. 2 years ago, I started a YouTube channel focused to expose elite-level coaches' abuse. Although my channel is still focused on just USAG, my content has expanded, and I last left off on my first documentary that was titled Glass Bottles. This examined the history of the former USGF and the current USAG. In the documentary series, I focused on the pressure that young girls are under when dealing with unsettling issues like eating disorders and injuries. At the end of the series, I did a deep dive into sexual abuse in the introduction of SafeSport. Since creating that documentary series, I have learned a lot more about the sport and specifically sexual abuse. I have taken some time to reflect on my previous work and found that I did a great job discussing sexual abuse, but still left some important pieces out. In this second research project, I will rediscuss sexual abuse with a deeper dive into SafeSport and USAG's ban list. I will discuss SafeSport's history, along with providing an understanding of what sexual abuse is and why people may think these sick thoughts. This video is intended solely for educational purposes and not for any level of sexual pleasure. This video is only intended for awareness in hopes that one day to severely limit or reduce sexual abuse in the sport. Though I can only hope that my work is viewed as educational, I do understand that if fallen into the wrong hands, that it can be triggering and emotionally draining. Because of the heavy subject matter involving sexual abuse and sexual abuse tactics, I do not urge anyone with a history of sexual abuse to view this. This project discusses past sexual offenders in the sport, and this can easily trigger victims with past childhood trauma. Furthermore, the tactics used can also trigger those who may have been abused outside of the gymnastics world. In similar ways, even for those who may have not experienced sexual abuse, please view this cautiously. If you need to pause the video and refresh, please do so, because by no means was this easy to make. This video is not for everyone's viewing, and I strongly encourage to watch another video if this subject is going to be triggering. Sexual abuse has often been used as an umbrella term like a fracture. According to the nonprofit Preventing Child Abuse, North Carolina, child sexual abuse is defined as sexual activity with a child by an adult, adolescent, or older child. If any adult engages in sexual activity with a child, that is sexual abuse. If another child or adolescent engages in sexual activity with a child, then a gray area enters where some sexual behavior is innocent exploration rather than abuse. There are two main types of child sexual abuse. This is touching and non-touching. Touching includes touching a child's genitals, making a child touch someone else's genitals, playing sexual games, and or putting objects in a body part, inside the vulva or vagina, in the mouth, or in the anus of a child for sexual pleasure. One of the most common types of abuse happens during spotting when a coach is required to touch an athlete, like a gymnast, to teach them proper form. Hand placement can range from the leg to the pubic region. Because of this, many coaches are resorting to restraining from spotting and learning other techniques to reduce any misunderstanding with parents and gymnasts. Although this is a positive way to go, it also increases risk of injury. Non-touching abuse includes showing pornography to a child, exposing a person's genitals to a child, prostitution or trafficking of a child, photographing a child in sexual poses, encouraging a child to watch or hear sexual acts either in person or on a video, and or watching a child undress or use the bathroom. In gymnastics, the most common form of non-touching is creating child porn, either through hidden video in a locker room, or taking pictures when alone at a private practice for team headshots. Every 9 minutes, a claim of sexual abuse is identified by Child Protective Services, and even after being identified, a child will witness a list of trauma after said abuse ends. This can include the victim having PTSD, increased suicide ideation, depression, increased chances of being involved in substance abuse, unplanned pregnancies from the abuser, and decreased immunity to fight off future health issues. Their chances of developing adolescent obesity may also increase. Their chances of self-harm or self-infliction may rise. Options to skip school or drop out of college may happen. A child's trust may be broken with other adults, even those who they love dearly. A loss of passion in daily activities may occur. Most leave the sport after the said abuse because it harbors PTSD in their minds, even after the abuser may have left the gym. Sexual abuse also affects those around the victim. Their parents may develop depression or anxiety over the safety of their child. They may resort to homeschool or no longer allow them to do certain sports like gymnastics. Curfews may take place, and less freedom for the child may be involved. The facilities also struggle. Because of one bad seed, the members of said gym may leave the sport or go to another gym. Gym owners who may have been coaching for 30+ years will now have a shattered reputation for being unaware of sexual abuse until after hiring the person. And in my findings, half of recent people charged had no prior history of sexual abuse before being hired onto the facility. Everyone suffers beyond the person. The families of the predator, who may have tried to seek help for them, are now receiving death threats. Pediatricians may struggle to treat the child because the parents no longer trust higher authority. Teachers may struggle to help a child one-on-one because the child is scared to be alone with another adult. Chiropractors may be unable to adjust body parts because the child is having a panic attack. And beyond that, these patterns of lack of trust will continue. When they find their first boyfriend or girlfriend, they may become violent or verbally abusive if the other hugs or kisses them. When they marry the person later, they may be uncomfortable seeing an OB/GYN. Even the best male doctor will not be an option because that trust has been broken for years. The point is that sexual abuse is bigger than one may think because it does not just affect the child. In a way, we may all become a secondary victim of sexual abuse. Whether you have been abused or not, you may eventually become a victim one day. You may even be a victim now and not even realize it until now. Before I get into USAG's history, I would like to discuss one other big issue, which is sexual abuse in boys and why we don't talk about it. Over 65,000 people are reported to be sexually abused each year, with some of them being boys. According to Psychology Today, sexual violence is a pervasive problem. In America, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men experience sexual violence in their lifetime, according to the National Institute of Health. And those numbers are likely to underestimate due to the shame and fear that prevent many survivors from reporting the abuse. According to RAIN, or Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, young boys tend to view sexual abuse slightly different than the girls. They may feel ashamed that they were not strong enough to fight off the perpetrator. They may be confused of why the abuser has an erection or is somehow attracted to them because typically they are attracted to just women. Maybe it's just misunderstanding. Maybe they misunderstood what had just happened. And since they are confused and may have feelings for girls only, they may think that speaking up will classify them as gay. This myth could not be farther from the truth, though. The real truth is that sexual assault can happen to any sexual identity or gender, regardless of if it's from the same or opposite sex. Being harmed by someone never establishes the victim's sexuality, but unfortunately, many young boys believe that it does. Young boys are taught from a young age to man up or toughen up because society wants them to. They want men to be strong physically, but this doesn't always mean that it also has to be emotionally. Joanne Ryan's book, Little Girls in Pretty Boxes, illustrated women's gymnastics and how young girls are not able to speak up for themselves. The book caught public attention and brought awareness to this problem. Although girls are more willing to speak up now than back when it was in 1995, the book neglected the same problem that boys face in this sport. Beyond a doctor by the name of Larry Nassar, the public knows of hardly any gymnastic coaches or staff that have harmed young boys because it's rarely reported. And when it is, the media minimally discusses it. Is the media and USAG hiding sexual abuse, or are the victims too afraid to speak up? The answer is not black and white. Young boys should always be encouraged to speak up just like young girls, and we need to provide more education to boys because they are not getting enough attention as girls are. My hope is that this project not only caters to the young victim girls, but also to the young victim boys. because I have found a lot of coaches that have also harmed boys that I did not know about before I started this project. This project is to save and rescue both genders and reduce future abuse through education. Hopefully, my message helps spread positive change. Now, I'm going to provide a long timeline on the history of sexual abuse in USAG that covers all people who are currently on the ban list. As I discuss, remember that being on the ban list isn't an absolute prohibition from coaching. It only prevents coaches from holding a professional membership through USAG gymnastics and from coaching at sanctioned events. And this is one of the reasons why I'm talking about this, because, well, some of these people are still coaching and they shouldn't be. And this is why this video needs to be made. In 1989, the USGF introduces a new process where coaches may be banned or suspended from having their membership and revoked from training with girls who are associated with USAG. The list is set to begin registering people on the 1st of January, 1990. The first person placed on the list is in 1990, which is William Munsinger. In May of 1995, a book called Little Girls in Pretty Boxes is published, which details abuse in the sports of figure skating and gymnastics. In the book, it discusses, in a short paragraph, sexual abuse in gymnastics, although it doesn't discuss who the people are that were involved. That same month, May 20th, 1995, the first article is published on sexual abuse in USAG. In the article, the introduction discusses how many people were in shock and denial that Joseph Fountain, a favorited coach at the time, was charged on 4 counts of sexual abuse. The article is quoted by saying, "Quietly, USA Gymnastics, the federation that governs the sport, has begun expelling coaches, trying to stifle a problem before it victimizes more children." Over the past 6 years, the Federation has kicked out 11 coaches for sexual abuse. Their names are published annually on a sort of banned list in the Federation's magazine, although there is no specific explanation given in the termination. The victims are more than 20 boys and girls in total. We are currently fairly pleased that this is 11 coaches and not 400. But let's not be silly about it. You never know, said David Moskowitz, membership director for USAG. 7 coaches were convicted of crimes ranging from exposure to rape. In an 8th case, a prominent coach was convicted for fondling his own children, not the gymnasts. A 9th coach's conviction for statutory rape was overturned, but he was still banned after an independent investigation by the Federation determined that he had violated its code of ethics. The remaining 2 coaches were never convicted by a court, but were ousted under the Federation's international disciplinary system. We had an environment that, in my opinion, and in the opinion of our athletes, was somewhat encouraging or opportune for many people of low moral standards to take advantage of, said Mike Jackie, former executive director of USAG who started the anti-abuse program. The article continues to discuss sexual abuse, including an interview with Don Peters, who at the time is a well-respected coach for being the head coach of the 1984 Olympics. He stated in the article that he has implemented safeguards, stating that he does not allow male coaches to be alone with gymnasts anymore. What is confusing about the article is that the number of names that does not add up. In my research, I have found that there is more than 11 people that USAG and SafeSport currently has listed before May of 1995. There's actually 18 people and not 11. This is confusing. According to a lawsuit years later, USAG would neglect 54 coaches' complaints from 1996 to 2006. Based on this information, it's possible that some of those who are now on the list were neglected as well at that time. Based on my research, I believe that the man who abused his children may have been Larry Dutch. This may have been because I never found information of child abuse in gymnastics from him. The overturned ninth coach is Steve Waples, who I will discuss later. The two coaches listed as not convicted could be Rick Feuerstein and William Munsinger. This is because both do not have listed as sexual abuse under their charges in SafeSport. I wonder if that is because they weren't formally charged at the time. When you research the two, you cannot find reasons as to why they are on the list. The seventh coach that was convicted of child abuse could include Joseph Fountain, Roy Larry Gallagher, Robert Gardner, Robert Dean Head, John Howard Rowe, and William Etheridge. It's noted in public records of him working with Dick Mulvihill at his gym and being charged in 1987 for third-degree rape and third-degree sodomy of a 15-year-old. William Etheridge is no longer on either SafeSport or USAG's list. This could be because he is dead, and similarly to John Geddert and Marvin Sharp. The issue I'm running into, though, is that if you counted just now, I only listed 6 of the 7 people stated in the article. It is really hard and tedious to find people in a specific magazine when it's only posted once a year in 8-point font. Based on my list from SafeSport and USAG, we now know that there's actually 19 people on the list and not 11. Of the 11 people, there is 8 that weren't discussed. This 7th person could be Blake Stephen Stair, 1993, Steve Shirley, 1993, Brent Schroeder, 1993, Freddie Eugene Tafoya, 1994, Ricardo Chico Goddard, 1994, Frank Homan, 1994, William Permenter, 1994. But I think if you were to ask me, the 7th person is Vince Brown. He has a long history with abuse and was charged in 1992. He was placed on suspension in 1993 on the Technique magazine by USAG. The most likely reason that I have found 19 and not 11 coaches is because at this time, USAG is hiding a list of coaches from the public, which includes 8 of these coaches that I've just discussed. USAG is aware that there is a sexual abuse problem, but those in power, like Mike Jackie and Kathy Kelly, are not addressing the issue. Instead, they do receive reports, and they file them in a cabinet, not telling people that these coaches are harming children. It also discusses a former national team male gymnast who was abused for 4 years. He stated, "I remember when I was 11 or 12 thinking, does this mean I'm gay since I'm the only one he's doing it to? Do I exclude something that makes him do this to me?" The gymnast retired at 19 when he was one of the best in the country. 7 years later, that coach would sell his gym and retire when allegations of him started to form. He instead began to work at an elementary school before retiring from that job in 1995. To this day, I have no idea who this male gymnast is because it was never put on the ban list. This is because the coach's membership had lapsed for when the list was created. I'm not sure who this gymnast was, but the only one that comes to my mind is Chris Regal and Larry Moyer's relationship from the 70s and 80s. In the situation of this male coach, Moskovitz said that the coach's file would be reopened and would be denied membership unless a court would find him innocent. There are many individuals who get themselves in trouble when they are no longer a member, but we keep their names, so should they want to reinstate their membership, we can look back at these complaints. In June of 1995, Technique magazine will come out with an article that discusses various forms of abuse in gymnastics. This comes after heavy criticism from Little Girls in Pretty Boxes making headlines in the gymnastic world. In early 1997, Kathy Klages, who is active in both college and club-level gymnastics, finds out about sexual abuse at MSU from local doctor and friend Larry Nassar. She dismisses those claims and refuses to believe gymnasts for decades to come. In 1998, it is unclear when, but in 1998 and 1999, complaints are filed on William McCabe. Kathy Kelly dismisses the complaints since the current policy states that the complaints must be written from a victim or a victim's parents. She would state decades later that they simply did not have the information that we needed to file a complaint regarding McCabe. In October of 1999, CEO Bob Colarossi writes a letter to the USOC addressing that there was a sex abuse problem within the organization with male coaches. He addresses 3 USOC executives, which includes future CEO Scott Blackman. The letter, after being released to the USOC, is hidden from the public eye and is sealed by USAG, along with many other documents that discuss coaches who have sexually abused athletes in the past. This can include the 8 people that I just discussed. Decades later, Scott Blackman will deny this letter from Colarossi was delivered to him or recall of it even happening. In 2005, according to the Indy Star from August 7, 2016, USAG begins to present sexual misconduct awareness sessions at their annual regional and national conferences. It does not state who organizes them and what this entails. In 2006, the USOC allows USAG to implement compromise policy where they can immediately ban a member convicted of sexual abuse or a crime while offering the opportunity of a phone hearing. This was in response to William McCabe, who was guilty in the same year for numerous sex crimes with gymnasts. In 2007, it is reported that there was an expedited process for adding people to the ban list, which was supposed to help the situation of sexual abuse. This is according to a 2016 article by the Indy Star from a private investigator. It is also stated that supposedly USAG made background checks mandatory for all coaches who are members within the organization. In 2009, according to the August 7, 2016 article from Indy Star, USAG created a participant welfare policy which defines sexual abuse and includes recommendations for setting gym policies. On October 14, 2011, the Gazette newspaper publishes a story on the local band coaches in Colorado. It discusses Doug Bower, who abused children in the 70s and 80s. It also interviews coaches in the area, like Tom Forster and his wife, who state that coaches have no option to contact students outside of the class. This includes calls, texts, or social media. Another gym, Little Gym of Colorado Springs, says that they do not allow gymnasts to be here if they are not potty trained because it could impose issues of sexual abuse by assisting children to the restroom for help. A coach from Kinetic Gymnastics states that with all the issues from Doug Boger's gym, to make sure you hire coaches that you know personally and that are in the gymnastic circle. November 9, 2011, after former Olympic head coach Don Peters and Doug Boger from Colorado make the list, USAG receives backlash, and in response, the Orange County Registry does a story on USA Gymnastics on a new policy. USAG will announce today a policy change requiring any organization or individual hosting or organizing USAG events to follow the rule prohibiting employment of people on the permanently ineligible list. The policy change impacts any USAG sanctioned event from children's clinics to local and national competitions and will bring an estimated 300 additional gyms, clubs, and businesses nationwide in compliance with USAG standards, officials said. USA Gymnastics has 90,000 members, athletes, and approximately 2,000 member clubs. In 2012, according to the August 7th Indy Star article, they state that Club's Care Awareness Campaign was formed to encourage gyms to immediately report abuse allegations to law enforcement. There were flaws, though, in USAG and how they educated people on the campaign, since some of it was misleading. In 2014, the USOC implements stronger rules on sex abuse by requiring all mandatory background checks in all of the national governing bodies and increase on educational programs for sports. On September 21, 2015, USAG witnesses first coach suicide by Marvin Sharp. Marvin Sharp, who trained 2 Olympians from the 2008 quad, was convicted for molestation and pornography in August of 2015. He killed himself in his jail cell 1 month later. In March of 2016, an Indy Star reporter named Marissa learns about a lawsuit in Georgia about a former coach, William McCabe. During the investigation, she sees that USAG has a history of not reporting sexual abuse allegations to police or authorities. She also finds that there is unshared documents on 54 coaches who have sexually abused gymnasts. She decides to continue the investigation and make this public knowledge. On June 13, 2016, the Indy Star filed a motion in the civil suit. The motion argues that those documents of the 54 coaches contain important information related to the safety of thousands of young gymnasts who train under USA Gymnastics coaches. In response to Indy Star, in a written statement, USA Gymnastics contends that McCabe's criminal conduct is responsible for any injury suffered by the plaintiff. And Indy Star's request to unseal the documents is not based on accurate depiction of the facts in the Georgia lawsuit. The organization also argues that the documents were not properly sealed. In a response to the motion to release the records, USA Gymnastics says that it understands the important role of the press in a free and fair society, but that unsealing the records would not serve any other function that allows Indy Star to publish a National Enquirer-style article based on events 10 to 20 years ago in order to satisfy the economic interests of Indy Star's advertisers, owners, and investors. August 4, 2016. With the help of Marissa, Indy Star publishes its first sexual abuse report, titled A Blind Eye to Sex Abuse: How USA Gymnastics Failed to Report Cases, which discusses how USAG fails to report sexual abuse cases to authorities and police. During the investigation, Indy Star discussed their motion to intervene on the private documents that was found in March of the 54 coaches. They expose 4 coaches while they wait for the documents to be made public, which includes Mark Scheifelen-Bean, James Bell, William McCabe, and the recent coach Marvin Sharp, who was popular at the 2008 quad. USA Gymnastics received a detailed complaint in 2011 about Marvin Sharp, who was named 2010 National Women's Coach of the Year. It describes inappropriate touching of minors and warned that he shouldn't be around the children. 4 years later, USA Gymnastics reports Sharp to the police, but only after it was confronted by another disturbing allegation about him. This one led to Sharp being accused of touching a gymnast's vagina, trimming her pubic hair, and taking sexually explicit pictures of her beginning when she was 12 years old. Shortly after he was charged in federal court in Indianapolis last year, he killed himself in jail. USAG responds to the backlash. Leslie King, Vice President of Communications for USA Gymnastics, said that the ban list was started in 1990 and has proven effective on a global level. It is at this time that a former gymnast contacts Indy Star to discuss how a USA Gymnastics team doctor sexually abused her years ago. Her name is Rachel DeHollander, and the station is interested in writing an article on him, so they ask more information. August 7, 2016. Indy Star releases its second article discussing how 18 sexual predators are left off the list years after being charged of a public crime. They use Vincent Pozzoli as an example since he was arrested in 1994 and wasn't on the list until 2016. They also use Neil Frederick and Christopher Ford, who had similar stories of being delayed on the list. This is examined of the 107 people who are currently on the ban list. They also discuss new issues that USAG has, which includes only requiring certain people to have background checks and has failed to alert authorities in recent sexual abuse allegations. In this article, officials encourage gym owners and parents to check the list when hiring coaches and choosing a gym for their child in order to keep children safe. At the end of the article, it discusses another organization called the U.S. Association of Independent Gymnastics Clubs. This requires background checks on all employees at the gym, unlike USAG. The organization president states that, as a father and grandfather himself, that he feels it's the stupidest thing in the world to only check half of the employees that USAG requires. USAG refuses to admit their mistakes when confronted by the Indy Star about the organization's principles. August 30th, 2016. A judge in Georgia rules in favor of Indy Star against USAG. This means that they are unable to seal and keep private the sexual abuse complaints from 54 coaches that date from 1996 to 2006. September 12, 2016. Indy Star posts its first article on Larry Nassar's abuse. Rachel DeHollander speaks anonymously of her abuse stories, and others soon follow in her footsteps. The abuse of Larry Nassar slowly unfolds as people who previously worked from him are exposed for allowing his abuse to happen under their watch. December 15th, 2016. Indy Star discusses how there was 368 allegations of sexual abuse in the last 20 years in USAG. Indy Star bashes CEO Steve Penny and states reasons on why there has been over 368 gymnasts being abused. They state that owners worry about reporting coaches for fear of ruining the gymnastics club's career and reputation. It also stated that Jennifer Say said they felt pressure by Penny not to pursue allegations of abuse by prominent coaches like Don Peters and Doug Boger. Another person said that she thought Penny tried to keep the claims about Boger quiet for as long as possible to protect the sport's image and win championships, a characterization that USA Gymnastics disputes. Jennifer Say, the 1986 all-around national champion, described a similar experience. In 2011, several gymnasts said that Don Peters, who headed the 1984 U.S. Olympic team, had sexually abused them years earlier. Say said that she was not abused by Peters, who had denied the allegations, but when victims came forward, she offered them support. They started out writing nice letters, asking for help and engagement, Say said. Instead, the accusers faced pushback from USA Gymnastics chief. Ultimately, she said, the woman went to the Orange County Registry newspaper. That was the reason it got pushed to that. They didn't get cooperation from Mr. Penny, Jennifer Say said. After a series of stories published in 2011, USA Gymnastics banned Peters from participating in its competitions. He was not criminally charged, in part because the statute of limitations had elapsed. USA Gymnastics wrote that the ways in which Carnes and Say characterized in the investigations do not reflect our recollection, and we work to treat anyone in these circumstances with dignity and respect. Mike Jackie, USA Gymnastics president from 1983 to 1994, noted that gymnastics is a sport in which winners and losers are determined by subjective judging. An outspoken gym owner or coach might fear gymnasts will be left off elite teams, including the Olympic team, which is chosen by a committee except for the all-around winner at the Olympic trials. For athletes with even modest ambition at the local level, it's wise not to make enemies. There's a paranoia at all levels, Jackie said. It's hard to take a stand. Some new people discussed includes Jeffrey Bettman, Kenneth Arnold, and Joseph Hannon. They also discussed the only female on the list to date that has sexually abused a child, which is Jennifer Baldwin. The number of sexual abuse cases identified by Indy Star was surprising, given how little publicity the issue of sex abuse in gymnastics has received, said Mary Hamilton, CEO of Child USA, a research and advocacy group based in the University of Pennsylvania. November 3, 2016. In response to several lawsuits from former members of USAG, Indy Star states that USAG has hired a former federal prosecutor to review the national governing body's handling of sexual misconduct cases. Deborah J. Daniels, managing partner of Indianapolis-based Craig DeVault LLP, We'll now analyze USA Gymnastics bylaws, policies, procedures, and practices related to handling sexual misconduct matters and consult with stakeholders according to the news release. And she will issue a recommendation to the USA Gymnastics Board of Directors. USA Gymnastics announcement is the first time that year the organization has acknowledged a need to examine its handling of sexual misconduct cases. On December 18, 2016, the Indy Star discusses Ray Adams and how he was allowed to gym hop after being reported to have sexual abuse allegations. USAG ignored those allegations and allowed him to coach at top-level gyms anyway. February 17, 2017. After Nassar is charged for sexual abuse from 2016, it is revealed that USAG admitted to waiting 5 weeks to report Nassar's abuse to FBI when Maggie Nichols reported him in 2015. February 19, 2017. Many former gymnasts, including Olympians, speak on 60 Minutes detailing how USAG failed as an organization by allowing former Olympic doctor Larry Nassar to continue to abuse gymnasts when there is enough evidence to ban him and report him to authorities. March 3, 2017. The sexual abuse allegations of 54 coaches is released to the public by a Georgia court. This reveals that USAG has no legal or sexual abuse training, though they claim to have had it. They instead treat complaints as hearsay because the complaints were not signed by a physical person, such as a witness, relative, or the victim itself. It releases Bob Colorasi's letter, abuse allegations from a 10-year period. One of the coaches was redacted upon viewing, and others had not been criminally convicted yet. It was revealed that USAG had currently banned 37 of the 54 coaches that were revealed in the files. March 7, 2017. Senator Dianne Feinstein introduces a bill making it a crime for Olympic organizations who don't report sexual abuse immediately to authorities. On that same day, the Washington Post discusses Bob Colorasi's letter to the USOC that was written in October of 1999. In the letter, it addresses how sexual abuse exists in the organization and declaring help from the USOC to stop it from happening in the future. Of the 3 men who were sent the letter to, one denies reading it, and the other states that he didn't believe it was as serious as it had become. This person was Bill Hybel, who was long retired. March 9, 2017. The USOC demands the CEO of USAG, Steve Penny, to resign. He resigns March 16th, days later. January 24, 2018. Larry Nassar pleads guilty and is sentenced to an additional 40 to 75 years in prison on top of his past sentencing. This is the infamous trial that has over 300 people speak during their impact statements, which includes Aly Raisman, Maggie Nichols, and Jordan Weber. 2 days later, John Geddard mysteriously retires from coaching at his gym. Twistars takes ownership to his wife. The mysterious retirement comes shortly after Nassar's 3rd arrest and more accusation of John's abusing of gymnasts. He messages Jordan Weber in private, telling her that everything will be okay regarding the allegations against him. John Geddard and Larry Nassar were infamous for working together for numerous years at his gym, Twistars. John Geddard also has abuse for physically, emotionally, and mentally abusing gymnasts at his gym. January 31st, 2018. The USOC demands all USAG Board of Directors to resign amid the Nassar scandal. February 1st, 2018. Information is leaked that Steve Penny worked with the USOC in private in 2015 when he was first told of Nassar's abuse from Maggie Nichols. Worried of the reputation of himself and the organization, he reaches out to the USOC Chief Executive Scott Blackman for help in covering up the case and delaying information from becoming public. February 14, 2018. President Donald Trump signs a law ordering all adults to report sexual abuse in sports within 24 hours of hearing about it. This is the Protecting Young Victims of Sexual Abuse and SafeSport Authorization Act of 2017. This requires all adults instead of just coaches to do so. Another rule states that adults cannot be alone with children unless it is an emergency. The law also created the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, which is an independent organization who has both a national and sport governing body to oversee abuse complaints. A Florida news station shares the information and publicly shows those who are currently on USAG's ban list from Florida. This shows that these people will most likely transfer over onto the Safe Sport list, since they have already been banned from the sport itself. August 2018. Former coach who worked with John Geddert, Kathy Klages, is charged with 1 felony count and 1 misdemeanor of lying to the police about her early knowledge of sexual abuse allegations against Larry Nassar. The two had worked together closely both at Michigan State University and Twistars, a USA gymnastics gym. September 4th, 2018. Ellie Raisman and Simone Biles voiced their concerns yet again as another person is appointed interim president and CEO of USAG. Since Steve Penny has resigned, USAG has now gone through 3 different CEOs, which include Valerie Liukin, Mary Lee Tracy, Carrie Perry, and now Mary Bono. USA Gymnastics listens to those who speak against the new higher-up position as they continue to fight former gymnasts who continue to sue the organization, such as Sabrina Vega and Allie Raisman. October 17, 2018. Steve Penny is arrested on charges of tampering with evidence related to the Larry Nassar case. He is accused of removing documents linked to the Nassar scandal from the Curly Ranch. He is put on the ban list. August 4, 2020. Kathy Klages is found guilty on 2 counts of lying to the police. She is sentenced to 90 days in jail and 18 months on probation. February 25, 2021. John Geddert, in a desperate attempt, commits suicide after being charged on over 20 counts of human trafficking, forced labor, sexual assault, racketeering, and lying to authorities. He commits suicide after public documents are leaked the day he is supposed to turn himself in to authorities. This is the second USAG coach to commit suicide. April 2022. Charges of Steve Penny tampering with evidence on Larry Nassar are dropped. As detailed as this timeline is, there is still a lot that I'm missing out on. Some of this will be discussed later on in the video. During this research documentary, something that I've found to be difficult is learning who exactly was on that list of the 54 coaches that we kept confidential for so many years. I, like many people, would love to have access to all the files related to sexual abuse become public so that we can spread awareness and reduce said abuse in the future. But this isn't a perfect world. Because of this, I set out to find out who was all on that list. The files were released March of 2017, after 9 months of IndyStar fighting with USAG in court to release the documents. At the time of files being released to USA Gymnastics, it was noted that it had banned 37 of the 54 coaches in the file, and 48 of the matter had involved law enforcement. Some of the files USA Gymnastics compiled on member coaches were more than 300 pages long, spanning more than a decade, while others were as brief as 5 pages. USA Gymnastics redacted the names of 17 coaches, including 2 who had appeared to have been criminally convicted, but not banned from the sport. The court prohibited the release of the names of the coaches who had not been criminally convicted, as well as the names of victims, gyms, and people making reports about these coaches. In the case of John Wesley Martis, the coach who prompted the email warning about another convicted molester, USA Gymnastics' complaint file included no mention of his termination. USA Gymnastics said Saturday that Marty's membership was terminated after his 2005 conviction, but his name was never published on the organization's ban list, leaving gym owners and parents unaware of his termination. He died in 2012. Marty's name was among those redacted in the files. In many of the files released, entire pages were redacted. In at least one case, more than 175 consecutive pages were blacked out. Indy Star reporters are continuing to examine the voluminous files and will be reporting further on their content. Some coaches named on the files argued strenuously to retain their membership, sometimes threatening legal action. One coach dismissed the allegations against him as a witch hunt and lies perpetrated by a competing gym, only to be later convicted of molesting young girls. The file also included impassionate letters from gymnast parents pleading for coaches to retain their membership. USA Gymnastics policy allows its president to terminate the membership of a person who was convicted of, or pleaded guilty to, sexual misconduct or child abuse without any investigation. But an initial look at the court records revealed several instances in which USA Gymnastics appears to have conducted internal investigations of coaches long after they had been convicted of sexual crimes, often interviewing the same witness and victims interviewed by police. Based on my research, I've got an idea of who these 54 coaches may have been on the list. I first looked up at all the coaches who are currently on the list and who were abusing before 2007. From then, I narrowed the list down to who was already on the list before 1996. From there, I then eliminated people who were on the list before 2017, which was when this article came out. Then I started to really dig, and based on my research, the 17 people who may have been redacted includes Don Peters, Vannie Edwards, William McCabe, Stephen L. Infante, Ray Adams, Julian Amaro, Michael Cardamone, Anthony Engel, Robert Ellen Gardner, Ronnie Lewis, Paul O'Neill, Marion Penniff, Ronald Smith, John Oliver Kenneth Thomas, Joel Velasquez, Russell Wallace, Mike West. These decisions were based off of severe convictions, such as multiple counts of rape. Another reason is having high authoritative ties to USAG, such as being a former Olympic coach. The 6 who weren't convicted, but still banned, may include Vannie Edwards, Paul O'Neill, Mike West, Michael Hinton, Milos Rock, Bruce Unger. This is based on my research of viewing no results or strong evidence of them being convicted either online or on USAG's ban list reasons for conviction. I only know one of the 2 that was convicted but never put on the ban list, which is John Wesley Martis. Since my timelines don't fully match up, I'll never know who the 37 people actually are and who were already on this list. Take this list as a grain of salt, though. I'm not saying it's 100% accurate nor perfect, but I do believe that at least half of this must be correct and confirmed. Now that I've discussed the history of USAG's abuse, let's discuss SafeSport's history. The Amateur Sports Act of 1978, signed by President Jimmy Carter, established the United States Olympic Committee, which is now the USOC, and provided for national governing bodies for each Olympic sport. The Act provides important legal protection for individual athletes. Prior to the adoption of the Act in 1978, the Amateur Athletic Union, or AAU, represented the United States on international competition matters and regulated amateur sports generally. By default, it became the national arbiter of amateur staffing and thus eligibility for U.S. entrances to the then all-amateur Olympic Games. During this time, sexual abuse contained little education through the new USOC, and those who were abusing had little repercussions or ban for doing so. For example, based on my data, 9 coaches were abusing or had been abusing children prior to 1990 in USAG alone, and this is just based on what we know. Most of these would not receive repercussions until at least 10 years later. In that same year of 1990, the Federal Victims of Child Abuse Act were passed. The Federal Victims of Child Abuse Act of 1990 provided for technical assistance and other mandates, which was designed to improve services for victims of child abuse as well as prevention, reporting, investigation, and prosecution of such cases. In an effort to improve the investigation and prosecution of child abuse cases, this act authorizes the Director of the Office of Victims of Crimes to issue grants for the development, implementation of multidisciplinary child abuse investigations and prosecuting programs. Grants are also authorized for national organizations to provide technical assistance and training to attorneys and others instrumental to the criminal prosecution of child abuse cases in state and federal courts. The Act authorizes steps to be taken that will be ensured by January 1, 1995. A court-appointed special advocate will be available to every victim of child abuse or neglect in the United States who needs such an advocate. This means that after 1994, victims, such as those from Stephen L. Infante and Joseph Bowers, who were in court in 1996 and 1997, should have been given proper support than previously provided for a fair trial. Other mandates of the 1990 Act are child abuse training programs for judicial personnel and practitioners, protection and rights for victims under federal court jurisdiction, child care worker employee background checks, grants for the use of televised testimony for child witnesses under certain circumstances, and treatment for juvenile offenders who are victims of child abuse or neglect. I've wondered if the Federal Victims of Child Abuse Act of 1990 helped encourage a ban list to be established, since USAG's was also adopted in 1990. This means that both were in discussion in 1989 when rules were being established. As times went on, the first act that I just discussed, the Amateur Sports Act of 1978, is later revised. The current version of the act was sponsored by Ted Stevens, then Senator from Alaska, and adopted in 1998. According to the Ted Stevens Foundation's website, Ted Stevens Olympic and Amateur Sports Act expanded the USOC's role to include the Paralympic Games, increase athlete representation, eliminate requirement for amateur status, and protect the USOC against lawsuits. Although athletes' representation was said to increase, sexual abuse representation would not. As years would go on, many victims and local gyms would stay silent from justice, as many organizations, such as USA Swimming and USAG, would continue to brush abuse under the rug to protect their reputation. In 2017, it was discussed that 3 Olympic governing bodies, USA Swim, USA Judo, and USA Speed Skating, had all come under scrutiny for allegations of mishandled complaints of sexual abuse. In lawsuits and media reports, athletes in those sports and others alleged coaches and officials coercing child athletes into sex, which was a well-known problem, ignored by governing bodies with substandard abuse prevention policies. In 2014, an independent review of USA Swimming policies by a sexual abuse prevention expert found that many Olympic governing bodies were historically slow in recognizing and responding to abuse. According to another report from the Orange County Registry in 2017, at least 590 women had come forward claiming sexual assault against more than 230 coaches and board members of USA Swimming dating back decades. Since 2012, a list of more than 30 coaches and officials were flagged, but only 6 banned despite others being convicted. As reports of sexual abuse in amateur sports made headlines in the 2010s, it had become clear America deserved a safer sports culture. Many sports organizations and sexual abuse organizations, such as RAIN, were frustrated with how the USOC and the sports governing bodies were mishandling sexual abuse cases, and the growth for change only increased during the Me Too movement. On SafeSport's website, it currently states, "To achieve this growth of change, a new paradigm, anchored by a new organization, would be needed. Authorized by Congress to help abuse prevention, education, and accountability to take root in every sport, on every count. Dedicated solely to ending sexual, physical, and emotional abuse on behalf of athletes everywhere." From this need, the U.S. Center for Safe Sport was created. As more claims of Larry Nassar, among others, came out, the need for sex abuse prevention grew through the sports community. In 2017, months before Larry Nassar's first trial, President Donald Trump passed a bill that extended the Victims of Child Abuse Act of 1990. This bill amended the Victims of Child Abuse Act of 1990 to extend the duty to report suspected child abuse, including sexual abuse, to adults who are authorized to interact with minor or amateur athletes at an amateur sports organization facility or at an event sanctioned by a national governing body or a member of a national governing body. A national governing body is an amateur sports organization that is recognized by the U.S. Olympic Committee, such as USA Swim or USAG. An authorized adult who fails to report suspected child abuse within a 24-hour period is subject to criminal penalties. The bill amends the Federal Criminal Code to revise civil remedy provisions for a victim of a human trafficking offense or federal sex offense. Among other things, it changes the civil statute of limitations to 10 years from the date the victim reasonably discovers the violation or injury, which was currently 10 years from the date of the cause of action arose. The bill also extends the statute of limitations for a minor victim of human trafficking or federal sexual abuse to file a civil action to 10 years, currently 3, from the date such individual reaches age 18. This bill also introduced a new national organization to help foster victims of child abuse by reporting immediately. The bill expands the purpose of the USOC to include promoting a safe environment in sports that is free from abuse of amateur athletes. The bill designated the United States Center for Safe Sport to serve as the independent national safe sport organization. The center has jurisdiction over the U.S. Olympic Committee, national governing bodies, and Paralympic sports organizations with respect to safeguarding amateur athletes from abuse. It must develop training, practices, policies, and procedures to prevent abuse. National governing bodies must implement the policies and procedures to prevent abuse. An amateur sports organization that requests a national governing body sanction to host an international amateur athletic competition inside the United States or to sponsor U.S. athletes in an international amateur athletic competition outside the United States must implement and comply with the policies and procedures to prevent abuse. An amateur sports organization that is not subject to the center's policies and procedures to prevent abuse must comply with certain general requirements, including to report suspected child abuse and to limit one-on-one contact between an amateur athlete who is a minor and an adult. On SafeSport's current website, they state under History that the Protecting Young Victims from Sexual Abuse and Safe Sport Authorization Act of 2017 codified the U.S. Center for Safe Sport nonprofit as the nation's safe sport organization. It gave us the scope and authority to resolve abuse and misconduct reports from more than 11 million individuals throughout the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic movement, from whom we are fully independent. The Act also charged us with developing and enforcing policies, procedures, and training to prevent abuse and misconduct. The Center Safe Sport Code governs all participants in the movement, and our oversight authority helps us ensure that all Olympic and Paralympic national governing bodies adhere to minor athlete abuse prevention policies, or MAP, that supports athlete safety. In 2020, a new act would be passed regarding sports safety. The Act, Empowering Olympic, Paralympic, and Amateur Act of 2020, increased safety by increasing safe sport resources, documentation, Reporting procedures and deadlines. According to the Public's Law Summary, this bill establishes safeguards to protect amateur athletes from abuse, including sexual abuse, by coaches and employees in the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic sports. The bill establishes 1. That legislative mechanism by which Congress can dissolve the board of directors of the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee and to certify national governing bodies, and 2. A duty of care that the USOPC owes to amateur athletes, including protecting athletes by requiring it to ensure that all allegation of child abuse of the amateur athlete who is a minor is immediately reported to law enforcement. The bill provides for annual amateur athlete survey conducted anonymously at the Athletes Advisory Council. The bill revises duties of the Office of the Ombuds regarding the pursuit of abuse claims by the U.S. Center for SafeSport, confidentiality, and retaliation against an employee or a member for disclosing information or seeking assistance for mediation. The USOPC and the national governing bodies shall not interfere in or attempt to influence the outcome of an investigation. The Center shall report to Congress within 72 hours of an attempt to interfere in or influence the outcome of an investigation. The bill establishes within the legislative branch the Commission of the States of U.S. Olympic and Paralympic to study matters relating to the state of U.S. participant in the Olympic and Paralympic Games. The bill prohibits retaliation against protected individuals, including amateur athletes, coaches, and trainers, because of disclosure pertaining to sexual abuse or harassment. In response, Team USA discussed the act in detail, describing what the new act discussed. The Empowering Olympic, Paralympic, and Amateur Act of 2020 was signed into law on October 30, 2020. The legislation establishes mechanisms for governmental oversight of the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee, national governing bodies, and amateur athlete organizations in the United States. In addition to empowering athletes and increasing resources for the U.S. Center for SafeSport, the Act also promotes transparency through annual auditing and reporting. Pursuant to the Act, the USOPC annually submits an impact report, which includes comprehensive auditing and reporting documents and clearly outlines progress in fulfillment to the USOPC's mission. The expanded report effectively replaced the previous quadrennial reporting requirements. As part of the annual impact report, the USOPC also makes publicly available its consolidated financial statements as well as detailed summaries of how the USOPC allocates. In my personal opinion, Team USA had a better statement and made me feel that they understand how the act works better than SafeSport based on SafeSport's announcement on the rule. SafeSport's announcement, which can be accessed on their website today, was, in late 2020, a game-changing federal law was passed. The Empowering Olympic, Paralympic, and Amateur Athlete Act of 2020 that strengthens safeguards for athletes. The Act strengthens the Center's oversight function and mandates a reliable annual funding stream from the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee to bolster our long-term sustainability. We are encouraged by the groundswell of attention towards athlete safety and the meaningful progress our allies are making with us to reduce abuse in sport. We will not rest until we can ensure that every athlete everywhere is safe, supported, and strengthened. That last statement, though, is contradicting, and that is because many people still sit either on the list or are denied to be on the list, while those who work for the organization go to bed and rest, feeling they've done a good job well done to the small work that's been completed. As demand has escalated for our work, underscored by more than 7,000 abuse and misconduct reports for us to resolve since 2017, we've built many routes to ending abuse in sport. We've delivered more than 4 million online trainings, created 12 new courses, and developed scores of abuse prevention resources. We've increased our investigation staff by over 400% in 2 years to better manage caseload and developed an audit and compliance program that has audited every national governing body in USOC. In 2020, we launched the ambitious 3-year strategic plan that holds us to a high standard of accountability as we ask for those who we serve. This 3-year plan, which is supposed to have been achieved by end of this year, had many goals, and some of these goals included training 5 million people to recognize and prevent abuse and misconduct, increase case resolution by 25%, implement a sanctioned education program, launch annual campaigns, and other financial goals. Based on this alone, I don't think that they have reached their goal of 25% in USAG. I've discussed the current temporary suspended list back in 2022, which showed that many people who were placed on the list were neglected for several years and are even still on the list today. It also showed that many high-powered top coaches in USAG were not physically placed on said list. SafeSport has, however, increased reporting and placing people on the temporary suspended list over the past couple years. Although that is a direction in the right path, it further neglects those who have been currently on the list for over a year. Before we discuss more on the current ban list, which includes the banned SafeSport list, I want to again remind the listeners that abuse can be really hard to spot. They use their personal tactics to prey on a victim in various ways. This can be using their charm or charisma to gain trust, like Larry Nassar did. This can be using their higher power as a way to mentor or trick the person into believing that whatever they say is best for them, since they are educated and qualified. This can be someone like Don Peters, who was a national and Olympic team coach. And the list can go on, because unfortunately, Don and Larry weren't the only ones. Annie Edwards, Jason Schofield, and Nicholas Hitchcock used their background as higher authority to trick people into believing that sexual abuse was coaching. And because of their higher power, or in Jason and Nicholas's case, being a good citizen by serving in the Army and building trust in the community, it's easy for children to be tricked into abuse. And let it be known that just because they have a background in gymnastics doesn't mean that they are safe with coaching practices. Marian Penev was an Olympic Bulgarian gymnast. John Valdez was an Olympic coach. Ronald Smith was an Olympic judge. Even those who may have studied closely with those we find to be good can still turn into bad people, and knowing the signs of grooming is crucial to report and prevent future abuse. While I read through these stories, I want the listener to know that this isn't for gratification. Some of these stories are graphic, but it's to spread awareness. Some of the people I will discuss were so close to the victims that they either lived with the parents or they had the victim live at their house. A common tactic now banned by SafeSport, and it's an easy strategy to abuse a child away from the gym. One coach was so close to the family that he was allowed to take the child to medical appointments. Another coach had 2 children living with him during the time of abuse. I learned about coaches who tricked children into believing that they were in love with their abuser. One even stating that he was planning on marrying her and looking into buying them a house. Another had a 2-year relationship in secret until the parents found her letters addressed to her coach were more than just a friendly conversation. One coach tried to convince a child that she was not raped. When charged, he stated that the child, who was 12 at the time, deserved it because she was hypersexual. Yes, that is what he stated. A hard pill to swallow is processing that even today, abusers will still fight back after being charged or accused of a crime. Another difficult pill to swallow is that the organization and abusers will still get away with crimes for years to come, silencing the victims to protect the company's reputation. One predator's case required help from the British Association because victims' claims weren't enough to charge the person. Another predator resulted in victims suing the school district he was associated with for failing to report his abuse. And even some who had the confidence to not only deny abuse, but continue to fight the organization after being found guilty by USAG. One case was so dedicated that the coach fought USAG for 10 years to reinstate his membership. Although he was denied by the USOC and USAG, I have reason to believe he still may own gyms in the area. The worst part of all this is processing that a victim isn't just the child. And while I discuss these stories, it's not uncommon to get frustrated or disappointed with the gyms who hired the abusers and those who married and supported their coaching methods. Predators hold a key in hiding their true self from the real world. They lock their horrid feelings in a box and only release those feelings when the right setting is appropriate in their eyes. They study their victims and act only when appropriate to harm. They rarely do this around their family, so how would a family know? Most of the severe stories of rape and sodomy did not even happen on gym grounds, so how would the gym owners be able to stop them? I've read gym owners and family members getting bullied and receiving death threats based on the actions of a predator. A predator they wouldn't be associated with had they known the person was capable of doing this. A predator that they had normally not associated with once news broke out. So why even reach out and bully them if they are also victims? As I've said, this video is not intended to be viewed by those who are victims of sexual abuse and find it to be triggering. This video can cause great harm to a child or adult, no matter what stage someone is in the healing process. This video is only intended to educate the public who can tolerate sexual abuse mentally and understand what signs to look out for in the future. Even if you've not been a victim, there is subjects that may still be triggering. Anytime someone creates a video that can discuss mental health, it opens risk for triggers. And some examples of the triggers that I will discuss includes using drugs or alcohol to harm or risking harming a child, addiction from alcohol or various narcotics. Unfortunately, I also have to discuss mental health coping, such as self-infliction and suicide ideation. I also discuss death in various forms of disease, such as cancer. Lastly, this video will make you feel very mad at times if you are normal like me. And this is because USAG and other organizations have tried hard to protect coaches by ignoring complaints for decades. Some of these are top coaches in the Olympic community, while others are just known as good citizens. If you get frustrated, just pause the video and take a break if you need to. Or honestly, just end the video and go and watch something else. I have taken many breaks from making this video because I too love children and I don't understand the psychology of harming others. But getting upset with the video will not do you any good. Take breaks when needed. I want people to leave this video feeling informed and ready to help change by reducing sexual abuse. I do not want you leaving feeling like you're defeated, victimized, or weak. Take care of yourself while you view this video. Explanation of every person in alphabetical order. Banned list. Some people that will be discussed were easy to find while others required more digging. Of the total number of people reviewed, which was well over 100, 64 people were found to have little information from my findings. These people included Raishon Bagwell, Michael Biggs, Antoine Billingsley, Steve Biondo, Joseph Bowers, Keith Bucasio, Andreas Julian Pomales Bones, Ladarius Bradley, Matthew Brinker, Thomas Burdash, Benjamin Carson, Charity Christensen, Nathaniel Kolichia, Thad Cipher, Vannie Edwards, Christopher Christian Scott Fairbanks, Rich Fierstein, Stephen Graham, Kenneth Gary, Joshua Joel Gorton, Aaron Graves, Trenton Haston, Michael Hinton, Matthew Jackson, Milos Rock, Don Heidman, Faye Lorraine or Heath Christian King, Joseph Coleman, Eric Lazenby, Ronnie Lewis, Hyung Min Lim, Parker Madison, Jonathan Mackey, Jason Miguel Mesa, Troy Miller, Robert Moloch, Christopher Morton, John S. Moore, William Munsinger, Paul O'Neill, Roy Cecile Peregrina, Timothy Piquel, Gilberto Pentiga, Cynthia Posmoga, Rudy Rodriguez, Timothy Rogers, John H. Rowe Howard, Joshua Rudy, Gabriel Salazar, Alex Smith, Dakota Sperlin, Antoine Stanley, Mark Swift, Freddie Eugene Tafoya Jr., Wyatt Thomas, Jay Thomas, Brent Schroeder, Bruce Unger, Mike West, Tony Whitetaker, Bill Withar, James Woolhams, Daniel Zera, Larry Dutch. I first used Truthfinder, which is one of the top-rated background check softwares available to the public. Using this software, I was able to search for 64 people who had no prior information online, at least to my knowledge. I was able to cut that down to 40 people with no known information, though Truthfinder did support SafeSport documents under some of these profiles, just with no new information on them. The 40 people I have left over after that were Michael Biggs, Antoine Billingsley, Steve Biondo, Joseph Bowers, Matthew Brinker, Benjamin Carson, Charity Christensen, Nathaniel Colchia, Thad Cipher, Vannie Edwards, Christopher Fairbanks, Rick Fierstein, Stephen Graham, Trenton Haston, Don Heidman, Michael Hinton, Faye Lorraine or Heath King, Eric Lazenby, Ronnie Lewis, Jonathan Mackey, Jason Miguel Mesa, Troy Miller, John S. Moore, Paul O'Neill, Gilberto Pentiga, Roy Peregrina, Rudy Rodriguez, Timothy Rogers, John H. Rowe, Joshua Rudy, Gabriel Salazar, Mark Swift, Wyatt Thomas, Jay Thomas, Brent Schroeder, Mike West, Tony Whitetaker, Bill Withar, James Woolhams, and Daniel Zera. Although I found information on some of these people, some still remain unsure about what happened. I may be unsure of the gym affiliation or time period of when they were actually being arrested. I've used various sources along with free and paid-for subscriptions of online child sexual abuse offender lists that are both locally funded by state or by the nation. And other resources are simple criminal offense registries that aren't restricted to just sexual child abuse. Some lists, though official, may not always be fully accurate or updated, so please realize that my work may not be fully concrete. There may be mistakes, mispronunciations, and the states that they are affiliated with may no longer be their residency, or they may now go by another name. There is at least one known person on that list that does this, who goes by his middle name instead of the first name, just for example. Please understand, this list is not perfect, but it is one of the only and first real sources that we have to provide reasonable explanations of why everyone may be on this list besides something like criminal disposition involving minors, which is very vague. This really shows us patterns of abuse and how to identify them in the future by providing real examples in the past in order to learn from those actions. Here we go. Explanation of every person in alphabetical order. Band list. Nicholas Adair. Nicholas Adair, 24, was charged with manufacturing and possessing child sexual abuse material in April of 2022. Adair worked as a coach full-time at Paramount Gymnastics, where he coached all levels of developmental program teams. The gym hired him in March of 2022, and he was let go as soon as he was accused of taking pictures of gymnasts. Authorities began investigating Adair in January 2022 for possession of child sexual abuse material after receiving referrals from other law enforcement agencies. During the investigation, it was discovered that Adair was a gymnastic coach for young girls and was capturing inappropriate pictures during practice and competitions, according to the authorities. The gym stated, for over 30 years, families have turned to Paramount Gymnastics for a combination of fitness and fun. As an organization, we adhere to the USA Gymnastics SafeSport policy and take any breach of the policy seriously. We learned about the investigation into Nicholas Adair, a recent hired employee, in March of 2022 and terminated his employment immediately. As we do with all new employees, we conduct a background check prior to hiring him. We are cooperative with New Jersey State Police. Paramount has always notified all national and local governing bodies for the sport of gymnastics about the alleged misconduct. I'm not sure what his legal punishment was since it was last year. I also want to make it known that while I go through every single person, I'm not always going to know what their legal punishment was. I'm not always going to know what their current status is. I'm not always going to know what they did specifically. And that is a big problem that I am trying to get through to with both USAG and SafeSport. So let's continue. Ray Adams. Ray Adams was known as a gym hopper because he crossed many state lines and coached many young girls before being convicted in 2013. 16 years after coaching in Missouri, Illinois, and Ohio, Adams made his way to a gym in Deerfield Beach, Florida, where he crossed a line with a 10-year-old gymnast. His abuse dates all the way back to Missouri in 1993. In the early 2000s, Adam moved to Ohio and coached in Fairfield at a gym that produced 1996 gold medalist Amanda Borden and J.C. Phelps. The gym's owner, Mary Lee Tracy, was an Olympic coach, and Tracy told the Star in 2018 that she didn't do background checks on applicants when Adams was hired. Adams already pleaded guilty to 4 charges, and at least a dozen girls had accused him of lewd behavior. Tracy said that Adams left her gym voluntarily. She even recommended him to a job in Columbus. Buckeye Gymnastics in Columbus, home gym of gold medalist Gabby Douglas, hired Adams part-time after a position recommendation from Tracy in Fairfield. David Holcomb, president of Buckeye Gymnastics, said that Adams was hired despite some back-channel reviews that were negative and cautionary, including one former employee who called him a creep. Holcomb said that he fired Adams on the spot after 18 months when he was caught taking photos of young girls in the splits. He told parents, many who loved Adams, to end all contact with the ex-coach. While coaching in Florida, he crossed the line with a 10-year-old girl who we'll refer to as Maggie to protect her identity. She said that when she got down to stretch, he rubbed her private parts. When Maggie got onto the uneven bars, she was molested again. All she said was, "He messed with the wrong mom," and I said, "No, sweet girl, he messed with the wrong little girl," Maggie's mom said. A national background check was done by a detective, revealing that Adams had pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of battery on a child years before. People knew and people did nothing, the detective said. Adams is serving a 15-year sentence for 2 counts of lewd molestation, and he is serving a concurrent sentence for attempted receipt of child pornography. When the detective reviewed his case, she learned that in some cases, parents didn't want to put their kids on the stand. She also learned that there were many other cases of sexual molestation allegations against Adams over the years. In almost every incident, the gyms fired Adams upon hearing the allegations, but some of them stopped short of reporting it to police in USA Gymnastics. Nicholas Alusi. On January 6, 2017, Nicholas, 22, of Hall County, was charged with sexual exploitation of a child. It was discovered that he had in fact actually been possessing, downloading, and sharing images of minor females engaged in lewd sexual conduct, said Sheriff Ware, in charge of handling the crime. He said analysis of a computer seized from his Red Oak Circle home led to the charge. He formerly coached at Dahlonega Gymnastics. Richard Alonzo Lazaro. This is a tricky one. In 2021, Alonzo, a social worker and community advocate for Aspernet Foster Care and Adoption Agency, was also a successful competitive athlete, and he believes in serving his community. When Alonzo was in his junior year of college, majoring in criminology, with a social work minor, he was chosen as Fresno State 2012 Student Volunteer of the Year. But his world was turned upside down and his reputation shredded when he accused of sending inappropriate messages over Instagram to a 16-year-old girl who came to his gym for sports training. Alonzo, 33, faced up to 1 year in jail on a misdemeanor charge of child molestation if found guilty, and he would have had to register as a sex offender. Now he's trying to rebuild his reputation, his relationships, and his business after a Fresno County jury acquitted him on April 23rd. My journey through this has been an emotional roller coaster, Alonzo told the local news. One day, I was professionally counseling a teenager in need, to the next day, having an allegation of inappropriate conversations with that person. Slowly, what was wrongfully taken from me will be rebuilt again. Although no allegations of inappropriate physical contact with the teen were made against Alonzo, the misdemeanor criminal complaint listed the charge as penal code child molestation. Just the word molestation. I mean, a lot of things come to mind when you think of that word. And for me, that's far from who I am, Alonzo said. For something like this to come out, just kind of put a big damper into the life work I've done for the community. Crucial to Alonzo's acquittal, his attorney's argument that Instagram message can be easily faked. In addition, there was no evidence from Alonzo's social media accounts that showed he had sent the messages. The accusations against Alonzo came with heavy costs. Richard Alonzo's Clovis Gym was an official designated safe place, meaning it stood ready to offer help to teens in crisis. And though the Nemesis Sports Academy focused on training elite athletes of all ages, youth battling homelessness, bullying, and family issues found support there. Obviously, my reputation was tarnished, and there's a lot of relationships that have been lost in the process. Some I may never get back. Richard Alonzo, CEO, Nemesis Sports Academy. Alonzo also followed a defamation lawsuit when the story was taking place. Julian Amaro. Julian was a national acrobatic gymnastics champion and Livermore gymnastics instructor arrested on suspicion of molesting one of his juvenile male students. Carlos Amaro, who also goes by Julian Amaro, was then the owner and head instructor at West Coast Acrobatics. He previously worked as an instructor for Gymfinity Gymnastics. Amaro, 25, had competed nationally since 1997. In 2005, he finished first during the national team trials in Indianapolis. The victory earned him and his partner a spot on the United States national team. Amaro was arrested October 11, 2007, on suspicion of committing a lewd act on a child. On that day, Livermore police received information about a molestation that occurred in Corona in Southern California that involved a Livermore resident. Brian Antic. A 16-year-old girl filed a lawsuit against her coach, Brian Antic, who was arrested for allegedly sexually abusing her and several other teens in early 2022. 50-year-old Brian, who owned and operated Action Athletics, was arrested in late July for 3 counts of sexual-related crimes involving 2 different minors. A lawyer for the teen said that Antics Gym provided an unchecked platform for him to groom, stalk, sexually exploit, harass, and assault children. Alarmingly, he even told one victim that he was in love with her and wanted to marry her, according to documents. The victims were afraid to report the defendant's molestation out of fear of being removed from the cheerleading team. The lawsuit still may be ongoing since this was just last year. Kenneth Arnold. A judge sentenced Kenneth A. Arnold to 40 years in the Indiana Department of Correction, followed by 10 years of supervised probation. Arnold was convicted in September 2022 after being accused of molesting a child at an athletic center in Zionsville between January 2014 and December of 2016. The allegations came out in the fall of 2020 after the victim shared the information during counseling. Arnold had previously been under investigation for 2 sex crime-related incidents in 2016. Those were also alleged to have happened between January 2014 and December 2016. Arnold was accused of assaulting 3 girls, ages 10 to 12, as they trained at Zionsville Interactive Academy. One of the cases went to trial, and the jury was unable to reach a verdict. In the second case, Arnold reached a plea agreement after consulting with the parents. As part of that agreement, Arnold was given 6.5 years probation after his 10-year prison sentence was suspended. Arnold was also considered a sexually violent predator in order to register as a sex offender. David Auger. David Auger, 41 of Hudson, was arrested in Concord District Court on 3 counts of rape. While Auger was the owner and coach at the 10.0 Academy of Gymnastics between January 27, 2018 and July 30, 2019, prosecutors said he allegedly assaulted a student known to him at the gym. The alleged assault began when the student was 17 years old and continued when she was 18, prosecutors stated. Raishawn Bagwell. Raishawn has had a history with law enforcement before December 16, 2022, when he was found to have molested a child. He had a second charge for child molestation December 3, 2003. This man was a public sex offender for over a decade and was also charged for numerous other crimes related to violating probation and other various traffic tickets. This gym should be held accountable for allowing him to work with numerous law enforcement violations and prison sentences. Kinsey Basco. Kinsey was arrested and charged after police found him in his vehicle at a North Hills gas station inappropriately touching himself. He worked at Jewett's Gymnastics. The owner, Elaine Jewett, told the news reporter that Basco has worked there for 10 years and is well-liked, well-respected, and is an excellent employee. On record, he did not touch children. Charles Theodore Bates. In 1993, Charles Theodore Bates was convicted of 2 counts of first and second-degree criminal sexual conduct for acts committed against 2 gymnastics students, 8-year-old C.E. and 12-year-old J.W. On appeal, Bates argues that he was denied a fair trial due to 1. Ineffective trial counsel, 2. Denial of his request for a continuance of the trial date, 3. Prosecutorial misconduct, 4. Erroneous evidentiary rulings, 5. Failure to instruct the jury on a lesser included crime, 6. Admittance of improper seized evidence, and 7. Upward sentencing departure. We affirm. While attending college, Bates worked part-time as a gymnastics instructor and coach at a gymnastics school in Eagan. 2 of his male gymnastics students, C.E. and J.W., accused him of sexual abuse between June 1990 and June 1991. During that time, Bates lived in C.E.'s home. Bates had no previous criminal history. J.W. claims he was the victim of touching, mutual fondling, and sexual penetration by Bates when he stayed overnight at C.E.'s house. Bates admitted he and J.W. slept in the same bed, but denies J.W.'s allegations of sexual contact. Bates was charged with criminal sexual conduct involving both C.E. and J.W. A jury returned guilty verdicts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct as to J.W. and second-degree criminal sexual misconduct as to C.E. The trial court sentenced Bates to 133 months in prison. Charles tried to fight for a second trial, and it was not successful. James Bell. 61-year-old James Bell was sentenced in December 2015 to 20 years, with 8 years to serve in prison. The remainder of his sentence was suspended with probation, which didn't sit well with at least one of his victims. He was also ordered to undergo sex offender counseling. After his release, he must register as a sexual offender. Bell faced 7 counts of second-degree child molestation, stemming from his time as a coach at the Newport County YMCA from January 1, 2001 to June 30, 2003. Prosecutors said he molested 3 girls, ages 9 to 13. Morgan Bennett. Morgan was accused of having a sexual relationship with an underage employee who worked with him at a gym in the Woodlands. Morgan Bennett, 22, is charged with sexual assault of a child. According to the Montgomery County office, Morgan was working as a children's gymnastic coach at Maximum Athletics when he engaged in sexual activity multiple times with an employee who's a minor. Authorities say that they do not believe the employee was the only victim. Derek Atherton, the owner of Maximum Athletic Center, told news reports that law enforcement approached him about the allegations in February 2015 following a brief interval investigation. Atherton said he fired Bennett. He said that other employees later quit. Bennett worked at a gym for about a year and a half and had passed a background check, according to Atherton. Safety will always be the first and utmost importance to us, Atherton said in an interview with KPRC. We do understand that this is a very serious and misconduct that's not tolerated by our program at all, and we'd never want kids to be exposed to any of this. Christopher Berry. Christopher, 35, who worked at PD Gymnastics, was taken into custody by the Darlington County Sheriff's Office after sending explicit text messages to a minor in February of 2020. Officials alleged Berry gave one of his students a cell phone and that he used to send explicit text messages to. Berry was charged with lewd act upon a minor and solicitation of a minor. Jeffrey Bettman. Jeffrey Bettman, 57, was sentenced in August of 2016 by U.S. District Judge Ann Aiken to 25 years in prison based on his January 2016 guilty plea to 11 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor and 1 count of distribution, receipt, and possession of child pornography. Bettman, who worked as a gymnastics coach for over 36 years in Oregon and California, first came to the attention of law enforcement during an online undercover investigation in which he offered to share images of child pornography that he downloaded from the internet. On November 2, 2012, a search warrant was executed at Bettman's residence. Bettman admitted that he worked on the site as a photographer and had secretly recorded his young gymnasts with a hidden camera while they were changing for photo shoots. During a review of DVDs seized from Bettman's residence, law enforcement discovered 469 hidden camera videos of 49 identified gymnast students ranging from age 8 to 16, along with 220 still images created from the video. Michael Biggs. Little was known on Michael through background check. The one that has had results is currently an engineer with no information on any background in gymnastics. He is not listed on the registry, so I'll not link his information. There is also Michael associated with gymnastics in Georgia. He was put on the list March 2019 for criminal disposition involving a minor and criminal disposition sexual misconduct. Antoine Billingsley. I don't have much on Antoine. According to the Orange County Registry, Billingsley previously worked at American Kids Sports Center in Bakersfield. He was placed on the list July 2019, for criminal disposition, sexual misconduct involving a minor. Steve Biondo. Little was found on him, but he was a coach at River City Gymnastics, and sounds like his peak was in the late 90s and early 2000s. I have no idea what he did. All I know is that he was coaching in California and was put on the list in 2017 for sexual misconduct involving a minor. I also know that he violated USAG's code. Steve Biondo. Little is found on him, but he was a coach at River City Gymnastics, and sounds like his peak was in the late 90s and early 2000s. I have no idea what he did, but I do know that he was coaching in California and was put on the list in 2017 for sexual misconduct involving a minor, and that he violated one of USAG's codes. Philip Bishop. Philip was charged for sexually assaulting a former gymnast while coaching at Castle Gymnastics and Dance Training Center. He was charged in 2010 at the age of 50, and the first crime happened in July 20th of 2000. This continued from there on, with his current gymnast at the time being arrested. As usual, some people from the gym were denying these claims could have happened, since he had been working for some time with no issue and was the head coach at the time. He was faced up to life in prison, though I'm not sure what his final punishment was. Keith Boccaccio. Little is known on him. It seems he has been around for decades and opened a gym called Northeast Airtime Gymnastics. A criminal offense was issued to him July 8, 2018, with risk of injury, but didn't specify more than that. It was placed on the list in 2019 for criminal disposition involving a minor, and may have been placed on the ban list in 2008. Patrick Bogan. On March 2, 2007, agents searched Bogan's home and an off-site storage unit, recovering more than 800 videotapes of child pornography and child erotica. A search of his computer hard drive turned up numerous folders containing countless images, along with numerous items in his house with child porn, including child undergarments. Not sure the final decision, but it could have been a max sentence of 20 years in prison. Douglas Boger. Douglas Boger was a horrible man, and in my opinion, he was one of the worst on this list. Douglas Boger raped and molested many former gymnasts as far back as the 1970s. A coach at Flames Gymnastics, former gymnast began speaking out in 2012 when he was under investigation. What I'm about to read has been snippets pulled from an article in February of 2012. It's graphic, and it is also about physical abuse. He didn't care about our emotions or our minds. We were just bodies, there to worship him and to be used by him, said a former gymnast who was 51 years old during the interview. I was completely caught up in his world, and I didn't realize the amount of damage he was doing. I trusted him. Beyond the woman who says that Boger sexually molested them in the article, others say that Boger physically abused them, causing serious injuries and even burned them with cigarettes to make a point. He kicked me, threw me around equipment, threw me against a wall, and burned me with a cigarette, said Amy Morin, 38 years old during the interview. He is a monster, and also a con man. He had our parents tricked. Former gymnast Monica Lynches said she witnessed the cigarette incidents. I remember him burning girls with a cigarette. I remember him taking a cigarette to her body, she stated. Boger was put on trial in Pasadena in 1982 on charges that he physically abused young gymnasts. He was acquitted on those charges, and none of the women in the CBS4 investigation were called to testify in that case. Charges were never brought up against Boger on the sexual allegations, as most of the young girls say they never discussed what happened. Most said they were never told of their stories due to shame, fear, guilt, or feelings that they would not be believed. They also said that they were infatuated with their handsome coach, and that they didn't want to cause him any problems. In 2009, many of the women filed complaints with USA Gymnastics, telling the organization their stories. In 2010, the governing body permanently banned Boger from working with USAG sanctioned gyms, citing the accusations of physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. But Boger is still free to coach and works in gyms not sanctioned by USA Gymnastics. The women say that's a loophole that needs to be closed. John Valera, a Florida-based attorney representing Boger, told CBS 4 that he is actively attempting to get Boger's USA Gymnastics ban overturned. I confirm I have written a letter to USA Gymnastics requesting that Coach Doug Boger's name be removed from the Do Not Hire list. I have heard back from the organization denying the request. At this point, we intend to hire Colorado counsel to assist with the filing of a lawsuit seeking injunctive relief and damages as the USAG is unlawfully blocking Mr. Boger's right to work in his chosen field. As he categorically denies the woman's accusation, Boger is receiving support from other gymnasts and their parents. One on the internet message board, a person who identified themselves as a former student, wrote, "I am stunned at the allegations against him. He was by far the best gymnastics coach I've ever had in my entire life, and I would not trade the 7 years I worked with him for anything. I never in my life experienced anything that Doug is being accused of, and I will stand by him through this. He has such a positive impact on my life, and I will always support him." Another writer, identified as a parent of a gymnast, wrote, "Doug has never been anything other than professional, supportive, and encouraging to my children. In fact, my children love Coach Doug." The woman tracked down in CBS 4 investigation say that Boger should never be allowed in a gym. Doug Boger should never be in the presence of a child, ever, said former gymnast Kathy Riordan. Mona Holmes said she was speaking out about her former coach to protect others. "My priority is that the man does not need to set foot in a gym again. He just needs to not be around young children. Period," said Holmes. I'm not sure what this full sentencing was, but I guarantee he was or is currently in prison. Paul Bollinger. Paul Bollinger, 57, worked as a gymnastics coach in Maryland for more than 30 years. Bollinger had been a gymnastics coach at Top Flight Gymnastics in Columbia for decades. In 2016, he was arrested for child porn material. Authorities say more than 40,000 pictures and 100 videos of child pornography were in Bollinger's computer. Bollinger told authorities that he never touched children inappropriately. He faces a mandatory minimum sentence of 5 years in prison when he is sentenced in March of 2017. I'm not sure what his official sentence was. Andreas Julian Pomales Bones. Very little is found on him. There is a website called Mugshot Zone, which does have a basic physical information about a person who was arrested on 6/22/2021. His charges include child abuse without great bodily harm. He worked at Nona Boys Power Gymnastics and Tumbling, LLC in 2014, according to Truthfinder, and previously had numerous charges and arrests prior to being hired. He was charged June 22, 2021, on 3 counts and was placed on the list shortly after. Joseph Bowers. Joseph, or Joe, was placed on USAG's list December 9th of 1997 for unknown reasons, according to the USAG website. According to SafeSport, he was charged criminal disposition involving a minor. He seemed to have a peak career regularly, being featured in early 90s, specifically 93 and 94. I'm not sure what he is doing now, or why he made the list, but those who were affiliated with Midwest Gymnastics in the 90s may have some insight. Sean Bolden. Sean was arrested October 2007 for child porn charges. It was stated that he could face up to 50 years in prison. The arrest ended a month-long investigation into the St. Charles Gymnastics Academy coach. Rich Molesina, who brought the academy with his business partner, Jay Fisher, said the arrest shocked everyone. He was a phenomenal coach, Molesina said. About the best you can get. I just couldn't believe it. St. Charles Police Department spokesman Paul McCurtain confirmed that there was no indication of inappropriate conduct with former or current students. The Kane County State's Attorney's Office charged Bolden with 10 counts of felony charge pornography and none of molestation. I'm not sure of his status. Arthur Bolin, 48, was charged with 3 counts of aggravated rape, 55 counts of molestation of a juvenile, and 12 counts of sexual battery, according to the district attorney's office. Bolin was arrested in July 2018 when he was accused of molesting students he coached at Fliptastics between 1997 and 2006. Bolin was a volunteer coach at the facility, authorities say. As of July 23, 2018, detectives had identified 6 former female students who reported sexual abuse by Bolin, according to the sheriff's office. Bolin is accused of inappropriately touching the boys at Fliptastics as well as Kenner Gym. I'm not sure what his final sentencing was. Ladarius Bradley. He worked at Armory Athletics, but he also could have been a high school gymnastics coach in 2019. He was placed on the list for rape, which he was arrested for on March 18, 2021, according to Truthfinder, though I'm not sure of additional details. He was placed on the list June 10, 2020, for sexual misconduct involving minors, so plural accusations for sexual abuse. You may get confused if you Google him, because SafeSport database has him listed as L. Bradley, and they do not use his full name, unlike USAG does on their list. For a proper formal sexual abuse database, I would think they have to use their full legal name. I don't think it's very professional when dealing with legal matters to address someone as their nickname. Matthew Brinker. There isn't much on this coach besides him being featured in magazines here and there. A YouTube channel is still accessible, which may be his, and with the latest videos being 6 years ago, this is a good chance it's the YouTube channel, since he was placed on the list January 17, 2018, for sexual misconduct involving a minor. Matthew coached at Southern Ohio Gymnastics Academy. Brian Brown. Brian was charged for molesting over 3 girls in December 1997 when this article was published. I will read statements from the article that was published in 1997. Even as Brian Brown sat in the Cook County Jail, charged with molesting 3 young girls, many parents refused Friday to believe that their well-respected coach at a Hanover Park Gymnastics Center could be guilty of the alleged crimes. Shocked and angered by the allegations, several parents said they still wouldn't hesitate sending their children to Brown for gymnastics instruction. Both of my girls have had Brian, and they've never had a problem. I still can't believe it, said Kathy Strand of Elk Grove Village, whose daughters, 6 and 9, at the Gymkhana Gymnastics Center. I'd have my other girls take a class from Brian too. Brown, 27, of Elk Grove Village, is being held on a $1 million bond, accused of molesting 3 girls, ages 5 and 6, at the gym in separate incidents beginning in October. He is charged with 1 count of aggravated criminal sexual abuse and 2 counts of predatory criminal sexual abuse. On Tuesday, the gym's managers temporarily suspended Brown, pending the outcome of the investigation. Until there's an investigation, I will not take any chance, said owner Michael Buckley. Still, Buckley ardently defended the coach, saying that he never suspected Brown of improper behavior in the 5 years that Brown had worked there. He's an awesome person, Buckley said. The parents are very upset that someone is doing this to him. Gymkhana is one of the largest gymnastics centers in the northwest suburbs. The gym moved to Hanover Park in 1990 and never has had a similar complaint in its 22 years of operation, Buckley said. I'm not sure of his whereabouts today, since this was decades ago. Christopher A. Brown. Christopher Brown was charged for soliciting child porn in September of 2020. Police caught Christopher, who worked at Vertical Ventures. Here's a clip from the article. The co-owner of Florida Climbing Gym sent X-rated messages and videos to an undercover detective posing as a 14-year-old girl, police said. Christopher Brown, one of the owners of Vertical Ventures, a rock climbing gym in St. Petersburg, was arrested Wednesday on 10 counts of transmission of harmful material to a minor and unlawful use of a two-way device, according to jail records cited by the Tampa Bay Times. Brown, who had co-owned the gym since 2006, began sending messages to undercover detectives in August and had sexually explicit messages with someone who he thought was a 14-year-old girl. Brown, 41, is also accused of sending crude videos depicting the sex acts he wanted to perform on the teen. We had an undercover officer in a chat situation with Christopher Brown, in which he thought the undercover officer was a 14-year-old girl, St. Petersburg police replied. Kelly Brown. Kelly Christian Brown, 31 of Layton, was booked in the Davis County Jail in January 12, 2020, for investigation of unlawful sexual activity with a minor, sexual exploitation of a minor, and 2 counts of dealing in harmful materials to a minor. Brown was a coach at North Davis Gymnastics. He was accused of inappropriately touching and sending explicit pictures to a girl, starting in 2018 when she was 15, according to police. North Davis Gymnastics owner Kimberly Daniels issued a prepared statement saying that Brown was immediately fired after his arrest. Prior to his arrest, North Davis Gymnastics had no knowledge of any maleficence on the part of Mr. Brown. NDG does not allow coaches to engage in inappropriate contact or to be alone with students, and was unaware that Mr. Brown was violating not only these policies but also the law. We unequivocally condemn the despicable conduct of which Mr. Brown is accused, and applaud the courage of the gymnast who brought it to light, Daniel said. He was placed on the list August 8, 2021, for criminal disposition sexual misconduct involving a minor. Vince Brown. September 1992. The assault charges against the former Spartanburg YMCA gymnastics director was dropped earlier this month when he was extradited to Ohio. In Ohio, Vince Brown faces 7 charges of touching or fondling 2 girls under the age of 13 3 years ago. Court records show that 7th Circuit Assistant Solicitor Beverly Jones dismissed the assault charges against Brown, subject to direct indictment in the future. Brown was accused of hitting Michelle Lawrence, then 12, in March when she was disrupting a gymnastics practice. The girl said that Brown knocked the wind out of her. At least 2 Spartanburg police detectives did nothing with the allegations until July, when detectives from Defiance County arrived here to arrest Brown. Even then, police didn't sign the warrant, only Lawrence's mother did. My understanding is, if he were to beat these charges in Ohio, they would consider bringing these charges back, Spartanburg County Assistant Public Defender Mike Bardush said. Thomas Burdash. I think he was the owner of Amerisports Gymnastics, and also worked at Wildcard Gymnastics and cheer according to Truthfinder. He was placed on the registry sometime, though it didn't specify. I didn't see that he is currently on said registry. His one and only charge stated distribution of matter portraying a sexual performance by a minor. He was placed on the list January 1, 2017 for criminal disposition involving a minor. Jean-Luc Carrion. Jean-Luc Carrion was an Olympian in 1984 in Open Craft Academy while coaching college-level athletes. He received up to 100 years in prison from abuse stemming from 1990 to 2021. Carrion pleaded guilty to 4 counts of child sexual abuse and lewd molestation. He died in jail on February 2022. Keith Callan. Keith Callan, 48, pleaded guilty to aggravated indecent assault, sexual assault by sports official, unlawful contact, and corruption of minors in 2019. He was also granted 2 additional sexual abuse trials in the same year. Callan was charged in April 2016 after one of his former students alleged she'd been sexually abused by the coach for several years as a teen. The girl told police that Callan assaulted and abused her multiple times in his Jeep and at a gymnastics studios in Hampton, West Deer, and Butler. More charges were filed by state police in Butler in July 2016. In July 2016, after 2 more girls came forward, accusing Callan of sexually abusing in the early 2000s when they were 6 or 7 years old. Callan of Clinton originally was convicted in March 2017 and he was sentenced from 13 to 26 years in prison. The Superior Court reversed these convictions in late 2018, ruling that the charges out in Butler County should not have been joined with the other charges. He was added on the list April 4th of 2017. Jesus Jesse Camargo. He was charged in 2016 with indecency with a child at a second-degree felony for molesting a 16-year-old girl. If he was convicted, he could have faced up to 20 years in prison. He was the owner of Plainview Gymnastics and Martial Arts. Michael Cardamone. Michael was initially arrested in 2002 when a former student told her parents that he had touched her inappropriately while coaching her. An investigation found other victims, aged 7 to 14, with the inappropriate contact occurring from 1999 to 2002. Michael was convicted in 2005 and sentenced to 20 years for molesting gymnasts in Aurora, but an Illinois appeal court overturned his conviction in 2008. Prosecutors filed new charges against him in May of 2011. Michael eventually pleaded guilty in 2012 to 7 counts each of aggravated battery and unlawful restraint in a public place in exchange for a 10-year-old prison sentence. He was released after the deal because of the credit for some time served, the Beacon News reported. Cardamone denied ever having sexually motivated contact with anyone he was coaching. A judge determined the crimes he pleaded to weren't sexually motivated and did not require him to register as a sex offender. Instead, the plea deal requires him to register as a violent offender against youth for 10 years on a different database, which indicates he's been compliant. In 2017, the gym American Institute of Gymnastics lost its membership and was cut ties with USAG when they found out that Michael was still coaching at a gym which his mother owns, since it was violating Michael's ban. Toby Stark removed the gym's membership because he had touched girls inappropriately for over a decade. According to the article, the gym, however, stated that they did nothing wrong by letting him attend classes there since it was their child. His mother, gym owner Linda Litch, said that she believes the national organization has violated his rights. This gym class with his daughter was a right he fought for all those years proclaiming his innocence. Cardamone's sister, Alicia Millard, said, "It's a travesty that USAG has dug all this up, causing rumors and unjustified panic and such destruction to our facility without any warning or investigation." Member clubs of USA Gymnastics aren't supposed to hire or associate in any way with anyone who is permanently ineligible for membership in USA Gymnastics or who is listed on a federal or state sexual offender registry, according to its policy. USA Gymnastics dropped the Aurora gym because the gym owners violated a requirement that member gyms don't associate in any way with a person who is permanently ineligible for membership in the national organization. Stark stated this earlier in an email to parents of gymnasts at the Aurora facility. Cardamone's mother and sister said that they think SafeSport is interpreting the word associate too broadly. They jumped in the water without knowing how to swim, Lynch said. Richard Carlson. I thought of shortening his story, just like everyone else's for time's sake, but this is really helpful one, since it addresses a lot higher ups and kind of paints a picture of how sexual abuse was so neglected in the 70s and 80s. I've used 3 different articles to discuss his story in the best way possible. Richard Carlson, former USAG elite coach for Marcia Frederick, was charged in 2018 for assaulting Marcia. USA Gymnastics had banned Richard Carlson nearly 3 years after Frederick first told the organization that Carlson had sex with her when she was a teenager training for the Olympic Games in the 70s. Carlson, her coach at a Connecticut gymnastics academy, had her perform sex acts on him for 2 years, starting in 1979 and only 2 weeks after she turned 16, which was then the age of consent in the state. Richie had conversations with me, separately, about being close to your coaches, Frederick said. Carlson said, gymnasts should be very close to their coach, so that they have a good bond and a good relationship. So I said, okay, all right. I had no idea what was in store for me. And when I look back, it was so easy to be manipulated. It was so easy. It kills me. Frederick also alleged that at the time, Muriel Davis Grossfeld, a 3-time Olympian and U.S. national team coach who ran the gymnastics academy and was Carlson's boss, initially ignored the gymnast allegations against Carlson. The routine abuse continued until 1980, told Grossfeld and her parents about Carlson after Jimmy Carter announced the U.S. boycott of the Moscow Games. Grossfeld took no action, Frederick and her mother Christine Gatto said. Muriel had no reaction whatsoever, Frederick recalled in the story. No emotion, no reaction, didn't say a word to me. I just stood there when I told her. She was in her car, and I told her, Muriel, I have to tell you that there's something so wrong. And I was always sort of quiet person anyways. So when I told her, there was nothing, zero. She just drove off. Grossfeld finally fired Carlson after he was caught having sexual intercourse with Frederick by his wife, Frederick and her mother stated. 3 months later, Grossfeld hired Carlson back. When Richie was brought back to the gym, Frederick said, I had that same thing of, well, I'm not worth it. During a 2011 interview with USA Gymnastics investigators in the Don Peters sexual abuse case, Frederick first told the organization that the sport's sexual abuse issue extended beyond Peters. Peters, the 1984 U.S. Olympic team coach, was under investigation following reports by the Orange County Registry that he had sex with 3 teenage gymnasts. Peters was Frederick's coach when she won her world title. Frederick said that she was not sexually abused by Peters. Frederick said in 1977 that when she was 14, she walked in on Dawn and one of the gymnasts. I always went to the gym early, and if you went down the stairs and took a right, there is a team room, and we would all have a grip bag. I'd take my grip bag, and I'd put it in there and I'd go out, Frederick recalled. Well, I opened up the team room door, and there was Dawn with the gymnast, and she was putting on her leotard, and she was bending over, and he was standing behind her. And I took that grip bag and I went out, and in my mind, it was odd. Frederick said that Peters never acted inappropriately towards her. I almost wondered if Dawn hadn't left, would that have happened to me, she said. Because Dawn really didn't like me. He just thought I was the ugliest thing. I felt so safe. When he left, that's when my hell began, Frederick continued. When Dawn left the gym, that's when Richie began. Grossfeld assigned Carlson to work with Frederick after Peter's departure from her gym. Carlson was tall, athletic, handsome, with a mustache and thick dark hair. Carlson began working with Frederick at a time when she was depressed about Peter's leaving and struggling with her body image and appearance. I was mourning Dawn. I really was, she said. When he left, I thought to myself, how am I going to get to the Olympics? How am I going to win without my coach? Frederick's spirits lifted when Carlson began complimenting her appearance. To have Richie do it, a good-looking man? I've been called somewhat not good-looking at my life. I was always called a boy, Frederick said. I was very tomboyish. I was always called the boy. And I was just under the impression that I wasn't very likable or a good-looking girl. I was used to that. Even as a child outside of the sport, I was always known as the tomboy, the athlete, you know. I wasn't asked to dances. I rarely wore dresses. I knew, to Muriel and Dawn, I was a gymnast in the rough. So when Richie began to notice me over all the other girls, I was flabbergasted, enthralled, and I had quite a crush on him. I really did, because he noticed me. He made comments about my lips, and then he would make comments about how I'm starting to fill up my leotard and how my hair is starting to grow from short into a little bit longer. And all these things for this person to notice me, not in a gymnastic way, was quite a pull. All the girls had crushes on him. He was charming to everybody. But when he noticed me, to me, that changed things for me, and I smiled more. Wow. Maybe I'm not that ugly duckling. Maybe I'm not the ugliest world champion out there. And I had this thing about the body, this body image, and then things went from there, and Richie took it to another level. Carlson began talking to Frederick about steps they could take to improve their chances of defending her world title and winning the 1980 Olympic Games in Moscow. Richie had conversations with me, separately, about being close to your coaches, Frederick said. Gymnasts should be very close to their coaches so that they have a good bond and a good relationship. Carlson's abuse of Frederick took place at a time when relationships between young female gymnasts and their male coaches were commonplace. It was even evident in her own gym. Grosfeld married, and later divorced, her coach, Abby Grosfeld. Back in my day, gymnasts married their coaches, Frederick said. So I thought this is what you're supposed to do. I really thought that. It was natural and normal. I didn't like any of this, but I just thought this is what Meryl did with Abby. This is what another coach and former gymnast did. This is just what we do. So I didn't... Frederick paused. I just did that. I just went on with that. Kathy Johnson Clark stated, Did Frederick see it as horrible? No, because people didn't back then. Did she want to do it? No, because even back then at that age, difference was seen as no good. By the time Frederick was to defend her world title in Fort Worth in December of 1979, she was overwhelmed by the situation with Carlson, desperate to find a way out, yet unable to ask for help. As part of their preparation for the competition, U.S. coach Bill Sands had the team go through and visualize their exercises. We had to lay on the mat, visualize, and close our eyes, Frederick said, and I kept opening my eyes because I was really uncomfortable laying there with my eyes closed and a man walking around. That 79-hole situation was a horrid competition. The competition itself wasn't great, but all of the background things. All the time I had to be with Richie, the days of the competition, that morning before we competed, that night after we competed. And this was awful. I'm not surprised I lost my title. During the 2011 interview at USA Gymnastics, the investigator told Frederick that the organization was only focused on Don Peters at that time. Frederick confided in Kathy Johnson in 2015 about Carlson's alleged abuse and filed the formal complaint with USA Gymnastics. The complaint was made, and it's been sitting for 2 years, she said in 2017. She has had a series of interviews since then. Carlson continued to coach young female gymnasts in the Long Island area until at least 2015, and was an instructor at USAG sanctioned clinics for promising young female athletes until at least 2012, according to USA Gymnastics reports and interviews. Frederick said that she rejected a proposal by an attorney for Carlson, which was made during a March 19, 2018 USAG Gymnastics disciplinary hearing, that Carlson would admit to having sex with her when she was a teenager and accept a lifetime ban from the sport in return for Frederick and USA Gymnastics to not make the ban public. Ryan Carr. Carr was a teacher at the Young Actors Conservatory, which is a venture in Thomasville on Stage and Company. He also coached gymnastics briefly at the Thomasville YMCA. He has not been employed there since 2020. Carr was Thomasville's acting teacher and gymnastics coach who was arrested on charges of sexual battery on a minor, rape and sexual assault. He was released from the Thomas County Jail in 2022. Ryan Carr moved to Thomasville in 2019. He was a stuntsman in Hollywood and was granted a $50,000 bond, court records indicated. As a condition of his release, he cannot stay in the state of Georgia, but instead must return to North Carolina, where his parents live. The 37-year-old was arrested in 2022. Benjamin Carson. I couldn't see any charges besides 2006, which weren't related to sexual abuse. At least this is according to Truthfinder. Joseph Catrambone. Catrambone's troubles with the law began in 2017 when he was accused of sexually assaulting 2 young students at Atlantic Coast Gymnastics. One student claimed that Catrambone massaged her buttocks and the other said that he touched her genitals over her clothes on multiple occasions. Another child also recounted an incident in which Katrin Bone allegedly grew angry with her and pulled her hair, pushed her, and caused the girl to fall and strike her head. He was originally charged with sex assault, endangering the welfare of a child, and simple assault, but ended up pleading guilty to a single third-degree endangering charge. He was sentenced in 2017 to 364 days in county jail and 2 years probation. Katrin Bone was then charged in 2018 with trying to meet someone he thought was a 15-year-old boy for sex in Camden County. The teen he was talking to over social media was an undercover cop. He pleaded guilty to a third-degree charge of criminal attempt/endangering the welfare of a child and was sentenced in 2019 to 5 years in state prison. Katrin Bone was also sentenced to a concurrent 3-year term for violating the terms of his probation in the first case. I am not certain when he will officially be done on probation, because he was sentenced a third time in 2020 because of more victims coming out, so his sentencing is still ongoing. He currently has a lifetime parole with supervision. Darren Cavanis. Darren and his wife own Hand to Hand, a gym that faced a lot of backlash when Darren was found to have molested a child. In an article, it did not state if the child was at the gym or just in Pennsylvania. In her letter, the owner and wife, Michelle Cavanis, stated, "Upon learning of the charges in January, Hand to Hand immediately removed Darren from his responsibilities at the gym and suspended him from any interactions with athletes or students. As of the date to the letter, Darren has divested himself of all of his interests in Hand to Hand, including transferring all ownership to me, resigning from his corporate position, both president and treasurer, and agreeing not to be around or interact with any of the students of Hand to Hand. I believe we did and have done everything possible to protect our clients. We have background checks on all of our employees," she said in the letter. "No one has seen him at Hand to Hand since January, when Michelle, the now owner, found out," said Diane, a member of the Springsboro School Board who helps out in the gym office. Michelle Cavanis said that she had to wait to gain full control of the business and take other legal steps to protect her family. "Unfortunately, we are all victims. We'll probably have to bear some of these consequences." On Thursday, several parents offered support and accepted the delay of being notified. As horrible as it is, I feel comforted in the truth and the steps that she followed. He was placed on the SafeSport list February 20th of 2017. Ronald Charles. Ronald J. Charles, 53, a freehold, was charged on one count of endangering the welfare of a child by possessing child pornography, according to a prepared statement from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office. The Prosecutor's Office Computer Crime Unit first arrested Charles, owner of Galaxy Gymnastics, in December 2015 after the New Jersey Internet Crimes Against Children, or ICAC, Regional Task Force received a cyber tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, wrote Charles Webster, a spokesman of the prosecutor's office. He was set to face up to 5 years in prison if convicted. Charity Christensen. The only thing I have on Charity is that a gymnastics facility stated she was running for a USAG position in 2012 and that it represents Utah. She is associated with Utah on the list. Kendall Coates. Kendall L. Coates, 29, was charged by the Lake County State's Attorney with 2 counts of criminal sexual assault to a victim between 13 and 17 in January of 2018. Coates allegedly had sex with one of his students at a Lake County hotel. Coates is a resident of Palatine, but coaches at the U.S. Gymnastics Training Center in Lake Zurich. Anthony Colandangelo. Anthony was charged on May 17, 2019, for owning child porn and sexual contact with a juvenile. He has also been charged for gross sexual imposition of a minor. He was a coach at Emmett Gymnastics, and you can still find information on his ties to the gym, but, of course, they are no longer affiliated with him. Edward William Trey Conniff. You really have to dig to find information on him, since this was several years ago. I found him on a local registry stating that he was charged December 2nd, 1991, for aggravated sexual assault of a child. She was 13. I don't know what his sentencing was, and if he went to jail or is still in jail. An old article states that he used to work at a high school, but doesn't list a club gym. This was dated March 17th, 1989, but I don't have a membership and I couldn't access this website. He may have coached at the Texas Academy of Gymnastics, based on a LinkedIn account that was named Trey Conniff. This is listed in older jobs. He could have purposely avoided listing the full name, since that would reduce chances of getting a job with LinkedIn. He is one of the oldest cases on this list. SafeSport has him on the list dated December 14th, 2006. William Kopp. William Lee Kopp was on the wanted list for child pornography offenses, which occurred from the late 1990s through 2004 in Inglewood, Florida. Kopp is alleged to have used his credit card to subscribe to a website which allowed him to access child pornography. Kopp allegedly downloaded child pornography and saved it to his computer and disks. Kopp was charged on a 126-count criminal complaint in Copias to the 12th Judicial Circuit Court, State of Florida, for obscene material possession, possessing a photograph of the sexual performance by a child, which is in violation of Florida state statute. Kopp was scheduled to appear for a court proceeding on February 2, 2006, in Sarasota County, Florida. However, he failed to appear. He also was scheduled to appear for his trial on February 6, 2006. However, he failed to appear again. On February 7, 2006, a state warrant was issued for his arrest. He was placed on FBI's Most Wanted. One website states that he is deceased, which shows on his FBI profile. I read an obituary from Florida under the same name, and it states that he died in 2020. This could possibly be the same person because of the age, and it doesn't list a profession. David Cox. David was a former British Olympian from 1992. I'm not sure if this is the same person, but it is very likely. I found an article from October 11, 2022, of a man who was a pastor and charged for molestation of young girls. I also don't know if it's the same person, but it did happen around the same year that he was reported to SafeSport, and it lists the same state and a realistic age if he was an Olympian in 1992. Take the story with a grain of salt, though, because it lists nothing about him being a former Olympian. Most likely, USAG doesn't want to discuss his issues of being arrested when you Google gymnast, because he was an Olympian and could have been in Hall of Fame and could have been internationally well known. There's less information out there when the person is famous in the sports world. A name pops up with an association to Meadsville Gymnastics, so I think he was there because it's in Pennsylvania, but given it's a common name, I can only speculate. Lindsay Wesley Cox. Lindsay Ryan Cox, the 26-year-old Plano gymnastics instructor, pleaded guilty in June and was sentenced to 120 months in federal prison September 24, 2014. Cox, also known as Coach Wes, was arrested June of 2013, then indicted in August of 2013, and charged with child exploitation violations in the Eastern District of Texas. According to his July 2013 arrest warrant, the mother of a 14-year-old boy saw a Facebook message from Coach Wes saying that he wanted a picture of the boy in his underwear. The victim had communicated with Cox through text messages and FaceTime as well, according to documents. James Craig III. A 35-year-old Inglewood man is facing serious charges after being arrested by Aurora police in connection with inappropriate sexual contact involving an underage teen girl. On October 19, 2009, James Curtis Craig III was arrested by the department's Fugitive Apprehension and Surveillance Team, also known as FAST, at his place of employment for sexual assault in a position of trust and unlawful sexual contact. During ensuing investigation, CACU detectives learned that Craig had worked at Saddle Rock School of Gymnastics as a coach since 2007 when it first opened. Craig is believed to have had access to kids under the age of 18 while employed as a coach at the facility and may have worked as a coach at other similar gyms in the Denver metro area. Based on these facts and others not disclosed but known to detectives, it is believed that there may be additional victims who have yet to contact law enforcement. Skipper Crawley. Skipper Skip Glenn Crawley was wanted on suspicion of sexual abusing 3 young girls at a Fort Worth gymnastics club called Sokol Gymnastics. He is facing extradition back to Texas on 1 charge of continuous sexual abuse of a child and 2 charges of aggravated sexual assault of a child. On Thursday, September 6, 2018, prosecutors in Oklahoma charged Crawley with 10 counts of lewd molestation of a child. Authorities say that Crawley abused several young girls during the early 90s, preying on gymnasts at Tulsa World of Gymnastics, an elite club he coached, starting in 1993. During his time in Oklahoma, Crawley also served as an assistant gymnastics coach at the University of Oklahoma. Whether or not Crawley had been extradited in Oklahoma is unknown. Also unknown is whether Crawley has been accused of sexually abusing any students on the university campus. He was sentenced in 2020 to 50 years in prison. Nathaniel Colichia. Little is known on him. I can't find anything. I think he was with Exquisite Gymnastics, which is in Pennsylvania. He was placed on the list June 28, 2022 for sexual misconduct involving a minor. Thad Cipher. Thad had a history with law enforcement in the early 2000s with numerous charges of marijuana possession. It doesn't have him listed for any abuse from Truthfinder. There is a supposed obituary claiming that a Thad Cipher died February of 2023 that lived in Michigan. He was placed on the list July 2007 for criminal disposition, sexual misconduct. That's all I could find on him. George Dean. George was arrested in June 2019. According to the arrest report, the girl began visiting the Baton Rouge gym around age 5 and began training under George Dean Jr. when she was around 8 years old. The victim told deputies that Dean would give her and some other girls special treatment. The girl said that Dean wrote her letters and Valentine's Day cards, invited her to his apartment for snacks, and would spot her during routines so she wouldn't fall. She added that Dean would often grab her thighs and chest while spotting her. Dean allegedly assaulted the girl multiple times while she was at the gym, groping her and frequently kissing her on the neck and lips. The girl told police that she quit gymnastics around the age of 11. Sometime after she quit the gym, the girl says that Dean visited her at her mother's home to tell the girl that he was moving away. She said Dean began crying, but she did not understand why he chose to tell her about this move. Dean was arrested and booked with indecent behavior with juveniles. Vannie Edwards. Vannie was a famous coach during the 60s and 70s, a former Olympic coach that coached Kathy Johnson. I've heard that she doesn't like to discuss him, and that he is a touchy subject to her. Since I've last discussed Vannie, I still have no idea what has happened. He is listed under Bylaw 9.1, which states, "The selection procedures shall adhere to the USAG Conflict of Interest Policy for athlete, coach, or judge selection." Section D. Any selection procedure used to select athletes for the Olympic Games, Pan American Games, or any World Championships must include a requirement that an independent observer, I, monitor the selection meeting and, I, confirm that the selection committee's meeting reports accurately reflects the selection meeting. USAG shall publish and make available the selection procedure and criteria for independent observers. He was placed on the list, USAG's at least, in 2012 for sexual misconduct. Stephen Elliott. The Washington Post did a thorough investigation on SafeSport and USAG's poor handling of abuse. According to them, in 2002, Elliott pleaded guilty to a peeping Tom charge related to tampering with a peephole in a hotel room for two of his athletes while at a travel meet. USA Gymnastics sought to ban Elliott, but the process took a year as Elliott requested a hearing and appeal of USAG's initial decision to terminate his membership. Elliott ultimately banned in 2003. I'm not sure what gym he was at. George Francis Deppa. Deppa was first charged in Wisconsin May 2021 with 2 counts of sexual assault of a child under 16 years of age and 1 count of exposing genitals. He was accused of sexually touching 2 teenage students and trying to make out with them while they were out for rides on his boat and during sleepovers at his Superior home, according to criminal complaint. A 3rd count of sexual assault of a child under 16 years of age was filed roughly 2.5 weeks later. It alleges that Deppa, a coach at Twin Port Gymnastics, sexually touched a 3rd student during a private coaching session. The victim reported the incident to her parents after seeing news coverage of Deppa's arrest for sexual assault. In St. Louis County, Deppa is charged with 2 counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct and 1 count each of 2nd and 5th degree criminal sexual conduct. Deppa is accused of subjecting 1 Minnesota victim to extreme, inhumane conditions, routinely drugging the girl before molesting or raping her from the appropriate ages of 8 to 16. The victim, according to a criminal complaint, said the number of abusive instances was too high to count. It was given medical evaluation in November 30th, 2022. Anthony Engelk. On September 1st, 2005, Anthony, 40 at the time, was convicted of abusing a girl, sexually and physically, for more than 10 years. Among the charges are rape and involuntary deviant sexual intercourse. Besides the periodic sexual abuse, the girl testified that what happened to her went beyond spanking. He kicked, punched down, hit my face, grabbed me, on almost a daily basis, she testified. The district attorney said that the charges most likely will merge into 3 counts of rape, for which was the mandatory 5-year minimum sentence. The sentence could be concurrent, in which case Anthony could serve 5 years in prison. Daniel Erb. Gymnastics of York released a lengthy statement about Daniel Jacob Erb following his arrest Friday. Detectives said that Erb admitted to inappropriately touching a girl over a 3-year period, court documents showed. He did not meet his victim through gymnastics. Chris Aldous, owner of Gymnastics of York, said that Erb passed a background search and had no criminal history when he worked for his gym. He was background checked and had no clearances from USA Gymnastics at his subsequent positions in other gyms, Chris said in a statement. Erb was never alone in the facility with any gymnast. The 33-year-old Hatboro man left Gymnastics of York more than a year ago. He most recently worked at Tumble Kids Gymnastics, Windmore. A source with knowledge of the investigation told NBC 10 on Friday that Erb spent time working at half a dozen gyms across the Philadelphia area. Daniel Erb pleaded guilty Monday to involuntary deviant sexual intercourse with a child under 13 and 2 counts of endangering the welfare of a child on May 25, 2017. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison and 5 years probation. Matthew Erickson. In 1997, Matthew, 37, was charged yesterday with 2 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor for allegedly making secret videotapes of students at the gym he co-owns in Auburn. The King County Prosecutor's Office alleges in charging papers that Matthew, who operates Washington Gymnastics, invited students taking gymnastics classes into a bathroom and videotaped them without their knowledge as they undressed. Erickson of Spanaway also is accused of cutting out sections of a wall at the gym, surreptitious videotapes of girls. I'm not sure what his punishment was. Christopher Christian Scott Fairbanks. Little is known on Christopher. When you Google his name, you'll find out in the most recent articles that he was training for Ninja Warrior. I question, because of how close the time is, that maybe Ninja Warrior ran a background check last minute in that he failed or that he was caught somehow by the show. This is because he was supposed to be on the show sometime after May 9th, and he was added to the list later on the 21st. I wasn't sure if Ninja Warrior was related to this or not. Maybe he got public attention and the victim came forward because there's no information on him. He does have a charge for seatbelt or child restraint in 2001, but that's all that's related to child from Truthfinder. He was placed on the list May 21st, 2018 by SafeSport for criminal disposition, so it may not have been child abuse. I'm really not sure, but he was coaching at Elevation Rock Gym. Gilavontrio Fernandez. On May 20th, 2014, Gilavontrio Fernandez, 31, was arrested at his home in Atlantic City earlier this month after a month-long investigation revealed he downloaded images of children being sexually exploited or abused, according to information previously released by the Atlantic County Prosecutor's Office. The press of Atlantic City has learned that Mr. Fernandez had been working as a guest coach at Bright Stars Academy in Egg Harbor Township, where he was known as Coach Troy. There may have been no charges related to his work as a coach. He listed himself as unemployed on his paperwork at the time of his arrest, according to the prosecutor's office. He is charged with endangering the welfare of a child, a second-degree charge that carries a potential sentence of 5 to 10 years in prison. Rick Fierstein. I couldn't find anything on Rick, which could be because it was back in the 1990s. I have found a search result titled, California former gymnastics coach Rick Fierstein convicted, but it doesn't state more information, and it is found on an older website. So I don't know what he was convicted for. No idea on a gym or what he did, and he was put on the list by USAG January 1st, 1991 for criminal disposition involving a minor. James Fogg. On August 23, 2018, a 28-year-old former Omaha gymnastics coach was accused of secretly recording females undressing at an Omaha gym and has been sentenced to 9 years in prison. James Fogg was sentenced in Douglas County District Court. He pleaded no contest earlier this year. He attempted visual depiction of sexual explicit contact and unlawful intrusion by electronic recording. Police testified that Fogg last year recorded a 14-year-old girl that he had coached and a 21-year-old woman who worked with him at an Omaha gym. Police say that Fogg's face was caught on the video while setting up the hidden camera before the girl and woman were secretly recorded. Fogg had left the Omaha gym by the time of the charges were brought up. He was arrested in 2017 in Emporia, Kansas, where he'd moved for another coaching job. Christopher Ford. On August 7, 2016, the Indy Star had a brief statement on Christopher. Virginia-based coach Christopher Ford pleaded guilty on October 22, 2010, to the assault and battery of a 12-year-old male gymnast, according to Fairfax County Police Department spokeswoman Tawny Wright. He was not placed on the ban list until earlier 2016. The rape and molestation occurred at Capital Gymnastics from 2001 to 2007. William Foster. On June 3, 2006, Lauderdale Circuit Judge Mike Jones upheld a plea agreement sentencing a former youth gymnastics coach to 6 months in jail after former students accused him of inappropriately touching them while they were preteens. William Carl Foster, who was an instructor at Shoals School of Gymnastics, pleaded guilty to 3 counts of misdemeanor second-degree sexual abuse instead of facing trial on felony charges. Jones followed a plea agreement by sentencing Foster to 12 months on the 3 misdemeanor counts to run concurrently. He will serve 6 months with the remainder suspended. Foster, who must also complete counseling and register as a sex offender, apologized for any suffering he caused. There was no ill intent for my actions, he stated. District Attorney Chris Connolly said 5 women claimed Foster had inappropriate sexual contact with them from 1997 to 2001. Joseph Fountain. Joseph Fountain was one of the first to be placed on the list. In 1995, an article discussed sexual abuse. I did discuss this earlier in the video. The beginning of the article discusses Joseph Fountain. Here is a snippet of it. Even though there were parents watching, they weren't really seeing. Not that it seemed to matter to Joseph Fountain in any way. In his 2 gyms in Maryland, as parents observed their daughters in gymnastics practice, Fountain was consumed by his own performance. Discreetly, he would slip his hand underneath the leotard of a 7-year-old girl, or greet a 4-year-old on the other side of a crawl tunnel by pulling back his shorts and exposing himself. One child eventually complained, but even after police were brought in, most people didn't believe it. And after Fountain confessed to 4 counts of child abuse, they still couldn't understand it. We were there, they told police. How could this happen right in front of us? He was placed on the list March 6, 1992. Neil Frederick. Neil was a teacher at an elementary school who was charged with 5 counts each of sexual child abuse, 3rd-degree sexual offense, and 2nd-degree assault. Police said they suspected that Frederick of Baltimore had fondled his girls, ages 9 and 10, since last September. The students told their parents about the incidents, and the parents contacted police, authorities say. A secretary for Principal Brenda White said that she did not comment on the case. Frederick was hired by the school system in 1995. He had been placed on leave without pay pending the outcome of the investigation, said Howard Burnett, Associate Superintendent of Human Resources. Roy Larry Gallagher. I found this from an old article from 1991. Roy was charged in 1991 for sexual intercourse molestation of 4 girls, 3 that he had met while teaching at a private school. Charged of involuntary deviant sexual intercourse, aggravated indecent assault, corruption of minors, endangering in the welfare of children, and attempted statutory rape. This abuse happened from 1978 to 1981. The girls knew him from Triborough Gymnastics School in Plum. Last place he coached, with no abuse occurring, was at Carol Leon Dance and Gymnastics School in Parasporus. He was fired from the boss as soon as the boss learned of his prior sexual abuse. There was no claims that he abused girls at this gym. Sergio Galvez. A Northern Virginia gymnastics coach has been arrested for allegedly sexually abusing an underage athlete more than a decade ago. Prince William County Police say that Sergio Galvez, now 47, trained the alleged victim at the Capitol Gymnastics National Training Center in Burke and sexually abused her multiple times in the Haymarket area between August 2007 and November 2008. There were multiple occasions, 3 of which we were able to identify, of specific acts that occurred here in the county between 2007 and 2008, said Jonathan Perroque of Prince William County Police. The victim was between 16 and 17 years old at the time, according to police. An investigation began in July after the FBI received a tip and then notified county police. Galvez, of Clifton, was arrested Tuesday and is facing 3 charges of taking indecent liberties with a child by a custodian, police stated. This isn't the first time Galvez has been accused of sexual misconduct. In addition to coaching in Burke, he also coached at the national level as the Team USA head tumbling coach, but was fired from USA Gymnastics in 2018 for sexual misconduct allegations. The owner of the gym in Burke said that Galvez was fired locally around the same time. Despite these allegations, parents told News 4 they trusted the coaches at the Capitol Gymnastic National Training Center. This is not the first sexual misconduct case for Capitol Gymnastics. In March, Fairfax County Police arrested 28-year-old Aaron Mazolam Yazdi for alleged sexual misconduct with an athlete he met at Capitol Gymnastics. Todd Gardner. On December 11, 2017, the gymnastics community let out a collective shock and disbelief on Monday upon learning the news that former elite gymnast Todd Gardner of the Illinois Gymnastic Institute and one of the most decorated Illinois coaches in the sport was found by USA Gymnastics to have violated their code of ethical conduct. Gardner was a 5-time national elite champion competing at the Olympic level before coaching elite gymnasts the past 38 years out of Illinois Gymnastics Institute in Westmont, according to USA Gymnastics governing body. Gardner was cited with violating provisions concerning sexual misconduct in a sexual relationship with an athlete. On December 7th, Gardner was placed on the list of coaches permanently ineligible to coach in USA gymnastics. Robert Allen Gardner. On July 23, 1991, Gardner was sentenced to 2 counts of statutory rape. The trial court sentenced defendant to 1 year on each count to run consecutively. The victim, Rebecca Jamison, testified that she would regularly clean Gardner's home and help at the gym to earn money while training at the gym when she was 14. She stated that while on a trip when she was 15, that he placed his hands underneath her clothes and on her privates. 2 other girls witnessed this groping. She further testified that on September 29, 1989, while she was at the defendant's house doing her cleaning work, she and the defendant engaged in sexual intercourse. She admitted that she developed feelings for the defendant and that she had written various letters and cards to defendant. Some of these were introduced into evidence and reflects her love and desire for the defendant. Teresa Jamison, Rebecca's mother, testified that in the summer of 1989, she noticed that her daughter was acting strangely, had stopped socializing with her friends, and was having trouble eating and sleeping. She was examined by a doctor, and it was suggested that she had an athletic disorder stemming from too much exercise. Her parents cut back on her gymnastics training. In April of 1990, she and her husband suspected, after taping a conversation between the defendant and their daughter, that the relationship between the defendant and the daughter involved more than just friendship. The tape was offered into evidence, and over the objection of the defendant, the court allowed the introduction of the tape. The tape conversation revealed that the defendant told Rebecca Jamison that he loved her, but because of her age and the problem with her parents, he did not expect a relationship with her until she reached 18 years of age. Mrs. Jamison further testified that after the taped conversation, the Jamisons went to Gatlinburg on a family outing, and while there, her daughter admitted that she and the defendant had a sexual relationship. In 1993, Gardner tried to appeal his rights from the 1991 sentencing. The 1993 appeal trial was approved, but I'm not sure the status of this new trial and what the outcome was. Kenneth Gary. Along with a history of theft stemming over a decade, he was charged twice. The first was February 26, 2010. As a result, they had to register as a sex offender for 90 days. The second one was March 15, 2023, for indecency with the child, context sexual motivation. He was placed on the list for criminal disposition sexual misconduct involving a minor on March 3, 2022. Sean Gillum. Sean Gillum was arrested by Modesto police following a report that in June he blocked a girl from leaving her hotel room and then molested her. The girl was eventually able to convince him to stop, according to San Jose police. Her team was in San Jose for a gymnastics competition. That's all that I have on him, though. This happened June 2009 and was reported October 28, 2009. He was placed on the list shortly after. Russell Rusty Glayton. In 2018, the local gymnastics coach was accused of molesting his students and had been found not guilty. Russell Glanton faced rape charges, was accused of putting his hands up the shorts of a 9-year-old during her classes at Albuquerque Tumbling and Trampoline. Thursday, a jury found him not guilty on 10 counts of child rape. He was charged January 20th, 2014, while coaching at ABQ Tumbling and Trampoline. A criminal complaint says on January 18th, one of his young students told family members that he put his fingers under her clothes during class. Police talked to her 2 days ago, and she told them that she felt violated, naming 5 other girls that she believed went through the same thing. A judge said Russell may not return to the gym until the case is closed and set his bond at $10,000 cash only. Russell told police that his hands may have gone under the child's clothes, but claims that it wasn't sexual and that he was just spotting the student. Placed on the list January 2018. Timothy Glass. On March 27, 2003, a man suspected of trying to lure a Cape Girardeau middle school girl into his car on March 12 was arrested and charged for failing to register as a sex offender. Timothy T. Glass, 35, of Cape Girardeau, was named as the suspect in court documents filed by Cape Girardeau County Prosecuting Attorney Molly Swingle in seeking an arrest warrant for Glass for failing to register. Glass was convicted in 1985 in Des Moines, Iowa, for exposing himself to a middle school girl who he tried to get into his car, Swingle said. He was sentenced to a year in prison. Because of the previous conviction and new information from Cape Girardeau police, the prosecutor said it was necessary to mention Glass was a suspect in the recent complaint in order to obtain the arrest warrant. We feel he may pose a danger to the community, Swingle said. Up until his arrest, Glass worked part-time as a children's gymnastics coach. Class Act Gymnastics owner Sean McNally of Jackson said that Glass was a consultant for his business since December, holding skill clinics with students. Earlier this week, police informed that McNally Glass's criminal record, and he in turn notified the parents of his students, he stated. I'm very shocked, and I'm sorry to hear about the whole thing, McNally said. He maintains that Glass was not an actual employee of the gym and that he never taught a class there without an adult's presence. Our gym policy is that a male instructor is never alone with the kids, McNally said. But McNally said from now on that the gym will perform criminal background checks on all future employees and contract consultants. The student's description of the man in the blue car apparently fit what the man police were aware of, and so they showed her a photo lineup for which she picked out Glass, Huff stated. Ricardo Chico Goddard. In 1995, Ricardo, 34, was sentenced to 5 years probation after pleading guilty to sodomy with a child named Christy. Mr. Goddard was a very controlling coach while training Christy. Beyond training her, he also extended control to areas of her life outside of gymnastics, dictating what Christy should wear and eat, and whom she could socialize with. When she was 14, he began sexually abusing her. One day at practice, when Christy was 14, she fell off of bars and fractured her back. During her recovery time was when her coach started to sexually abuse her. To me, part of it was exciting because he told me he loved me and that he would marry me. He would show me pictures of the house that he was going to build for me, Christy said. I thought, now I'm really his favorite. But part of me also thought, oh my God, this is wrong. Many parents defended Goddard's case, even after he pleaded guilty to the charges. Parents whose children had been coached by Mr. Goddard suggested that Christy, the victim, was troubled and had fantasized the relationship. It's easier to engage in denial than to recognize that their own children could be victims, said the district attorney. When Christy described her coach, she described him as God. Everyone always wanted to impress him and please him. He always had favorites, and everyone wanted to be his favorite. Derek Swede Godfrey. Godfrey was living in Rockland and teaching gymnastics in Sacramento in 2006. In 2006, agents found more than 400 explicit videos and 5,000 pornographic photos on his computer. Godfrey escaped to the Netherlands the next day. Authorities in 2012 found him in Perth, Australia, when he was again coaching youth gymnastics and was caught with child pornography. Australian authorities arrested Godfrey on unrelated charges and agreed in 2016 to extradite him back to the United States. Derek pleaded guilty to possessing child porn and has been sentenced to 8 years and 1 month in prison. Nathaniel Goodale. On March 8, 2012, 39-year-old Nathaniel Goodale, formerly in Berlin, reached a plea agreement with prosecutors as jury selection was about to start Wednesday in a federal trial. Goodale, former owner of North Star Gymnastics in Berlin, was arrested on a voyeurism charge stemming from the secret videotaping of a girl. He pleaded guilty to the charge of attempted possession of child pornography and was required to register as a sex offender. Joshua Joel Gorton. He was charged with a second-degree felony in 2018 for lewd exhibition with a minor. Prior to this, he was the head coach of Harbor City Gymnastics Incorporated. What's interesting is that under his profile, one charge pops up exactly worded as SafeSport. Stephen Graham. I'm not sure specifics on Graham. I do know that the Orange County Registry had stated in July of 2018 that he was suspended under Bylaw 9.3. Graham, a former assistant coach at Eastern Michigan, worked at a series of California clubs and camps. This included Gymnastics Olympica in Van Nuys, Pasadena's Vernon Lee's Gymnastics Amateur Gymnastics Academy, SoCal Training Center in San Marcos, Monarchs National in Newbury Park, and Woodward West in Tehachapi. Aaron Graves. There is a coach who was affiliated with Woodward in the 2000s, specifically June 2007 to June 2011. I also found on TruthFinder that he may have worked at Zero Gravity Gymnastics Playgrounds in 2014. Before starting there, he had numerous charges of other crimes not related to abuse that started over a decade ago. In 2021, he started working at Elevate Gymnastics and Athletics Health Club gyms. He was placed on the list 12/13/2019, so this means that Elevate hired him after being placed on the list for a known issue with SafeSport. This is one of the only gyms who hired someone after being placed on the SafeSport list. Well, that I could physically prove hired them after being on that SafeSport list. I'm sure there's many others that we don't know about. He does have a SafeSport description, like Joshua Joel Gordon, that's published on TruthFinder. Matthew Graves. Matthew Graves was placed on the list for allegations of misconduct and sexual misconduct involving a minor. Terry Gray. In September 2020, Gray was indicted on 45 felonies and gross misdemeanor charges, including 25 counts of lewdness with a child under 14 and 5 counts of sexual assault. Court records show. Prosecutors have said that Gray was physically and mentally abusive, who inappropriately touched at least 10 girls in Las Vegas. Gray coached at many elite-level gyms, including Browns and CGA. He was sentenced to prison July 25, 2022. Jeremy Green. Sheriff Mike Cleveland said that Jeremy Leonard Green, 36, of Hartwell, Georgia, was a gymnastics coach at the YMCA in Hartwell in 2015. Records show that Green was arrested on June 15 and charged with the following after Hart County Sheriff's Office requested that Georgia Bureau of Investigation help with this case. He was charged with child molestation, statutory rape, enticing a child for indecent purposes, criminal attempt for sexual exploitation of children or child pornography. The authorities said that the allegations date back to 2014. Cleveland said the authorities had interviewed 3 more young women who came forward with allegations of inappropriate contact with Green. This story is difficult because one of his victims died shortly thereafter, and the abuse really took a toll on her. They didn't specify cause of death. I believe she was in her 20s at the time of the death. They didn't conclude if it was suicide or not. Matthew Grover. Grover coached at Bartlett Gymnastics and was arrested for attacking a woman on the Illinois Prairie Path in April 26, 2017. The woman reported to police Monday that she was walking the Illinois Prairie Path in unincorporated Wheaton when a man approached her from behind and tried to grab her. She fought him off and he fled. Matthew Grover, 32, pleaded guilty January 26, 2018, and was sentenced Friday for 2 counts of aggravated battery for grabbing 2 separate women on Illinois Prairie Path between September 2016 and April 2017. Grover was arrested April 2017 after police released a sketch of a man who grabbed a woman from behind as she walked along Illinois Prairie Path in unincorporated Wheat on April 24th. After his arrest, Grover admitted to another attack on the Illinois Prairie Path that took place the fall of 2016. At the hearing, Grover's victims were present, along with a 16-year-old girl who said Grover once lunged at her, which was stated by the Chicago Tribune. One woman said that she was still afraid to go running outside after the attack. Ironically, she said, at the time, she had recently moved to Chicago from the Wheaton area, but had returned to run on the path because she felt safe there, the Chicago Tribune reports. DuPage County State's Attorney Robert Berlin said in a release Friday, DuPage County has one of the most beautiful public trail systems in the country and is enjoyed by thousands of people every year. Mr. Grover, however, took advantage of this natural asset to physically attacking women. Marcelo Guimaraes, a husband and father of one who taught gymnastics at one of the top academies in the Tarrant County, was arrested for allegedly sexually assaulting one of his male students for years. Marcelo, 38, faces multiple counts of sexual child assault. Police said he had a 4-year relationship that began when the boy was 12. Guimaraes' wife defended her husband, saying their relationship was consensual. He asked for forgiveness, she said of her husband after his arrest. It was the first thing he said. He asked me to be strong and to believe him. A 4-page affidavit stated that Guimaraes began coaching the boy when he was 10 at Top Flight Gymnastics Center in South Lake. When the boy was 12, Guimaraes allegedly hugged, kissed him, and told the boy that he loved him. By the time the boy was 14, him and Guimaraes engaged in sexual activities on a regular basis at the gym and at the coach's home in Louisville, authorities stated. Guimaraes' wife said that she will stand by her husband. But I'm going to help him anyway. I want to stay by his side. We're a really good family. We're always together. Always. Authorities said the final sexual encounter happened April 19, 2009, at the young boy's home. I'm not sure what eventually happened to him. Werner Gamilla. Werner P. Gamilla, 41, was convicted Thursday by Circuit Judge Timothy Q. Sheldon of 9 counts of possession of child pornography, each a Class 3 felony, according to release from the state's attorney's office. Gamilla was charged October 2007 after police seized computers from his apartment after obtaining a search warrant related to his former roommate, Sean C. Bolden, who later pleaded guilty in 2008 to storing images of child pornography on his computer. Gamilla was a gymnastics coach and was fired from his job at Gymkhana Gymnastics Club in Hanover Park. Gamilla faces a sentence of either probation or between 2 and 5 years in the Illinois Department of Corrections. Richard Gustafson. On November 26, 2014, former Bend gymnastics coach Richard Gustafson was sentenced Tuesday to nearly 33 years in prison on sexual abuse charges. This involves students he fondled during overnight sleepovers at the gymnastics academy that he founded, as well as child pornography and other charges. He owned Acrovision Sports Center Gymnastics Academy. Gustafson waived his right to a jury trial, and on November 7th, after several days of testimony, including that of young victims, Ashby found Gustafson guilty on all 11 counts of first-degree sex abuse, 20 of 22 counts of encouraging child sex abuse involving child pornography found on his computers, as well as 1 count of cocaine possession. Ashby had set sentencing for the following week, but that was rescheduled after Richard received medical treatment for a jail altercation. On Tuesday, a judge imposed a 393-month sentence, 375 of those under the mandatory minimum sentencing guidelines of ballot measure 11. He also ordered that Richard pay $2,000 to each of the victims as compensation for the cost of treatment and therapy, and for missed school days during the trial. Johnny Gutierrez. On April 30th, 2021, Johnny, 28 at the time, was arrested for having sex with a 16-year-old runway girl in exchange for drugs. Records show that officers believed the teenager was under the influence of narcotics. They transported her to a local hospital, and once there, police say that the teen revealed she had sex with several men at a motel in exchange for drugs. On May 5th, police interviewed the runaway. According to the police, she told them that Johnny gave her drugs after having sex with her. Officers returned to the motel to speak with him. They said he admitted the girl was in his room, but he denied having sex with her. After obtaining a search warrant, Police obtained his DNA. Police said that on June 18, 2021, test results from the Bexar County Crime Lab showed Johnny's DNA was found on swabs taken from the girl during her visit to the hospital. John was later charged with sexual assault of a child. Paul Hagen. This is an article from 2011. Michigan State Trooper Richard Bell said that in this situation allows convicted sex offender Paul Hagen to coach gymnastics at Ariels and Baroness in Plainfield Township is worrisome. He said the Michigan sex offender registry laws need a change. It's concerning at best, said Bell, who works with the Michigan sex offender registry. There's not an easy fix. There's not an easy answer. Law enforcement can't just go and address it. We're bound by the law. Hagen was convicted in 1994 of touching a 13-year-old gymnast's breasts. He served time in prison for the offense and has finished his parole, but he's still required to register as a sexual offender. USA Gymnastics, a governing body for gymnastics in the United States, banned Hagen from coaching in the member gyms for life. But since Ariels and Baroness isn't a member of USA Gymnastics, Hagen can still coach there. Now, USA Gymnastics is looking into its policies. After Target 8 reported that Hagen was coaching and that some people had concerns, several other parents supporting Hagen are speaking out. They sent this statement. On behalf of the parents, coaches, and athletes of Ariels and Baroness Gymnastics Center, we release the following statement in support of Paul Hagen. He has been a volunteer coach here for the last 13 years, with no accusation or complaints filed against him following the first offense. Many parents have been aware of this violation in 1994, which was 17 years ago. Most have chosen to stay and believe in Paul Hagen. He continues to be an inspiration for parents, coaches, and athletes. Our gym has taken necessary precautions, including a large viewing area and security cameras throughout the facility, to ensure that this is a safe environment for kids of all ages. The Gymnastics Center represents a large number of dedicated coaches and athletes. We, as a gymnastics family, will continue to support Paul at our facility. Regards, Ariels and Baroness Booster, parents, coaches, and athletes. Hassan Jawad. On February 2019, Hassan, a gymnastics instructor at Twist Gymnastics in Boca Raton, is facing 9 charges for possessing and compiling child pornography, and detectives are concerned that there may be local victims. Hassan Jawad, 37, has been teaching at the school for more than a year. Their investigation began early January when detectives learned that a computer had been advertising or sharing child pornography images online since January. During the investigation, detectives found multiple videos and images of boys engaged in sexual acts with boys or men. Most of the victims appear to be between 7 and 13. With this case, I found a problem. There have been issues in the past where they list the names as Jawad Hassan, which can be confusing since it's a foreign name. This is actually the last name followed by the first name. For someone like me, I was confused why all the names were listed, but Hassan's case was listed as a last name and first name. Whoever put together this list wasn't properly writing down names, like how I previously discussed on Ladarius Bradley, or L. Bradley. Doug Hagenau. Child sex abuse is sending the owner of a Mason City gymnastics school to prison for up to 45 years. Douglas Arthur Hagenau, 54, of Mason City, was convicted in September of second-degree sexual abuse and 2 counts of third-degree sexual abuse. Hagenau, who owned Active Kids Gymnastics in Mason City, was arrested November 2021 and accused of sexually abusing underage victims between 2009 and 2014. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison for second-degree sex abuse and 10 years in prison for each count of third-degree sex abuse. The sentences will run consecutively, one after another. Joseph Hannon. A young gymnastics coach in Northern Illinois has been sentenced to 32 years after pleading guilty to sexually assaulting students. Joseph R. Hannon of Sycamore, admitted to sexually assaulting 6 children between April and September of 2016. Each was younger than 13 years. They were students in Energym, a Sycamore gymnastics school. Hannon, a coach at Sycamore Gymnastics School, was found guilty of sexually assaulting 6 children, each under the age of 13, between April 1st and September 1st, 2016. Ronald Hartsfield. On July 3, 2017, the owner of a gymnastics center in Rockledge, charged by police last week on 4 counts of lewd and lascivious conduct on a child under 12 years old, had also worked for the Brevard County School District. 39-year-old Ronald Henry Hartsfield was the owner and coach of Vieira Gymnastics and worked for the Brevard School District. Detectives say the alleged incidents with the female minor occurred on a road trip to deliver a boat in Texas in May. The girl told detectives Hartsfield fondled her multiple times during the trip, including while he was driving. Rockledge Police Department spokeswoman, Lieutenant Donna Seyfirth, said the girl's parents had generated a level of trust for Hartsfield and befriended the family. When Hartsfield proposed bringing the girl on the trip, he told the parents that another woman would be accompanying them, police said. Instead, after Hartsfield and the girl left, the parents discovered it was just the 2 of them. Hartsfield is a United States of America gymnastics junior Olympic development coach with several years of experience, the profile states. When questioned, Ronald described the 12-year-old girl as hypersexual and told police she put herself in that position, a police report states. Trenton Haston. I could not find anything on him. There was a Trenton Winfrey, who was arrested for stealing a vehicle with a 14-year-old girl in 2022, but unless he goes by another name, this is another person. He was placed on the list April 26, 2021 for sexual misconduct involving a minor. Robert Dean Head. The LA Times did a piece of the abuse back in 1995 that I read earlier in the video. It states in another case, there was only one legal complaint filed against Robert Dean Head, a former gymnastics coach in Kentucky, but it was enough to send him to jail. On May 18, 1992, Head pleaded guilty to raping a 12-year-old gymnast. He was 29 years old at the time, but his maturity level was about 16. I think that's why he related so well to the girls. They thought he hung the moon, the victim's mother said. He spent many hours working with our children, at no expense because he befriended the parents. And even though there was another girl who had been allegedly abused, they would not go public. He was sentenced to 7 years in prison, but his sentence was suspended. He served 6 months, then violated his 5 years probation with a drunk driving conviction and was returned to prison. While he was free, he tried to reach the victim several times, her mother said. Don Heidemann. Truthfinder stated it as a SafeSport description. I'm not sure on Don. All I know is that he may have been working at Tags in 2012. I found an article of an arrest back in 1997. This was of a man in Kentucky, but I don't think it was the same person. He was placed on the list May 18, 1992, which means if it was the same person, then he would still be coaching for over 2 decades after being placed on the list. His charge is criminal disposition involving a minor. Ted Hicks. Ted Hicks had molested at least one person. This was claimed to have happened in hotels at gymnastics meets. In 2004, a local newspaper interviewed the victim who spoke of her molestation with Ted. The 22-year-old said that she had not been able to have an intimate romantic relationship since then. I still never have had a first boyfriend or a first real kiss, she said. He told me it was my fault. God only gives you what you want, and I believe that wholeheartedly. I had so much respect for him. Young athletes often idolize, even worship their coaches. But a small minority of coaches exploit those feelings, sexually abusing minors entrusted into their care. It's become every parent's nightmare. Michael Hinton. I don't have much on him, but he was placed on the list January 30th, 2002 for criminal disposition, sexual misconduct. Nicholas Hitchcock. Former Army cadet Hitchcock, a varsity gymnast from Plymouth, Michigan, was charged December 2004 with indecent acts and unlawful entry. His trial, if found guilty, was to dismiss him from the Army. Months prior, Hitchcock was found stalking a woman who was a co-worker and worked for the Army. He showed up in her house, in her bedroom, in the middle of the night when she was sleeping. When she woke up to see a drunk yet alert Nicholas, she called her boyfriend, who helped file a report. I don't know where he coached at, since records only show the city that he was associated in. I'm also not sure how the trial was resolved. Robert Hofer. On December 23, 2004, Robert D. Hofer, 41, was charged Wednesday with 9 counts of voyeurism and was being held Thursday on a $5,000 bail. He runs Gymnastics and More, where police say the video captured girls between the ages of 14 and 18 entering, using, and leaving a single-stall, single-room bathroom within the past year. In October, a man picking up scrap metal found several videotapes near the gymnastics studio. After obtaining the videos, detectives began trying to identify the girls who were secretly videotaped by a hidden camera in the bathroom ceiling. So far, 6 girls have been identified, and police are trying to identify 3 more. Frank Homan Jr. I'm not 100% certain if this one's correct, but I did find an article years ago under a Frank Homan. It states, after 18 years, Heartland Gymnastics is no more. The popular Richland Gymnasium will continue to operate under new management and another name, but founder Frank Homan will no longer be at the helm. His last official date was June 30th. I'm 62 and a half, going to be 63 in December, Homan said. I thought it was time to retire. I've been coaching for now 28 years. But Homan said his retirement doesn't mean he'll no longer be working with young gymnasts. He said he'd like to continue to work at the gym he ran all those years. It's still a lot of fun for me, he said. I just thought it was time to get rid of the business end. Hopefully, I can still be there coaching. This article came out July 7, 2006. He was placed on the list November 8, 1994 for criminal disposition involving a minor. He could have had a gym that wasn't USAG registered years after being placed on the list. That being said, this is Frank Homan Jr., and this person is just Frank Homan, so it's one of two things. This is either his father, or he does not normally go by Junior, which is also likely. Regardless, this is really the only information I could find on him. Milos Harak. Milos is on the California registry, though I'm not sure why he was placed on it, according to Truthfinder. He is listed as annoy or molest children under the age of 18 years old. He was placed on the list January 1st, 1996 for criminal disposition, sexual misconduct. Gary Hunt. On May 27, 2021, a local girls' gymnastics coach was accused of having and sharing child pornography, showing abuse with dozens of children. Gary Hutt, 45, is charged with 200 counts of child pornography. The Chester County District Attorney's Office says Hutt is a coach at Berks East Gymnastics in Parker Ford. The defendant possessed and shared child pornography showing the horrific abuse and dehumanization of scores of children, District Attorney Deb Ryan said. My office will prosecute his depraved behavior to the fullest extent possible. Through the assistance of the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children, our detectives were provided with a cyber tip that helped lead to the defendant's arrest. Investigators say they found thousands of images and videos of abuse on Hutt's computer. They say the images date back from March 2004 to February of this year. Stephen L. Infante. On November 21, 2007, Infante was indicted by a Middlesex grand jury on 1 count of rape, 1 count of rape of a child, and 2 counts of indecent assault and battery on a person over 14, according to the District Attorney's Office. Infante's 3-week trial centered on 2 alleged victims: a Massachusetts woman who claimed Infante started a sexual relationship with her when she was 14, and a Connecticut woman who alleges Infante made sexual advances when she was 16. The jury took 6 hours over 2 days to convict Infante. According to authorities, Infante coached gymnastics in Massachusetts and Connecticut. He was the president of the 5-star gymnastics overnight camp, which was held in Springfield, Massachusetts. He is also the former owner of Olympia Gymnastics in Brookfield. Referring to the Massachusetts victim as Victim A, Leon said that Infante began a pattern of grooming. This is when she was 13, and also other victims to become more comfortable with his approaches and excessive physical contact. This grooming included gifts, alcohol, excessive flirtatious actions, sexual innuendo, and inappropriate touching as part of camp rituals, Leon said. The charged crimes against Victim A allegedly occurred between the fall of 1992 and the fall of 1994, when Infante repeatedly raped her, Leon said. Matthew Jackson. There was one Matthew located in the state that had a conviction back in 2000 with a girl who was a minor. So he was a previous offender and was still coaching under USAG for 20 years. He's reported June 17, 2020 as a criminal disposition record, which could be from SafeSport on Truthfinder. It doesn't say anything else. There's also a man who was arrested in 2021, 1 year after being placed on the list. Because of the time frame, I cannot fully assume this is the same guy. But it is in the same state, and the person is charged for owning child pornography. When you read the article of the man, it doesn't say that he has a criminal history before 2021, and because of this, I didn't add his detailed story onto the list. Adam Jacobs. A federal grand jury in Salt Lake City returned an indictment on April 13, 2023, charging a Utah gymnastics coach and owner of USA Gymnastics World with child exploitation offenses. According to the complaint, agents with Homeland Security investigations arrested Adam Richard Jacobs, 33, of Wood Cross, Utah last week. As stated in the court documents, an employee twice found a device in a unisex restroom at USA Gymnastics World. The employee discovered the device was a hidden camera with a micro SD card and contacted the police. Subsequent law enforcement investigation recovered approximately 120 video files of individuals ranging in age from toddler to adult using the restroom at USA Gymnastics World, and videos depicting the lascivious display of children's genitalia. Additionally, approximately 40 videos show Jacob setting up the camera in his home and at USA Gymnastics World. Due to the volume of evidence, the investigation is ongoing. Jacobs is charged by indictment with transportation of a minor with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, production of child porn, and possession of child pornography. He was placed on the list April 11, 2023 for criminal disposition involving minors, criminal disposition, sexual misconduct. Kelly Johnson. On March 21, 2021, a Deschutes judge disregarded a plea deal and doubled the jail sentence of a former Redmond Gymnastics Academy coach who had inappropriate relationships with 2 young gymnasts. Kelly Christian Johnson came to the county circuit court on having agreed to serve 2 30-day sentences in exchange for pleading guilty to a count of second-degree sexual abuse and 1 of third-degree sexual abuse. Johnson, who had no prior criminal record, was to serve the jail terms at the same time. Since he'd already served 29 days in the county jail following his arrest, he would have had only 1 day remaining to serve. But on that day, Judge Beth Bagley ordered his sentence run consecutively, doubling his sentence to 60 days. The court does not believe it is appropriate for 2 sex abuse sentences involving 2 different victims to run concurrently, Bagley said. Mr. Johnson, I'm sorry, but the judge determines your sentence, not your lawyer or the state. Additionally, Johnson was given 3 years probation in order to register as a sex offender. Johnson was 25 at the time the abuse took place, and the girls were 17. He engaged in a relationship that included sexual contact with a girl who assisted in coaching younger gymnasts. Johnson's lawyer, Peter Pernicus, said a psychosexual evaluation performed on his client found his conduct was rooted in emotional immaturity and relational inexperience. His conduct was opportunistic and situational rather than based on any type of sexual deviation, he said. Kip Johnson. On February 2, 2021, Joplin police investigators arrested Johnson as a result of an ongoing criminal investigation. The crimes happened during 2018 and 2019. According to the Joplin Police Department, Johnson assaulted a juvenile victim who was his gymnastics student at the time. Kip Johnson pleads guilty in a statutory sodomy case in Joplin on January 9, 2023. As part of the plea deal, Johnson pleaded guilty on 2 counts of second-degree statutory sodomy. In the deal, prosecutors dropped a charge of furnishing pornography to a minor. The court scheduled a sentencing date for March 6, 2023. Leonard Johnson. On November 11, 2020, Johnson was charged with statutory sodomy or attempted statutory sodomy, deviant sexual intercourse, persons less than 12 years of age. According to this statement, the parents of 2 alleged victims approached the Hannibal Police Department on May 29 to report Johnson for molestation. Johnson, originally from Minnesota, had been staying with them off and on since March due to COVID, and he had taken both alleged victims to stay in a hotel on more than one occasion. The warrant gives a timeline between March 22nd and May 5th for potential offenses. The arrest startled many parents, and his potential future employer, Johnson, was working for Southern Elite Gymnastic in Lewisburg, and his arrest gave owner Dwight Bundy a cause for alarm. "This is obviously a complete shock," Bundy said. "After the shock, my first priority was the safety of our students, our athletes, our kids. That's why we immediately started reaching out to all the parents, communicating what we knew about the situation, and it's not something you can turn a blind eye at." According to Bundy, Johnson also wasn't an employee yet, but a volunteer coach the gym was getting ready to hire. As part of the hiring process, coaches have approximately 2-month period of an evaluation to see if there's someone we want to investigate in before being completely brought on. Charles Keith Jones. In July of 2019, a Greensboro man appeared in court Friday afternoon for allegedly groping an 11-year-old. Charles Jones, 65, is charged with indecent liberties with a child. The state states the alleged victim was having a sleepover with Jones' daughter in May when the child woke up to him groping her. Greensboro police say there could be more victims out there. Jones pleaded with the judge for a reduced bond so that he could support his family. I'm not sure if this is the same guy because it doesn't mention him associated with gymnastics, but it does match the state. It could possibly match the timeline since he was on the list in 2021, and it does have the full name Charles Keith Jones. Most likely this is the correct person. Alexander Kachalov. Alexander worked at a family-owned gym after having a long career with USAG. In January of 2018, 21-year-old gymnast from Florida was arrested and charged with possession of child pornography and the latest scandal to rock the sport. Alexander Kachalov was taken into custody on January 30th by the Polk County Sheriff in Lakeland, Florida, just outside of Tampa. Kachalov is a coach at Elite World Gymnastics Training Complex in the town. In total, Kachalov is charged with 22 counts of child pornography and is being held at Polk County Jail. Additional charges are pending in the case. WFLA reports that detectives found 21 videos and images of boys and girls being sexually battered or displayed in a lewd manner. The station says that Kachalov has admitted to downloading child pornography and has been doing so since 2011. The suspect has also said that he never abused a child and that he thought he had his problems under control. The children in question were between the ages of 3 and 12 years old. This is the second time in 4 years that the Elite World Gymnastics Gym has been linked to a child sex abuse crime. In July 2014, the Tampa Bay Times reported that Justin Thomas Henry, 21, was arrested and accused of having sex with a 13-year-old girl. At the time of his arrest, Henry was a coach at the gym. The Times report said that at the time, Henry was found in his victim's closet by the girl's mother. A few months earlier, Henry was arrested for taking 3 minor girls into Clearwater, Florida, without their parents' permission. It was alleged that Henry had allowed the girls to drink alcohol and asked one when he could call her his girlfriend. The Times report says, online records show that Henry remains in prison in Florida on charges of child molestation and battery. Faye Lorraine or Heath Christian King. This one is tricky since it has two different names. There was a Lorraine Faye with a different last name under Truthfinder who wasn't the person. There is also a Heath K. King, however it was listed under another state and had no history of sexual abuse. James Cavisto. On February 15, 2019, a Racine County judge sentenced James Cavisto on Friday, February 15th, to 17 years and 3 months in prison, and another 30 years of extended supervision. Cavisto is the gymnastics coach accused of possessing and recording pornographic video of students. In December, Cavisto agreed to a plea deal in the case. He pleaded no contest to 16 of 46 charges against him. Cavisto was then convicted on 3 counts of possession of child pornography, 3 counts of invade privacy, use surveillance devices, and 10 counts of invade privacy, use surveillance device, victims less than 18 years old. Prosecutors said that Cavisto admitted to recording juveniles when they changed on multiple occasions. The Racine County Sheriff said he kept a ledger that included the names of 803 children. The pictures and video were discovered in March 2018. Investigators say they may never know for sure the extent of the digital and sexual crimes. The prosecutor said he offered the plea deal to Cavisto so the victims would not have to testify during a trial. Cavisto owned and operated the Wind Lake Gymnastics Center for approximately 11 years and also lived in the business. He coached gymnastics since 1987 in both Racine County and Milwaukee County. He was suspended by USAG Gymnastics at the start of this investigation. Kathy Klages. Kathy Klages was a horrible woman who helped silence gymnasts while at MSU. Since the 90s, she had a liking with Larry Nassar, who helped treat her gymnasts. She would silence gymnasts as far back as the 90s when they stated that he had abused them. When her friend was being charged for child pornography and sexual assault, she still defended him and encouraged her gymnasts to do the same, some of whom were victims. She was banned as a result for hiding information related to sexual abuse and failing to report claims to both MSU and USAG. Nolan Knuckles. On June 5, 2017, a former Mesa gymnastics coach was sentenced to 23 years in prison and lifetime probation after pleading guilty to charges that he engaged in sexual acts with one of his student athletes for 2 years, starting when the boy was 13. The boy also mentioned to police that Knuckles gave him marijuana on 2 separate occasions. This was before they had sex, but Knuckles did not address that claim, according to court documents. Police say they first learned about the situation after the boy told a teacher that he was in a sexual relationship with his coach back in March of 2016. Nolan Craig Knuckles, 31, was sentenced on June 1st in Maricopa County Superior Court. He pleaded guilty in May to 1 count of sexual conduct with a minor and 2 counts of attempt to commit sexual conduct with a minor. Knuckles will give credit for the 433 days he has already served, and upon his release from the Department of Corrections, he will have to register as a sex offender, court officials said. Joseph Coleman. There isn't much information on his actions, but I did find out the specific charges based on a local crime database. It states that on April 23, 2021, that Coleman, Joseph Henry, 33, was sentenced and charged for a sexual offense, with all sexual abuse being the second offense, which was upgraded to a felony. Dana Oppendrayer. It's harder to find information on him since his crimes happened in 1997. Based on the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Sexual Offenders and Predators search engine, I do get results for 2 different crimes. There are 2 separate court case numbers that both have the exact same charges, which include lewd acts, simulation of sexual intercourse, and assault of at least 1 child under the age of 16. Both court cases are assigned on September 19, 1997. Joseph Kowaleski. On May 22, 2013, Joseph Kowaleski, 36, was arrested for having the active bench warrant out of East Brunswick Municipal Court for bail of $500. On May 21st, Craig Casaletto was patrolling on Route 46 near Joy Drive when he saw a man driving a 1999 Honda while talking on the cell phone. He pulled over the car and determined that the driver, Kowaleski, had an active bench warrant. He was arrested and posted bail at police headquarters. He was released on his own recognizance and has a pending court appearance. Patrick Kunz. On July 23, 2021, an Emmons man was charged with placing cell phone cameras in a youth gymnastics bathroom while on record and possessing child pornography. Patrick Kunz, 44, was a coach at the Leading Edge Gymnastics Academy in Everett, where he was also in charge of the surveillance system. Kunz was charged Monday with first-degree attempt voyeurism and second-degree possession of child pornography. This was not the first time a cell phone has been found to be recording in the gym's bathroom. In mid-October, a man came to repair the sink and discovered a cell phone wedged under it. It was hot to the touch and actively recording. Academy leaders turned the phone over to the police, but they were unable to access it because it was locked with a passcode. At some point, after the Google Pixel 2 XL had been seized, Kunz saw it sitting on a counter, according to the charges. He reportedly said he used to have one like it, but that he'd lost it. On October 16th, the day after the phone was located, Kunz uninstalled and reinstalled the operating system on a work-issue laptop from his IT job. Kunz's wife, who moved out after finding out he was a suspect, also told detectives that she caught him secretly recording her. Prosecutors did not object to Kunz remaining out of custody until he awaits trial. This comes with a condition that he have no interactions with minors and no contact with the gym. His arraignment was set for August 4, 2021. Steven Lamensdorf. On April 1, 2009, a 22-year-old Long Island gymnastics coach was charged with unlawfully dealing with a child and endangering the welfare of a child for allegedly giving a 14-year-old student a bottle of Malibu rum. Stephen apparently gave the teen the rum as a reward for executing a difficult move. The teen drank so much of the rum that she had to go to the ER. WCBS 2's Lou Young explains that the coconut-flavored booze is popular among underage drinkers because it's so sweet. A statement from Stephen's boss at Spins Gymnastics Academy states, "He has said he got pressured into it by being repeatedly asked and thought, if I do it this once, it will be over and done with. He had a momentary, absolutely bizarre lapse in judgment. Still," a parent there said, "he should have known better. He's an adult." Police in Suffolk County, New York, have charged 22-year-old Spins Gymnastics Academy coach with endangering the welfare of a child and unlawfully dealing with a child over the alleged alcohol incident. Zach Lawson. In 2015, Zach Lawson, the 33-year-old former coach and owner of Sun Elite Gymnastics and Tumbling in Charleston, was charged with a single count of unauthorized videotaping. It's alleged that Lawson placed a video recording device on transmitter in a restroom at the gym facility. He actually made a recording, which was subsequently transmitted. The device was discovered earlier this year, March 23rd, and the discovery shut down the gym temporarily while ISP agents swept the 14,000 square foot building to make sure that the one they'd been tipped on was the only one, which apparently it was, as well as the alleged pornography on the confiscated phone, might very well lead to more charges. Lawson entered a not guilty plea. A hearing of the charges was set November 2015. Eric Lazenby. Local news reporter did a story on people on the SafeSport list twice, and they had no information on what he did years ago. I also didn't find specifications on Truthfinder other than SafeSport. Jeffrey Lefevre. On February 4, 2012, Jeffrey Edward Lefevre, a 24-year-old Troy resident and coach of GLE Gymnastics in Oxford, was charged with criminal sexual conduct in the third degree and soliciting a minor for immoral purposes after allegedly sexually assaulting a 14-year-old girl outside of the gym, according to Oakland County Sheriff's Office. The gym immediately suspended Lefevre upon learning of the allegations. Lefevre subsequently resigned, according to the Sheriff's Office. The victim's mother reported to deputies last week that her daughter, who trains at the gym as part of the Oxford High School's competitive cheerleading program, was sexually assaulted by a staff member in his vehicle outside of the gym, according to the Sheriff's Office. Lefevre was charged Friday with criminal sexual conduct in the third degree and soliciting a minor for immoral purposes, felonies that carry a 15 and 4-year sentence consecutively. He was arraigned a 52-3 District Court in Rochester Hills in front of Judge Nancy Karniak. His bond was set at $250,000 cash. GLE Gymnastics informed the Sheriff's Office that Lefevre had passed a background check in November. On Lefevre's resume, it states that he also worked as a cheer coach or gymnastics instructor at Gymnastics Training Center in Rochester Hills. According to the Sheriff's Office, Lefevre was convicted in July in Macomb County 41B District Court for using a computer to commit a crime, a misdemeanor offense, and is currently on probation, though he did not appear to violate the terms of his probation by using a computer, phone, or the internet. The Oakland County Sheriff's Office is also investigating reports that Lefevre may have asked others he has coached or come in contact with to engage in similar behavior. Karl Lechner. On August 11, 2015, a gymnastic coach accused of possessing child porn will soon face charges. Karl Lechner, 66, of Lauderdale Lakes, now faces one charge of sexual battery on a person under 12. Detectives in Broward County interviewed the alleged victim, who is now 21. She said the abuse happened between 1999 and 2003 when she was between 3 and 7 years old. Lechner owned and operated tag gymnastic gyms in Weston from 1998 to 2010 and in Davie from 1989 to 2000. He most recently worked at Katz Gymnastics in Jupiter. He also ran a youth summer camp for children aged 2 to 16 at Lauderdale Isle Yacht and Tennis Club. Last month, authorities arrested Lechner on child pornography charges. Karl worked as a coach and mentor at Katz Gymnastics in Jupiter, south of Indiantown Road and just east of Interstate 95 until he was fired following the initial charges. During the alleged abuse, Karl owned and operated Tag's Gymnastics Gym in Weston from 1998 to 2010 and Davie from 1989 to 2000. Joseph Lewin, or Lewandowski. On May 31, 2018, a Rampo man arrested on sex abuse charges will not be returning to an all-girls sleepaway camp in Pennsylvania this summer. Joseph Lewin, head of gymnastics at Camp Blue Ridge, faces accusations claiming he sexually abused at least 5 girls under 13 years old in Rampo Gym. The camp director reached out to Rampo police to assist in the investigation. Lewin, also known as Joseph Lewandowski, owned gyms in Hilburn and Suffern. These crimes allegedly took place between 2001 and 2014 at the gym in Hilburn and the gym in Suffern, which are both no longer in business. Leonard Lewis, Jr. On August 6, 2018, cheer coach Leonard Lewis, 32, was charged in the U.S. District Court with transportation of child pornography. Lewis was arrested at London Gatwick Airport in March. According to charging documents, border agents checked his cell phone because he was already a Level 1 registered sex offender. On Monday, in response to a statement from KIRO 7 News, USA Gymnastics announced that Lewis was banned from being involved with their events. Earlier today, Leonard Lewis, Jr., who was not a member of USA Gymnastics, was placed on USA Gymnastics' list of individual permanently ineligible members at the direction of the U.S. Center for SafeSport. Leslie King of USA Gymnastics stated in a written statement, Lewis already was charged in King County Superior Court with possession of child pornography in March. Investigators finished searching all of his electrical devices and found more than 5,000 images and more than 2,000 videos of child pornography, according to Homeland Security investigators. KIRO 7 has learned that 2 victims came forward with allegations that they had been victimized by Lewis. One victim says that he was molested by Lewis when Lewis worked at a gym in Redmond. This was several years ago. The alleged abuse happened multiple times and took place at the victim's house while his parents were home. The other victim says that Lewis persuaded him to send naked photos in 2016 and 2017 while he was a student at a gym in Louisville, Kentucky. Colleen Long, the CEO of Tech Gymnastics, provided KIRO 7 with this statement. While Leonard Lewis worked for us, he had a background check done and passed. In September of 2017, we were contacted by an officer from Mercer Island and told that Leonard Lewis was on probation for a pornography charge in 2011. It was a misdemeanor conviction that was expungible. He was cleared to work with children if other adults were already in the facility when he was coaching. We were concerned about this news, but Mr. Lewis had been a good employee, and at that time he was recovering from an injury that he received, preventing a student from a bad fall. With this information, and since Mr. Lewis had passed a background check and had been a good employee, we continued to allow Mr. Lewis to work, but only under supervision when other coaches were present. At the beginning of February, we discovered that Mr. Lewis was red flagged by USASF. It was discovered he had falsified his background check and was immediately not permitted in our facility. In our facility, we have always maintained that no employee coaches unless other adults are present. All classes must always be visible. Parents are allowed to watch at any and all times. Students are not allowed to be transported by coaches to and from the gym or competitions. And no contact or socializing with students by text or email or on social media unless parents are included. Currently, our program background checks include fingerprint, and additionally, they are backgrounded check through. Lewis worked at Tech Gymnastics and All-Star Cheer in Woodinville until February. The owner of the gym told KIRO 7 she asked Lewis to leave when she discovered he'd misrepresented himself on a background check. The owner of Tech Gymnastics and All-Star Cheer, Colleen Long, told KIRO 7 she'd had a problem with the background check system. Long says she let Lewis input his own personal information, and he passed the background check. She says she found he had misrepresented himself and asked him to leave in January. This is always shocking when something like this happens, said Long. You always have to be vigilant and have policies in place that keep what's happening within your facility safe. Long says coaches are never alone with children and that all communication with children on digital media includes their parents. This is the second time that Lewis has faced child pornography charges. He was convicted of attempted possession of depictions of minors engaged in sexually explicit conduct following an arrest in 2011. His roommate found pornographic images on his laptop after Lewis borrowed it. The roommate turned him over to Kent Police. Lewis has been required to register as a Level 1 sex offender since January of 2012. Ronnie Lewis. General names are harder to work with. There was a charge for a Ronnie Lewis Henry in 2002 which matches the year he was placed on the list. But this is in Michigan and he is in Arkansas. There is another Ronnie Lewis who was placed on the sex registry in 2008 and doesn't match this, since it is in Florida and he should have been placed on the list in 2002. What's scary though is that there is a Ronnie Lewis who was arrested almost 2 decades later for rape and molestation of 2 boys. The person was arrested in Missouri, but their actions were connected to Arkansas. This is a clip from that man. Ronnie Lewis, 67, of Pineville, Missouri, was found guilty of rape and 2 counts of second-degree sexual assault. He was arrested September 1, 2015. The jury later recommended Lewis serve 40 years in prison for rape and 5 years for each of the sexual assault convictions. The jury recommended the sentences to be served consecutively, a total of 50 years. This article is the closest thing, and I cannot connect it to a USAG person. That's because it's the same state and could be the same age, but they never state a connection to gymnastics, so I can only speculate that this is the same guy. Hyung Min Lim. On July 4, 2011, he was listed on Truthfinder for corruption of minors and pleaded guilty months later. He was placed on the list April 1, 2012, almost 4 months later. Unsure of what gym he was affiliated with, though. Jonathan Mackey. The only thing I could find on a person with the last name Mackey was a Special Olympian. A YouTube video shows him competing level 4 handspring in 2011. Supposedly, this person won at least 6 medals at the Special Olympics. I'm not sure if this is the same person, though. It sounds like his peak career was in the early 2010s, so that could be the same person, since this person was placed on the list in 2016. Parker Madison. Parker Madison was placed on the list May 5th of 2017 for criminal disposition, sexual misconduct. That's all I had on him. Stephen Maness. On February 19, 2021, Stephen Maness, 39, of Chapel Hill, was arrested and was facing charges dating back nearly a decade, court documents revealed. Maness faces 3 counts of felony indecent liberties with a child and 3 counts sexual battery. All 3 victims were under the age of 16 at the time of the offenses, court documents show. Some of the offenses date back to 2012 and occurred until March 2020. Maness was the owner of Bull City Gymnastics. Court documents state that one victim said the alleged abuse started in August 2012 and lasted up until March 2020, while the other 2 told investigators that the alleged abuse went from January 2015 to November of 2019. Durham police originally charged him with 3 counts of taking indecent liberties with 3 counts of sexual battery. But then a proposed plea deal developed which requested reducing the 6 felonies to 7 misdemeanors, including assault on a child, assaulting a female, and misdemeanor child abuse. The plea includes a 120-day suspended sentence, meaning no jail time, 5 years of supervised probation, a ban from gymnastics facilities and supervised children under 18, a no-contact order with victims or their families. The judge rejected the proposal, requesting that Maness also be required to attend sex offender counseling. Eugene Jean Martinez. On December 15, 2021, Eugene Jean Martinez, owner and coach of Platinum Gymnastics, was accused of sexually assaulting at least 3 women on 3 separate occasions, according to affidavits from the Travis County Sheriff's Office. Martinez, 40, was first arrested in May 2021 after a victim reported the incident and was arrested again in October 2021 for the same offense with a different victim. There are other victims who said Martinez had assaulted them in April of 2016. The second victim said that she used to work for Martinez at the Gymnastics Academy. She told a detective that she felt the courage to speak out against Martinez after learning of his May 2021 arrest for sexual assault. He was indicted on charges related to both women in 2022. Aaron Mazalam Yazdi. On March 23, 2019, Aaron was arrested Friday night at his Manassas home and is now facing several charges, according to the Fairfax County Police Department. Aaron worked as a coach at Capital Gymnastics National Training Center in Berkey, where police said he met the girl. Aaron was charged with 5 counts of taking indecent liberties with a child and 1 count of contributing to the delinquency of a child, police say. William McCabe. William has been a frustrating case for many who have felt that they were a victim of sexual abuse, but also a victim to higher authorities who failed to protect them by delaying their report to officials. In the 80s and 90s, reports of William molesting children slowly unraveled. Though complaints became present to the USGF, now USAG, action was not taken due to the rules of filing sexual abuse cases. As time went on, William would get away with abuse and gym hop when fired for sexual abuse by owners. Owners would then file reports to USAG, which would be dismissed. Here is a snippet I found that better describes the frustrating timeline of McCabe's case. In my opinion, this person has no right to work with children and should be locked in a cage before someone is raped. Former gym owner Dan Dykey wrote to USA Gymnastics in 1998 after he had fired McCabe and then learned that McCabe had been hired by another gym. USA Gymnastics responded with a brief letter saying that they would add Dykey's letter to McCabe's file in the event a USA Gymnastics member or member's parents came forward with an official signed complaint. Later that year, the gym that hired McCabe also fired him and alerted USA Gymnastics by fax that they had 3 pages of allegations of inappropriate behavior by McCabe and a list of previous gyms that had asked him to leave under suspicious circumstances. That fax, too, went to McCabe's file without investigation. In 1999, USA Gymnastics renewed McCabe's membership. He kept coaching until 2006, at which time he was arrested by the FBI for videotaping young gymnasts he coached as they changed clothes and sharing those videos online. He was also convicted of inappropriately touching gymnasts as young as the 5th grade. William McCabe's story was very important leading up to the Larry Nassar case. This was because the Indy Star had found that during the trial, documents were sealed that included information on numerous coaches who had complaints shared within the organization. Those documents were filed in a cabinet and neglected for years with no justice to the victims. McCabe's trial, though sad, helped eventually spread sexual abuse awareness and bring justice to many coaches who had gotten away with sexual abuse just like McCabe had for several years. Dean McCollum. Dean was a teacher at an elementary school and coach at a club-level gym. He was charged for abusing boys between 2001 and 2006. McCollum reportedly gave at least one of the children in his care massages that progressed into undressing and fondling them, according to his arrest affidavit. He also reportedly stood outside the shower and reached inside while the children showered. The prosecution and defense said during the sentencing that though McCollum and his victims reported different frequencies of sexual abuse, there was no denying the abuse occurred. One of the victims read a statement that detailed how the abuse, which he said began when he was a kindergartner, led to his long-term spiral into drug addiction. The abuse convinced him that he was a bad person and caused him to wear a mask to conceal what had happened to him, he said. He struggled to fit in until he met people who used drugs, and he began using marijuana and then opioids, which developed into a debilitating heroin addiction, he said. Every morning, even after the abuse had ended, I would wake up with terrible stomach pain, he said. The drugs were a way to cope with his deep and long-kept secret. He's since sought various treatment programs and therapy to address the addiction and the abuse, and he's been diagnosed with anxiety, depression, and PTSD. He first told his mother about the abuse in 2015, nearly a decade after it had ended. My world turned black, she told the court. There was a split second that I wanted to die. He resigned later in March from his teaching position at the elementary school and had been on administrative leave since his arrest in October of 2016. He was terminated from his position as a coach at the Mountain Kids Gymnastics facility in Fort Collins in October. On May 1, 2017, Dean was sentenced to 90 days in jail and a decade of intense probation. Some of his charges could have been as harsh as aggravated incest and sexual assault on a child in a position of trust. Scott McFarlane. An Ontario gymnastics coach has been acquitted on all sexual assault-related charges connected to his time coaching at a gym in Ontario. Scott McFarlane, 33, was charged in January 2018 for alleged misbehavior with a 15-year-old female who he had coached at Manjock's gym. McFarlane originally faced charges of sexual assault, child luring of a person under 16, sexual interference of a person under 16, making sexual explicit material available to a person under 16, and indecent exposure to a person under 16. The acquittal was announced Monday morning at a court on Bampton, Ontario. All evidence in the trial is protected under a publication ban. McFarlane, who remains suspended from coaching gymnastics in Canada, is an Ottawa native who has coached in the capital of Tumblr's Gymnastics Centre in the East End suburb of Orleans. He was fired from that job because of alleged inappropriate communications with the 12-year-old female gymnast that he had coached. The gym previously had confirmed of this. Those allegations have never been proven. The reason for his departure were not shared widely enough until after the charges were laid in 2018. I don't know of his connection to USA or USAG, though, since this was Canada. Metri McNally. Local gymnastics gym owner Metri McNally of Elite Gymnastics 2 was formally indicted on October 13th. McNally faces charges of 1 count of fondling and 3 counts of sexual battery. He was arraigned October 26 and is scheduled to appear in court February 2021. Sean McNair. On January 15, 2020, Sean was charged for possessing child porn. Investigators allegedly found 31 pictures and 293 videos of suspected child porn on McNair's cell phone and computer. He was a coach, substitute teacher, and paraprofessional. Sean worked at Champion Gymnastics Academy in Raytown. Driscoll's child attends Champion Gymnastics Academy, where McNair was a coach for 2 years. She said he gave her the creeps after an incident where she saw McNair tickle her daughter. She didn't allow McNair near the child after that. I did not like him from the start. There was just vibes, Driscoll said. I told my husband at one point, even felt like he was kind of flirting with the girls, which was a red flag to me, and I hate using that word. Now knowing what I know, that's probably what he was doing. The teacher and gymnastics coach was charged with 5 counts of possession of child pornography for having videos prepubescent girls. Joel Mertes. There were claims that Joel was being abusive during his time at Woodward Gymnastics. He was proven not guilty in 2010, but challenged USAG to honor his membership, which was revoked during the original trial that eventually led him not guilty. He tried to challenge USAG to reapprove his membership January 2012, and it was rejected through Steve Penny. Steve Penny stated that he could, however, appeal through Article 10.10 under gymnastics bylaws. Joel appeared under this bylaw in March of 2013, although it still wasn't approved. In July of 2013, he filed a demand for arbitration through the AAA. The AAA case was rejected July 15, 2014, which means he was never given his membership back after being revoked years prior. Jason Miguel Mesa. I couldn't find anything on him. There was 1 arrest, but it was in Miami and for another person. Troy Miller. I found 2 arrests, 1 in 2012 and 1 in 2013, but neither were in the state that he was listed in. He was on the suspended list when I first started my YouTube channel, so it's a little odd that nothing pops up with him. Robert Moloch. On November 3, 2001, Robert Lee Moloch Jr., 29, the owner of 5 Stars Gymnastics in Astoria, was arrested and indicted on charges of sexual abuse. He was placed on the registry May 23, 2002. He was placed on the ban list a year after the registry, which was April 13, 2003. John S. Moore. There was a case filed from 1991 that discusses rape. However, this is in Indiana and not West Virginia. I couldn't find anything on a man from the 90s who was charged in West Virginia. This is all I had. Christopher Morton. Christopher is currently on the registry in Fresno, California for lewd or lascivious acts with a child, which seems to have been reported, or did happen, in 2018. He was placed on the ban list January 29th of 2018. Larry Moyer. On March 9th, 1991, Moyer retired from gymnastics. He had a history of coaching at Parkettes and had owned his own gym at one point. A United States Gymnastics Federation official contacted for comment about Larry Moyer's departure said that he supported the decision. I think it's the right thing to have happened, said Mike Jackie, executive director of USGF in Indianapolis. It was a decision made, in the best interests of USGF, the sport, and the gymnastics center. Jackie would not elaborate for the reason on his statement. Asked if USGF was prompted to investigate any allegations against Moyer, Jackie said, "I don't think it's appropriate to comment. Whatever action there was, or has been, either altered or will no longer be occurring now that he has removed himself from an active role in the sport." Moyer, who has trained numerous national champions, including 1984 Olympic team alternate Chris Riegel and Jim Mikas, since starting a gym in Reading more than 20 years ago, resigned about 3 weeks ago, Becker said. He could not be reached for comment yesterday, but gymnast parents and gym officials said that he told him he was leaving for personal reasons. "You'll have to talk to him yourself," Stallone responded, when asked for more detail about Moyer's resignation. "He's no longer with the program." Decades later, details would come out that Larry had molested people on his team, including Chris Riegel. Chris would discuss graphic detail the abuse that he had faced while at Parkettes decades prior. Chris was one of the first men from USAG to speak publicly about sexual abuse that he had faced as a gymnast. To this day, his story is one of the only detailed stories on public record of men being sexualized in the sport. His story is very graphic. In this story, it details many things, which includes Larry Moyer abusing him for several years, including Larry Moyer contacting him years and decades after he retired from the sport. Gregory Mueller. On December 21, 2007, a man who worked at Ada County as a paramedic and a gymnastics coach was sentenced Friday for lewd conduct against a 10-year-old child. Gregory Mueller was sentenced by Judge Mike Wetherill to 15 years fixed with the possibility of up to life imprisonment. Mueller was working at Ada County as a gymnastics coach and a paramedic for Northwest Paramedics Incorporated. He was indicted by the Ada County Grand Jury in July 2007 on 2 counts of lewd conduct with a minor under the age of 16 years and 1 count of sexual abuse of a child under the age of 16. An investigation by the Meridian Police Department revealed that another victim identified as a female who was molested at the age of 12 by Mueller when he was her gymnastics coach in Washington. William Munsinger. This person was a former college gymnast and opened his own business, Munsinger Gymnastics Incorporated. This was founded in 1976 and has been inactive for quite some time. He has a history of sexual abuse from as early as the 1990s. He was placed on the list up to 2007 for what is known on TruthFinder. What's concerning is that TruthFinder doesn't discuss his issues until 1993. This is 3 years after being placed on the list. So this means that he may not have been charged or reported to authorities before being placed on the list. It's listed as sexual abuse in the 2nd degree and years later in the 5th degree. Neptali Narvaez. A former gymnastics coach has admitted to sexual abuse of a child and he's headed to prison. But authorities feel that there may be more victims who have yet to come forward. Neptali Narvaez Rojas, 57, entered a guilty plea to 3 counts of sexual assault of a child and was sentenced to 35 years in prison. The punishment range for the charges is 2 to 20 years. Narvaez Rojas agreed to serve 3 sentences of 20, 10, and 5 years consecutively. The charges and pleas stem from abuse that occurred to 1 victim in Montgomery County. Due to the nature of the charges, authorities say that Narvaez Rojas will be required to serve a minimum of 17 years before he is even eligible for parole. The Montgomery County Sheriff's Office Special Victims Unit got a report in March 2021 about a case of sexual assault of a child committed by a gymnastic coach who, at the time, was employed at Maximum Athletics Gym. This was located in Magnolia. An investigation determined that Narvaez Rojas had access to countless children for many years during his employment as a gymnastics coach. He has worked at the following gyms: Maximum Athletics in Magnolia, Fun Fitness Gymnastics in Richmond, Texas, Champions Gymnastics in Katy, Texas, Child's Gymnastics and Dance in West Des Moines, Iowa, Oklahoma Gold Gymnastics, International Boys Gymnastics, Jenks Gymnastics, American Gymnastics, and Craft Gymnastics, all in Oklahoma. He also worked at a number of locations in Venezuela. Larry Nassar. To this day, Larry is one of the worst sexual predators on this list. Larry was a, quote, medical doctor who began working with John Geddard at Twistars. At John Geddard's gym, he would sexually assault gymnasts under disguise as medical treatment. He used a technique where he would penetrate women by stimulating muscles in the pelvic floor, known as pelvic floor therapy. During this time, this procedure was fairly new. This treatment is normally used on females whose pelvic floor is fully developed, unlike a child's. As he continued working with Geddard, he slowly grew a liking in the gymnastics world. In the 90s, he began working with USAG and was regularly featured in live meets, book interviews, and medical education videos for training the next generation. The largest sexual abuse case broke out in 2016 when many victims of Larry Nassar spoke of said abuse to the Indy Star. The Indy Star, along with many other platforms, were able to express the sexual abuse neglect that the organization had been facing for over 2 decades. This issue increased the need for a national organization named SafeSport to formulate a platform that monitors sexual abuse complaints. In 2018, Nassar was sentenced to life in prison, and the organization was forced to resign top-level positions. Since that year, USAG has suffered on both a financial and moral standpoint. Gregoria Navar Sr. On October 23, 2014, one of San Juan TM's most wanted suspects had been captured in Mexico after he allegedly abused multiple children while they were taking gymnastic classes. Gregoria was wanted on multiple counts of indecency with a child. Police said he was charged for evading arrest and inappropriately touching at least 10 girls at Powerhouse Gym. Gonzalez confirmed the department had a report against Navarra dating back to 2011. In July of 2014, another victim came forward, and by September, police had a total of 5 reports. That is when he fled to Mexico. For the past month, San Juan police had dedicated hundreds of hours tracking down victims in the case. They've been contacting parents of girls who went to Powerhouse Gym over the past 5 years. Navar was located in Mexico, about 500 miles from the Rio Grande Valley. He was working at Powerhouse Gym in San Juan when the alleged encounters occurred. Investigators previously into the firm that he had contact with the children because he did office work at the gym. Navar faces 10 felony charges and is currently being transported to Hidalgo County Jail. Andrew Andy Neffy, a gymnastics coach, was charged Thursday on allegations that he possessed and shared child sexual abuse materials. As Luzerne County District Attorney Sam Sangadolsi believes there may have been more victims. Neffy, 54, of Keller Road, Fairmount Township, was arrested when County Detective Charles Balog, West Hazelton Police Detective Richard Naprava, and State Police Chris Hill, members of the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force and Pennsylvania State Police Northeast Computer Crime Unit, executed a search warrant at his residence. The search warrant was a result of investigating several cyber tips generated from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. The cyber tips involved several videos and/or images of children involved in sexual acts, according to court records. Andrew was at his residence when the search warrant was served. During an interview with detectives, Andrew said he had been a gymnastics coach for 34 years, focusing on children from 8 to 18 years old. Evidence found as a result to the search warrant leads us to believe that there may have been some young females that had inappropriate contact with him. Andrew initially denied possessing any child sexual abuse material, but admitted that he browsed the internet for pornographic images. Court records say. Detectives in courts. In 2013, he began sending one of his former students messages and photographs, including messages trying to get the then 15-year-old to meet him for sex. Claimed it's tough to guess ages images for self-gratification. Detectives allege forensic examinations of electronic devices from Andrew's residence had uncovered more than 1,000 images of child sexual abuse material. This include files containing e-nature watermarks. Upon execution of the search warrant, we revealed evidence that gave us into the possibility that there may be live victims of these crimes, Sankodalsi said on Friday. We're aware Mr. Neffy was an instructor at a local gymnastics center. The district attorney said that his office has reached out to law enforcement in those areas with forensic examinations of electronic devices that were seized from Andrew's residence. He was placed on the list May 18, 2023, for criminal disposition involving minors and criminal disposition sexual misconduct. William Newcomb. A former Creative Arts Guild gymnastics instructor was sentenced to 2 years in prison and 5 years probation for sending inappropriate texts and photographs to a former teenage student. William Billy Roger Newcomb, 41, was arrested in May 2013. He was charged with 1 felony count of computer or electronic pornography and child exploitation prevention, according to a press release from the Whitefield County Sheriff's Office at the time of his arrest. He was sentenced by Superior Court Judge William Boyett on Tuesday after pleading guilty to enticing a child for indecent purposes. Newcomb was an instructor with the Creative Arts Guild in 2011. The incident was brought to the attention by law enforcement after the girl's mother had found the messages on her daughter's cell phone. Newcomb also had misdemeanor arrests in 2003, in Kennesaw, 2007, in Caltasua County, 2008, in Walker County, in 2011, in Walker, on a DUI charge, which was later dropped. Newcomb asked the court for sentencing as its first offender, but Assistant District Attorney Susan Franklin objected, saying that Newcomb had already used his first offender status for furnishing alcohol to a minor in Kennesaw in 2003. Brian Wynn. A Loudoun County jury has found gymnastics coach Brian Din Wynn, 44, of Sterling, guilty of aggravated sexual battery. The case stems from an incident on December 2, 2017, when the victim and her friend, both 11 years old, went to a local gymnastics facility for a free gym to celebrate her friend's birthday. Brian was a gymnastics coach at the facility at the time. During the course of the evening, Brian repeatedly touched the victim inappropriately, according to the Commonwealth's Attorney Office. The jury deliberated for another 2 hours and fixed Brian's sentence at 6 years in prison and a fine of $11,000. Brian's former sentencing is scheduled for September 11 at 9 a.m. for Judge J. Howe Brown Jr., who presided over the jury trial. Brian will also be required to register as a violent sex offender for the rest of his life. Gina Nilsson. On November 6, 2022, gymnastics teacher Jenna C. Nilsson was accused of having a sexual relationship with a teenage boy for several years. She has been sentenced to 1 to 15 years in prison for sexual abuse of a child. Before being sentenced, Nilsson read from a multi-page statement. In it, she apologized to the victim, her husband, and her family. She accused her parents of emotional abuse and called her husband domineering. She said that abuse kept her from knowing what was appropriate and what wasn't. I believe, because of my own mistreatment during childhood and young adulthood, I had an unrealistic view of the world, she said. The victim's father told the court that the woman had told his son that she could go to jail if authorities ever found out about their relationship. He said Nilsson looked for victims and began grooming them. He cited games of kissing tag Nilsson played with the boy who was 12 when this abuse began. He said that she was very aggressive in wrestling boys to the ground. He asked Judkins to send Nilsson to prison. Gina has robbed my son from childhood, the life he would have had if she hadn't abused him. Stephen Meckham, chief of the Utah State University Police Force, told the judge that Nilsson used pornographic pictures of herself to interest boys and that viewing pornography releases an addictive chemical into the brain. In that context, Gina Nilsson is no different than a cocaine or meth pusher, he said. Paul O'Neill. Paul was a former national team member in the 90s. The only article I found was released to another crime in another state in 2017. Paul died in 2021 and is still on the list even after death. What's sad is that I accidentally found a family member's social media. This had a heartfelt video of him being a good father to the daughter decades ago before he had passed. As you know, I never include family information, and I always refrain from searching it. But this one was slightly different because I saw the love in her posts, grieving over the loss of a father. I want people to remember that these family members aren't always involved nor responsible for the abuse that their family members perform. I want to remind people that once again, these family members are also victims, and it's just a different type of victim. Patrick Opanoxky, a Madison gymnastics coach, has been sentenced to 3 months in jail for downloading child pornography while at work at the gym. Patrick Opanoxky, 38, of Sun Prairie, owned All Star Gymnastics where hundreds of students were enrolled, many of them children. His business collapsed after he was charged in August of 2006 with 26 counts of possession of child pornography. Police said Patrick downloaded and viewed child pornography between November of 2005 and June of 2006. The coach apologized in Dane County Circuit Court on Monday, saying he realized his actions exploited children. Patrick has until November 23rd to report to the Dane County Jail to serve his 3-month sentence. He also must register as a sexual offender. Eric Oldham. According to the release from the sheriff's office, 37-year-old Eric Oldham was the owner and coach for A+ Athletics in Centennial until August 2021. The gymnastics center is now permanently closed. ACSO said in late 2021 that a victim came forward with information about inappropriate behavior by Oldham towards an athlete. Oldham was arrested Wednesday on the following felony charges, according to the release: sexual assault on a child, sexual assault on a child by a person in a position of trust, unlawful sexual contact, enticement of a child, and criminal attempt. Gilberto Pentiga. I couldn't find any information on him. Any link I found just discusses Terry Gray since they have connection in the same state at one point. Marian Penov. East Rochester gymnastics coach Marian, a son of Penov, pleaded guilty in December to sexually assaulting a 13-year-old student and struck a deal that would send him to prison for 10 years. Penov, a 1988 Olympic gymnast from Bulgaria, was accused of having sex with a girl at Penov's Gymnastics on Dispatch Drive on several occasions between February 2005 and December 27, 2005. Prosecutors said that the encounters occurred after Penov groomed the girl by sexually explicit conversations through email and instant messaging. All of the allegations are said to have occurred at the gym: 3 counts of rape in the second degree, 6 counts of criminal sexual acts, allegations that he had some type of oral sexual contact, and endangering the welfare of a child. Stephen Penny. Stephen Penny was the former CEO following Bob Colarossi's departure in the 2000s. Penny was able to help develop USAG on a financial standpoint and grow their reputation with sponsors and success. He was also a contributing issue with Larry Nassar for failing to alert authorities on sexual abuse claims. Penny helped protect USAG instead of athletes during Nassar's trial. The main reason he was placed on the list was because he hid files related to the Nassar case and abuse that occurred on the ranch. To this day, he was one of the worst people that was ever affiliated with Larry Nassar. Roy Cecile Peregrina. I think he was hired at CC Gymnastics in 2015. This is what I found on TruthFinder. TruthFinder also links him with a SafeSport claim. He was placed on the list May 9, 2023 for sexual misconduct involving minors. William M. Parmenter. According to a 2016 article, William Parmenter pleaded guilty to fondling a teenage girl on April 15, 1985. But 6 months after he got out of jail, he was hired by a Florida community education program to coach gymnastics. Luckily, his probation officer stumbled upon a course catalog with the sex fiend's name inside before he could be accused of hurting any of his charges. But did the gym do their own background check? His probation officer, Brian O'Neill, said at the time, "It wasn't great investigation work on my part." William was sent back to jail for a year for the probation violation. He is currently on the USA Gymnastics lifelong ban list and the National Sex Offender Registry. Don Peters. Don Peters was a former Olympic 1984 coach and rival to Bella Caroli. He sexually assaulted girls at the gym Scats, who had produced many successful Olympians. These people include Do Urashimo, who was a former Olympian. She filed a lawsuit against him in 2011 stating abuse from the 1980s. I've posted videos on my channel of him kissing her on the cheek in multiple cases after performances. I also have a video on my channel from Defying Gravity that discusses how Tracy Talavera also knew about said abuse when she was young and when she was training under him. She would regularly hear parents discuss the issue at the gym. When she was older, she tried to do something about it and reported it to Steve Penny. However, he did nothing to report it. He was placed on the list in 2011 after USAG again tried to protect his reputation for being a highly talented coach. Timothy Pickell. I really struggle to understand his case file, but I know it started in 2008 and that it ended in 2009. I think what happened was that he was charged for something that cannot be accessed publicly. This happened in 2006. Then they tried to appeal the charges in 2008, and this process continued into 2009. But there was no information on Truthfinder. Boris Ponce de Leon. Boris de Leon, who previously worked at a gym in Florida, was arrested in 2015 for allegedly walking around in his West Palm Beach apartment complex naked while masturbating. The Florida facility, where he was working as a gymnastics instructor, fired him after this incident, according to a report in the local paper. It is unclear where Ponce de Leon was working in New Jersey. There is an article, but I'm not subscribed to it, so I don't have any more information. Cynthia Posmoga. According to a local news station, Cynthia was accused of having sexual relationships with an inmate at State Corrections Institute. She was a prison worker who pleaded guilty to sexual assault on an inmate. Former Activities Director Cynthia Posmoga, 54, of Morrisdale, was sentenced to 30 days in Clearfield County Jail and 2 years of probation. The affidavit of probable cause states that on September of 2005, prison officials had reason to believe that sexual activity was occurring in the activities department. A surveillance unit was installed, where Posmoga and a prisoner were recorded on October 15, 2005, in various stages of undressing and intimate activity. When questioned by officials, Posmoga admitted to having sexual relations with the prisoner on multiple occasions. According to Truthfinder, she pleaded guilty in 2006. She wasn't related to abuse at a gymnastic facility, so I'm assuming that she had a second job. She was placed on the list January 5, 2007, a year after pleading guilty. Vincent Pozzoli. A convicted sex offender, Vincent was under arrest and facing charges for sexual assault. According to police, the male victim, who is now an adult, reported the abuse happened between 1999 to 2004 at a gymnastics facility in Watertown. The gym has since changed names and owners. Police say that Pozzoli is a registered sex offender within the state following a child sexual assault conviction in Norwalk. The victim was a gymnastics athlete at the time. Pozzoli also has 4 probation violations in Connecticut. In 1996, Pozzoli was convicted in Maine on charges related to a child sex assault case where the victim was also a gymnastics athlete. Pozzoli was charged by Watertown police with sexual assault in the 4th degree. David Piles. A Mesa gymnastics instructor was sentenced to 6.5 years in prison for the molestation case of 2 boys that he taught. Judge David Talamonte of Maricopa County Superior Court said that David Piles deserved more than just a 5-year minimum sentence under the plea deal because he had 2 victims, but Piles deserves leniency because he was abused as a child. Piles kissed the boys on the lips, had them expose themselves to him, and had them participate in naked gymnastics. Mesa police arrested Piles in June after the parents of one of the boys came forward. He pleaded guilty January 10th on 2 counts of attempted molestation of a child. Sandro Ramos. 40-year-old Sandro Ramos was handed the life sentence plus 40 years Tuesday afternoon at the Choctaw County Courthouse. In August, Ramos was convicted on 4 counts of lewd molestation and raping one of his 12-year-old gymnastics students. The judge followed the jury's recommendations of life in prison. The judge also sentenced him to 10 years for each of the lewd molestation counts, which will run consecutively. Sasha Rott. Sasha C. Rott first made the headlines after he was suspended in 2020 for alleged misconduct from SafeSport. I've previously discussed him in the 2022 Glass Bottles documentary. Rott was further charged with sexually abusing and assaulting 3 athletes under his training. His charges have been further confirmed by Monmouth County Prosecutor Raymond S. Santiago. According to authorities, an investigation by members of the MCPO Special Victims Bureau revealed that Rott entered into sexual relationships with 3 of his former athletes when they were each teenagers. They further stated, the first 2 alleged incidents took place when he was employed at Shrewsbury Gymnastics during the early to mid-1990s, while the 3rd instance took place in 2008 while he was employed at Jonas Gymnastics Academy in Marlborough. A woman who identified herself as the owner of Shrewsbury Gymnastics stated, I'm glad that he can't prey on anybody. He made the official ban list July 3, 2023. David Reichfam. According to an article, in California, dentist and gymnastics instructor David Reichfam pleaded guilty in 2012 to molesting 2 girls who lived with the coach and his wife. I'm not sure what gym he came from, though. Jeffrey Richards. Jeffrey Richards faced charges that he molested 3 girls while coaching at a gymnastics academy. He is charged with 1 count of sexual battery, 1 count of child abuse, 1 count of having sex with a minor, and 3 counts of lewd and lascivious battery. 2 of the female victims are 16 years old. The 3rd was 18. Investigators said that Richards, 38, had sexual contact with the girls starting 3 years ago at the gym, in his home, in his car, and in the woods of northwest Bradenton. Richards started as an instructor at the gym about a decade ago, and then signed on as a partner with owner John Culbertson. I always like to believe the best in people, Culbertson said. It's hard to believe someone with such a charming personality would do something like this. Culbertson said Richards called him several days ago and told him of the pending charges and resigned as an instructor. Sheriff's deputies have been investigating the charges since August 10th, when one of the victims told a family member about the alleged abuse. The family member called the sheriff's office. Culbertson, 65, who said he's near retirement, feared the arrest would ruin the reputation of the gym that he's been at the same location for 25 years. He planned to meet the parents Thursday night to talk about the charges and implore them to stay with the gym. I'll just bare my soul to them, he said. So far, the support has been great. In an unrelated incident in 1996, Richards was also arrested on charges of theft, battery, and resisting arrest after attacking a cab driver who said he had not paid his fare. He was sentenced to 1 year in probation and community service. Christopher Roberts. In September 2022, Christopher Roberts, 32, of Altoona, Pennsylvania, was arrested for multiple charges related allegedly to inappropriately touching a 10-year-old girl. This was approximately 5 to 6 times, including when she was sleeping. Roberts is reportedly the owner of a local gymnastics center, 4 Seasons Gymnastics in Altoona. Police later spoke to Roberts about his business, where he asked him to come to the station for questioning. Roberts allegedly admitted to touching the girl 5 or 6 times over the course of a month. He claimed that his curiosity got the best of him, and that he had been struggling with temptation for some time. Roberts was charged with 5 counts, each of indecent assault, unlawful contact with a minor, and corruption of minors. He was arraigned and released on $75,000 supervised bail. Brandon Roberts. This story is really sad. Brandon Sean Roberts, a one-time coach at Tri-Valley Gymnastics, was sentenced to 12 years in state prison in February 2004 after pleading no contest to 18 counts of child molestation of 5 boys. Unfortunately, 1 year later, May 5, 2005, parents of the 5 boys being molested decided to sue the local police department. The lawsuit came a year after the police were found to be slow to act when these allegations of sexual abuse first started in June of 2002. The parent of a young boy told police June 2002 that she believed Roberts had molested her son, according to the lawsuit. The child was interviewed by Livermore detective, who then inexplicably failed to interview Roberts or move the investigation forward. From July 2002 to June 2003, Roberts continued working as a coach at Tri-Valley Gymnastics and occasionally babysat some of the boys he eventually pleaded no contest to molesting. Police eventually did launch an investigation into Roberts, the suit said. He was arrested on June 20, 2003, and charged with 4 counts of child molestation. 4 other boys then came forward with their allegations, according to the suit, resulting in an additional 14 charges being leveled against Roberts. The suit claims the police department's failure to act quickly on an initial report of sexual abuse had allowed Roberts, 24, to continue his illegal and immoral behavior towards children for nearly a year. I'm not sure, though, how this lawsuit was resolved. Jorge Rodriguez. A former Westfield gymnastics instructor was charged with sexually assaulting a 7-year-old student over a period of more than 6 months between September 2015 and March 2016. Jorge Rodriguez, a former Elizabeth resident who now lives in Boston, Massachusetts, has been charged with sexual assault and endangering the welfare of a child, both second-degree crimes, according to the acting Union County prosecutor, Thomas K. Eisenhower. If convicted, Rodriguez could face 5 to 10 years in state prison. Rudy Rodriguez. I didn't get much on him. Timothy Rogers. I'm seeing someone under a generic name, under Scats, which has a history of sexual abuse. That was where Don Peters was. He's listed on Truthfinder by SafeSport for allegations in 2020, and was finally declared as banned 3 years later, on March 22, 2023. Miguel Rosario. In October 2022, Miguel was indicted on 5 counts. This included distributing controlled substances, serious bodily injury or death, 2 counts of distribution of a controlled substance, 1 count possession of firearm, and further of drug trafficking crime, and 1 count of firearms conspiracy violation. I don't think the victims involved were minors from a gym, though. Quentin Ross. I couldn't find anything on him. John H. Rowe Howard. There was a person under the same name who was charged in 2021 for a 1996 murder who is not the same person for gymnastics. I cannot find an arrest in 1994. Howard was popular in USAG, so I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to hide his actions. Joshua Ruby. Ruby used to run the elite program at a gym called Classic Gymnastics. He worked closely with Geza Pozar, who moved in the area and began coaching at Classic Gymnastics after retiring his gym in 2011. A 2014 article discusses their training process and interviews Geza on the life after his facility's retirement. I'm not sure what happened to him after February 2014, but he was placed on the list 4 years later. Curtis Glenn Rucker. A former cheerleading coach was accused of sexual crimes with a minor. He turned himself into police during that time. Online records show 34-year-old Curtis Glenn Rucker was wanted for a sex abuse crime with an underage teenage girl. Investigators said the crime happened at a home in Stalling within the past month. NBC Charlotte talked with the gym's owner on the phone. She said Rucker was an independent contractor who worked as a tumbling coach but is no longer affiliated with Cheer Extreme. Investigators did not say whether the teen knew the suspect before the incident. Police said they're only aware of one victim at this time. The defenders learned Rucker was a coach at Cheer Extreme. Gabriel Salazar. I don't have anything on him, and the only arrest that pops up is related to a TikTok star who died in 2021. Adam Savignano. According to a New Jersey article that's reported all SafeSport sexual abuse in the area, Savignano was banned from coaching by USA Gymnastics March 2017. Court records show he previously pleaded guilty to criminal sexual contact in 2001 in Morris County after he was accused of fondling 4 young women between the ages of 15 and 20. This was after a 2-month police investigation. At the time, he owned Diamond Gymnastics in East Hanover. Schieffelbein. According to the Bleacher Report, USA Gymnastics received a thick file of complaints about Mark before he was convicted in 2003 on 7 counts of aggravated sexual battery and 1 count of aggravated sexual exploitation of a minor. David Schneider. David Schneider, a former volunteer gymnastics coach, was convicted on 5 counts of child molestation and was sentenced to 50 years in prison. 3 of Schneider's victims testified in his 4-day trial that while training at the now-defunct Kids in Motion gym, he would touch their genitals over or underneath their clothing while helping them stretch. A 4th victim testified that Schneider attempted to touch her inappropriately and that he put his hands inside her shorts. The incidents took place in 2012 and 2013, and the victims were between the ages of 8 to 13. Jason Schofield. Jason Wayne Schofield, 37, was a former Fullerton resident, was in Arizona serving duty in the U.S. Army when he was brought back to Orange County on October 21, 2009, to face charges that occurred when he was a coach at Wildfire Gymnastics. Schofield pleaded guilty to 2 felony counts of unlawful sexual intercourse, 2 felony counts of oral copulation of a minor, 1 felony count of sodomy of a person under 18, 2 felony counts of digital penetration of a minor, and 1 felony count of sexual penetration by foreign object. Schofield faces the maximum sentence of 7 years and 8 months in prison for these charges. According to the Orange County District Attorney's Office, Schofield is expected to serve 1 year in prison and 3 years of probation. He should be locked up for the full term, said Sarah Josephson. Josephson believed that Schofield took advantage of being an authority figure to have relations with an underage girl. Schofield had multiple sexual relations with a young girl while working as a coach at Wildfire Gymnastics between February 17, 2009 and June 30, 2009. According to Watson, the meetings between Schofield and the minor happened away from the gym. Schofield had 8 years of clean records and did not appear like your typical psycho, Watson said. Lavelle agreed that a year's sentence with 3 years probation is enough punishment. Is a 7-year sentence more effective than a 1-year sentence? Lavelle asked. Prison is used for violent crimes that require an individual to be removed from society, Lavelle said. According to the Orange County District Attorney, Schofield will be sentenced on March 30, 2010. According to Rick Watson, who employed Schofield at Wildfire Gymnastics at the time of the offense, a background check run on Schofield showed that he had been working for CSUF's gymnastics department for 8 years. Robert Schaller. On April 1, 2005, about 60 people, girls, mothers, and fathers, fouled the courtroom at Superior Court in Hayward last Friday to lend support to those who stepped forward to tell everybody about being molested by their gym coach. After more than an hour of emotional testimony, Judge Robert K. Kurtz sentenced Robert Schaller, 40, a Pleasanton resident and former owner of Cal West Gymnastics in Fremont, to 3 years in state prison. The molestation charges involve 7 girls from Fremont, in Pleasanton who began to come forward in January 2004 to tell about their incidents that took place between June 2000 and November 2003. Schaller pleaded no contest in September to 2 counts of child molestation, and the maximum sentence that he faced was 6 years in state prison. Steve Shirley. In September 1993, Stephen M. Shirley pleaded guilty in the Circuit Court of St. Clair County and was convicted of aggravated criminal sexual assault, aggravated battery, and unlawful production of cannabis sativa plants. The factual basis for the plea was indicated that it was approximately 2 weeks before the aggravated criminal sexual attack and aggravated battery occurred. The sexual assault was not related to children, but was still a crime committed. He tried to appeal, and it wasn't successful. Stephen Todd Siegel. I found little on Stephen. My research connects it to a local news station in Colorado. This interviewed various gyms when sex abuse came out, and this included the Forsters. They discussed that Stephen was found in 2002 to be working in Littleton and was charged for soliciting child prostitution. I don't know what gym this was at, though. Nathaniel Singer. January 28, 2023, a former Woodward Camp gymnastics coach was convicted Friday of groping a gymnast during a 2019 drill at one of the top training grounds in the country. Nathaniel L. Singer, 27, of New England, was found guilty of 2 felony counts of aggravated indecent assault and 2 misdemeanor counts of indecent assault after a 2-day trial. The jury of 7 women and 5 men deliberated for about 7 hours. Center County prosecutor Cass Singer, convicted of digitally penetrating the teenager while spotting her during a drill, as deliberate and calculated in his pursuit of her. He chose his victim to be young, to be naive, to be someone who submits to authority, someone who he has authority to. Center County Assistant District Attorney Joshua Andrews said in his closing argument, "He planned his approach to be discreet, and he picked a moment when the child was just instructed to let him coach her to assault her. He calculated all of this to maximize his chance of being able to get away with it, maybe even to do it again." The teen from a suburb in Chicago disclosed the assault in January of 2021. Singer, who last coached at the camp in 2020, offered a wholesale denial of the allegations. He testifies that he never digitally penetrated her. Alex Smith. There is one Alex Smith in Tifton, Georgia, who is listed for numerous things on one date, which was February 11, 2019. This included computer pornography. SafeSport is also listed on TruthFinder with a criminal disposition involving a minor in the same state. He was placed on the list June 11, 2020. Ronald Smith. Ronald Smith, 65, a Wessex Road, Didcot, was sentenced to 3 years in prison at Oxford Crown Court, committed more than 20 years ago. Smith, a former teacher at Oxfordshire School and after-school gym instructor during the 1980s, was found guilty of 5 charges of indecent assault on a male under 14 and 1 of indecency of a child under 16. He was found not guilty of 3 more charges of indecent assault on a male under 14. Rachel Drake, prosecutor, said investigations began 6 years ago after allegations were made about Smith's behavior towards a young boy during the 1970s. The allegations were not enough to make a case, she said, but the British Gymnastics Association hired a detective who would use the Friends Reunited website to contact other people that were coached by Smith when they were children. She stated it was through these efforts that the first 2 complaints in the case came forward. During the trial, the court heard about the incidents between 1982 and 1986 involving 3 victims aged between 10 and 13 at the time. Smith, who was a judge at the 1984 LA Olympics, took them on weekend trips, which they would stay at hotels or at Smith's flat in Bath. The court was told by the boys, who were given beer and shown pornography, were made to share his tent, and on one occasion, his bed, where he sexually assaulted a boy. Smith told the court that he may have slept in tents with boys, may have offered them a sip of beer, and they might have seen one of his top-shelf magazines by accident, but denied all indecent assault charges. After the guilty verdicts, Miss Drake told the jury that Smith had been found guilty of indecent assault against two 12-year-old boys and fined in 1969. Smith was given permission to continue teaching to the then Education Secretary, defense barrister Andrew Lambden explained. Judge Julian Hall, who reads letters to former pupils and young gymnasts, stated, "It is quite clear that you have made the most positive contribution to the lives of many children, particularly in the field of which you are a specialist, but you abuse the trust of some of them." Joshua Smoke. On March 16, 2022, a one-time gymnastics coach was arrested, accused of sending pictures of his penis to a teen student. Joshua Smoke, 26, was booked with computer aid, solicitation of a minor, and indecent behaviors with juveniles. A 16-year-old told police that Smoke approached him at a Christmas party, saying that he doesn't have anyone to talk to about his private life, before asking the victim if he could send him pictures of his penis, according to the arrest warrant. The victim declined, the warrant said, but Smoke sent multiple pictures of his exposed and fully erect penis anyways. Dakota Spurlin. I had to dig for him. He was charged for 2 counts of pornography with a minor under the age of 13 in 2021. He was then convicted in 2022. He was placed on the SafeSport list October 26, 2021. Mike Spiller. The WAFB team has learned that a Texas gymnastics coach was arrested on sexual misconduct charges and had a connection to a facility in the Baton Rouge area. Michael Spiller, 75, was locked up last week and is now facing legal trouble after being accused of inappropriately touching his students. So far, 5 people, including children, have come forward with allegations against Spiller and attorney Meredith, who says that there may be more victims out there. Given that there are allegations coming out in Kendall County from the early 2000s up until 2022, when my client is bringing hers, it's my understanding that there is going to be a lot more claims and allegations coming forward over the next few months, she stated. The attorney represents a 9-year-old girl and recently filed a lawsuit which alleges that Spiller put his hand under her leotard during practice in April. Spiller's lengthy career goes back to the 1970s, and he's worked with kids on mats in Texas, California, and even overseas. According to posts on Facebook, Spiller hosted trainings at Leaps and Bounds in Denham Springs back in 2017 and 2019. Brandon Standerfer. In 2018, Brandon worked with his wife at a school and coached their gymnastics program. On one occasion, a girl was sexually assaulted by Brandon while alone in the gym bathroom. The girl told her parents shortly after that Brandon was charged for indecency with a child by sexual contact. In 2020, Brandon filed a motion for a new trial and appealment, which wasn't successful. Antoine Stanley. His troubles began in 2019 and ended in 2021 with indecent liberties with a child. He is a current sex offender on the registry. Blake Steven Starr. On June 10, 1993, former gymnastics coach was charged with 3 counts of a felony sexual abuse involving 2 girls enrolled in a private gym in Layton. Blake Steven Starr, 37, of Salt Lake City, was arrested last week after turning himself in to the Kaysville police. Prosecutors contend he fondled the girls, 13 and 14, between October and March while he was their coach. Starr is charged with 1 count of forcible sexual abuse and 2 counts of sex abuse of a child, all second-degree felonies. Starr had worked at North Davis Gymnastics Incorporated for more than a year before he was fired in February when police began investigating. Kaysville's Mike Lee said that the Utah Department of Family Services referred the case to him in February after one of the girls told her mother of this abuse. One girl said she was fondled by Starr during a Halloween party at North Davis Gymnastics, Lee stated. 2 offenses allegedly took place at gatherings of the gymnastics team in a Kaysville home. Lee said police are looking into similar cases of abuse by 3 other students. Starr left Utah after being fired. An arrest warrant was issued May 26 and Lee said that Starr called Kaysville police from Albuquerque and promised to return. Starr surrendered June 2nd and was booked into the Davis County Jail. He was arraigned the following day and released on his recognizance. Leonardo Suarez Alvarez. On September 16, 2019, a 53-year-old man was sentenced to 18 months in Florida State Prison, followed by 5 years of sex offender probation for molesting 5 children who attended his twin sister's gymnastics center in Coral Springs. Leonardo Suarez Alvarez of Ecuador received his sentence after pleading guilty to 5 counts of lewd and lascivious molestation on a victim under 12. Suarez Alvarez will be a registered sex offender and sexual predator and is expected to be deported to Ecuador once his prison sentence is complete, the spokeswoman said. According to an arrest report, police were notified September 8, 2018 that Suarez Alvarez had been inappropriately touching students at Twins Gymnastics in Coral Springs. Police said officers separated the parents and children before interviewing the victims about accusations against Suarez Alvarez. According to the arrest report, all 5 of the victims, who were at a time ranged in age from 7 to 10, told detectives similar stories about how Suarez Alvarez had touched their breasts over their clothing. One of the 10-year-old girls told detectives that she reported the incidents to Miss Maria, one of the owners, and Maria told her she would tell her brother to stop. But the girl said Suarez Alvarez continued to touch her inappropriately, and she witnessed him inappropriately touching other girls as well. According to the Gymnastics Center website, the business is owned by twin sister Maria Elena and Maria del Carmen Suarez. Police said Suarez Alvarez was a volunteer at the center. Paul Summers, a University of Iowa gymnast from Oklahoma, faces child pornography charges. Paul Summers of Broken Arrow is accused of downloading child porn in his dormitory last spring. He's charged with sexual exploitation of a minor. Iowa City Police say they found at least 20 images showing a male minor either posing in the nude or simulating sexual acts. The 23-year-old Summers is a senior and was nationally ranked last year in floor exercise for Iowa. Mark Swift. I couldn't find anything on Mark Swift. The only court case I could find on someone under that name was after he was on the SafeSport list, and it was for murder and not child abuse. Freddie Eugene Tafoya Jr. According to Truthfinder, he has a warrant related to lewd or lascivious acts with children under 14 years. Thomas Tellez. On October 28, 2008, Thomas Tellez was accused of abusing a 15-year-old student inside a movie theater in Holtsville. Police said the alleged abuse happened 2 years ago. Tellez, 36, is part owner of Riverside Gymnastics in Riverhead. Alexander Thomas. A judge set bond at $250,000 for the now terminated Metro Stars gymnastics coach who was accused of child sexual assault. Alex Thomas is facing 2 counts of third-degree child sexual assault. The alleged contact happened between January 1, 2021 and February 1, 2021, with the child 14 or younger, according to court documents. The victim was going to Metro Stars for gymnastics lessons, and that the victim was less than 14 years at the time, said Chief Deputy Sarpy County Attorney Bonnie Moore. Metro Stars said Thomas coached at its Papillion locations for 4 years. The gym said it was made aware Wednesday that Thomas has been arrested. They said he had been coaching up until Tuesday night. They said he was terminated as soon as the gym learned of his arrest. Moore said the charges are third degree and carry a maximum of 3 years in prison on each count. To get out of jail, he needs to post 10% or $25,000. He's due back on court October 5th for his preliminary hearing. John Oliver Kenneth Thomas. On December 5, 1997, John Kenneth Oliver Thomas, 24, pleaded guilty to producing sexual explicit material and to sexual object penetration. John Kenneth was charged for videotaping a sexual act with an unconscious 16-year-old girl who worked at the same gymnastics facility as him. Prosecutors said that Thomas drugged the girl after inviting her to his apartment for a party in March. She told police that she woke up naked and couldn't remember what had happened. In a plea agreement, prosecutors dropped rape and sodomy charges against Thomas, who agreed to plead guilty to spare the victim of having to testify at trial, said defense attorney Mark Sharp. Thomas faces up to life in prison and was sentenced February 13. Prince William County prosecutor Claiborne Richardson II said that he will ask for a sentence of about 15 years. Thomas was a coach at Bounder Gymnastics in Woodbridge until he was arrested on a drug charge in June. Police searched Thomas's apartment in connection to the arrest and found the videotape of the girl. She was devastated when she eventually saw it, Richardson said. Wyatt Thomas. I couldn't find anything on him or which gym he was associated with. Philip Thompson. On February 22, 2012, a man convicted 3 years ago for molesting children at a Sanford gym was charged with inappropriately touching 2 girls when he worked as a coach in Apex Gym, police said. Philip Darrell Thompson, 35, was charged with 4 counts of indecent liberties with a minor. He was being held in the Forsyth County Jail, and police said they expect to bring him back to the Triangle on Thursday. Thompson was a coach at Impact Gym in Apex from early 2001 until end of 2003, police said. The girls were 6 and 9 years old at the time for the alleged incidents. Impact Gym is no longer in business. Ann Stevens of Apex Police Department said the 2 girls recently disclosed the allegations against Thompson, but she said it's unclear whether there were any other victims. Thompson is a registered sex offender, having been convicted in Lee County in 2009 on 2 counts of sexual battery. The case involved a 6-year-old girl and a 15-year-old girl, while he was a coach at the Sanford Academy of Cheerleading, Martial Arts, Dance, and Gymnastics. J. Thomas. I couldn't find anything on J. Thomas, and reports found were at least 5 years after 2012 when he was put on the list. Brian Townsend. Kenner Gymnastics coach Brian Townsend, 43, pleaded guilty to 10 counts of possession of pornography involving a juvenile and 11 counts of video voyeurism. He was sentenced to a total of 25 years. Townsend worked at 4 East Jefferson Dance Studios and was a sought-after gymnastics coach with 30 years of experience. Kenner police arrested him October 29th after serving a search warrant at his residence. Authorities received information that he had shared child pornography with undercover state police investigators. Detectives found explicit images of children on 6 devices that Townsend indicated were his, including a laptop computer, 2 external hard drives, and 3 CDs. They also found 13 videos of a 9-year-old girl as she changed her clothes in Townsend's bedroom and office, authorities say. The videos were recorded with a cell phone and had been placed in the room without the girl's knowledge. Brent Schroeder. I wasn't able to find anything on him. The only website that was supposed to hold information keeps saying that it's an unsafe website when I try to use the URL on 3 different computers. I don't know what he did or where he did it. Bruce Unger. Bruce is frustrating because he has a history of abuse, specifically law enforcement during 1997, 2005, 2006, 2007, and 2009. There were so many charges that I had to stop screenshotting. This one is tricky because it says he's affiliated with soccer and not necessarily gymnastics from this local newspaper clipping that I found. I do have a newspaper clipping, and the dates and crime does match for the SafeSport timeline. He was placed on the list several years later, December 15, 2012. John Valdez. A former University of Illinois men's gymnastics coach had pleaded guilty to videotaping a gymnast in a campus locker room. John Valdez, who also was a personal coach of Beijing Olympian Justin Spring, pleaded guilty to 1 felony count of unauthorized videotaping Tuesday in an Urbana courtroom, said Champaign County State's Attorney Julia Reitz. Valdez was sentenced to 2 years of probation and 50 hours of community service, Wright said. He will also have to undergo mental health, substance abuse, and sex offender evaluations. Valdez, an assistant coach at Illinois, was charged after a 22-year-old student gymnast had found a video camera partially hidden under a t-shirt in a campus locker room in September. The camera was pointed out of the locker through a small opening and would have been able to capture images of people changing their clothes, police said. Valdez resigned in October as an assistant coach at Illinois, citing personal issues. Northcutt has said a pending drunk driving case in Wisconsin played a role in that decision. Valdez has been on the Illinois coaching staff since 2000 and was a personal coach for spring at the Olympics. Dwight Van Dale. Dwight was accused of showing an 11-year-old boy a sexually explicit image from his cell phone and having inappropriate contact with the boy. Dwight Van Dale, 35, of West Allis, was charged with exposing a child to harmful material, a felony, for incidents that allegedly occurred between January 1st and April 1st, according to a criminal complaint. According to the complaint, staff in Infinite Gymnastics reported Van Dale to Brown Deer police after learning behavior of him that allegedly occurred during a sleepover, at a baseball game, and a birthday party. The criminal complaint says coach showed them explicit photos and behaved inappropriately with them. A new hearing is scheduled for next week. Van Dale is expected to enter pleas on both cases at one time. He is free on a $5,000 cash bail. Van Dale no longer works at Infinite Gymnastics. He was scheduled for sentencing. The prosecutors delayed the hearing after learning that 36-year-old Dwight Van Dale was arrested, accused of drunk driving. Police said Van Dale was driving too slowly in the interstate on October 5th and had almost hit a guard wall, had open alcohol in the car, and was driving on a suspended license. Prosecutors said Van Dale was prohibited from drinking while out on bail. Anthony Van Kirk. Anthony Darrell Van Kirk, 31, the girls' coach, pleaded no contest in November to a felony count of eavesdropping and 2 misdemeanor counts of child molestation. He was sentenced to 330 days in prison in February, but given credit for time served and released. Van Kirk will be on probation for 3 years and was required to register as a sex offender. The girls, who were trained by Van Kirk at the Downey Family YMCA, ranged in age from 14 to 16 when they were videotaped last year. According to Allred, Van Kirk, the gymnastics coach at Warren High for about 2 years, told the students to change in his office at the Downey Family YMCA instead of in the locker room. Last May, student Stephanie Navarrete found a video camera in the office and discovered Van Kirk had been taping them, Allred said. Stephanie turned the camera over to the police that day. Years later, a lawsuit would be filed against the school district on behalf of 6 girls at the Warren High School. Attorney Gloria Allred filed the lawsuit in L.A. Superior Court's Norwalk branch against the Downey Unified School District at the Downey Family YMCA. We alleged that these defendants knew, or should have known about, and failed to prevent or remedy a hostile, sexually abusive, and offensive environment, Allred said. As a result, our clients, young girls, suffered serious invasions of their privacy, and, in many cases, extreme mental anguish and severe mental distress. My timeline isn't 100% certain, since the published date first started in 2006 and was last updated in 2017. This leads me to believe that the arrest happened in 2006 and that the lawsuit may have happened in 2017, but I'm not really sure. Joel Velasquez. Joel Jean Velasquez, 24, of Hillsborough, pleaded guilty to 2 counts of first-degree sexual abuse of a boy that he had coached at Cedar Mill Academy. A 3rd count involving another victim was dropped during plea negotiations. Washington County Circuit Judge Gail Natgill stated that Velasquez, the 1994 State Gymnastics Coach of the Year, must keep away from youth sports for the rest of his life. Gymnastics, soccer, hockey, you name it, Gail stated. Not even to be a scorekeeper. Jose Veliches. Jose Veliches was charged June 7, 2022, on 8 counts of criminal sexual assault against a teenage gymnast. The abuse happened when Jose, 71, was a coach at INM Gymnastics in 2013 and 2014. Jose committed sexual crimes against 3 other teenagers. The allegations go as far back to 1997. Alvarez will be in court August 24th, and each count carries a sentence of 4 to 15 years. Jose will serve as a mandatory minimum of 32 years. He's eligible for the max sentence of up to 120 years. According to the official website for the Olympic Games, Jose was a member of Mexico's gymnastics team in the 1968 Summer Olympics. Gregory Volz. Volz was wanted by authorities in Connecticut for allegedly attempting to entice an underage person to engage in sexual behavior using the internet. Volz was arrested March 30th, 2021. He was charged with risk of injury to a child, a Class C felony, and enticing a minor by computer, a Class B felony. He was engaging in sexual behavior with a child using the internet. If convicted, Volz could face up to 10 years in prison and fine up to $10,000 for the Class C charge and a prison sentence for up to 40 years and additional fines up to $15,000 for the Class B charge. The minor was in Newtown at the time of the incidents, which happened in August 2020, according to CT Judicial Branch court documents. Volz was 33 at the time. David Paul Waggy. I found an old court report from 1999 that discusses his options for treatment after being charged under multiple counts of sexual abuse. Based on my readings, this is what I found. In 1999, in the present proceeding, defendant was charged with 10 counts of using a child in a display of sexually explicit conduct, 1 count of attempted rape in the second degree, and 3 counts of sexual abuse in the second degree. In a plea bargain, defendant pleaded guilty to 4 counts of using a child in a display of sexual explicit conduct and pled no contest to 1 count of attempted rape in second degree. The other charges were dismissed. The sentencing court determined that all 4 convictions for using a child in a display of sexually explicit content were from separate criminal episodes and were ranked in grid block 8A in the sentencing guidelines, which carries a presumptive sentence of 41 to 45 months. The court further determined that the attempted rape was ranked in grid block 6B of the guidelines, which carries a presumptive sentence of 19 to 24 months. Ultimately, the court imposed a downward dispositional departure sentence of 5 years probation on all 5 convictions. Shortly before defendant was sentenced on the present convictions, he was sentenced in federal court to a 5-year term of possession of child pornography. He also was sentenced to a 29-month prison term and a separate proceeding in Marion County on 2 counts of second-degree sexual abuse and 1 count of using a child in a display of sexually explicit content. Thomas Waddell. In 2017, Thomas was accused of sexually assaulting a girl more than 20 years ago, and claims came out that the case was investigated many years ago without any charges being filed. It had been investigated in 1996 and was closed, said Robert Bianchi, who represented 54-year-old Thomas Waddell. Waddell of Richwood was charged last December in 2016 with sexually assaulting the girl at the now-defunct Eastern Gymnastics Academy in Cranford, where he started coaching in 1989. Investigators said that Waddell had given the victim various pieces of jewelry and other items as gifts, telling her how much he had cared for her, according to this release. Chris Wagner. I've discussed him in glass bottles, but Chris was sentenced to 15 years in prison after pleading guilty to sexually assaulting a 14-year-old. He was the coach at Woga during Nastia and Carly's careers. Christopher Wagner was accused of fondling and raping a girl in 2002 and 2003 when he was her coach. He pleaded guilty to 2 felony counts of sexual assault. Each charge carries a 15-year penalty, which he will serve concurrently. The girl's family filed a lawsuit this month alleging the 33-year-old Wagner repeatedly assaulted the girl and encouraged her to use cocaine to lose weight. He should be in prison for 30 years and was sentenced in 2006. Jeremy Waldridge. Waldridge was subsequently arrested on multiple charges. An investigation had begun when detectives learned that Waldridge was reportedly downloading child pornography online, according to the Washington County Sheriff's Office. At the time, Jeremy ran Top-Notch Trampoline Tumbling and Cheerleading, which is a gymnastics company for children and teens. In 2011, on June 10th, Jeremy pleaded guilty to 3 counts of first-degree encouraging child sex abuse. Waldridge was sentenced to 5 years probation. If he violates probation, he would serve 35 to 40 months in prison, according to the Washington County District Attorney's Office. Brooklyn Walters. Brooklyn is a woman, and the story is not related to sexual abuse. It is still messed up, though. A judge sentenced a woman to a year in prison for her second conviction on charges that she bilked money from people by faking that she was ill from cancer. Brooklyn K. Walters, 26, pleaded guilty to a felony theft charge. Monroe Circuit Judge Kenneth Todd gave her a 3-year sentence, but suspended 2 years of the term. Walters was charged in August after her employees, Mike and Aaron Buhar of Rising Star Gymnastics, discovered that she had lied about being diagnosed with leukemia, a tale that prompted them to allow her to move into their home. Authorities said that to persuade people of her illness, Walters shaved her head, took various medications, and often visited the hospital. She was convicted last year in Delaware County of a similar scam when she was a Ball State University student. Prosecutors there said that she had shaved her head and pretended to be deaf for 3 years, leading the school to provide her with an interpreter and a sorority and fraternity to give her $1,000 raised at a benefit hog roast. This article came out in 2016, so she is no longer in prison. Russell Wallace. Russell was charged twice, in 2006 and was last charged in 2011. The abuse was both verbal and physical. More allegations stem from sexual assault that occurred while Russell was free on bond after being arrested by Bethel police in 2006. The 10-plus years of abuse occurred in the 2000s. The victim in the case was a preteen male student at the Elite Gymnastics Center in New Milford, where Russell coached after being fired by Bethel. Those assaults also occurred in 2007 and 2008. In the latter case, according to Detective Mark Williams of the Danbury Police Department's Youth Bureau, the victim came forward last year after viewing an episode of the television drama Law and Order, in which a molestation victim himself had become a child abuser. The boy told his mother about the assault because he was afraid the same thing would happen to him, Williams said in the arrest warrant. Under the plea deal, which was offered by Judge Susan Reynolds, Russell will have his 25-year prison sentence suspended after he serves 14 years. He will also be on probation for 25 years. This was a court offer, not a prosecution offer, Zidensky said. We wanted him to serve more time. Russell entered the plea under the Alford Doctrine, which means that he maintains his innocence of the charges, but conceded that there was not enough evidence to be found guilty. Russell's scheduled sentencing, August 3rd, could finally put to rest a case that had been working its way fitfully through the judicial system, since 3 of the girls in the Bethel case went to police in 2003 to complain about Russell's repeated sexual comments to them. After an investigation, prosecutors decided his actions, while inappropriate, were not criminal. 3 years later, one of the girls, who was being treated for a variety of emotional disorders, admitted that she hadn't been completely honest with investigators. She said there had been sexual contact between her and Russell. Bethel police arrested him, but since 2006, the case has been delayed repeatedly, twice because Russell had gotten new representation. One of his lawyers had to be replaced after a reported disagreement with his client erupted during jury selection as the case was about to go to trial in 2008. Steve Wopples. Steve Wopples has an interesting story because it isn't easy to find online. In early 1993, he was reported to USAG, and his membership was terminated when USAG found that he had sexual relations with a minor. Wopples then tried to appeal his termination, and a hearing was held in 1994, where USAG again ruled to terminate his membership. Wopples didn't stop there, though. He then filed a complaint to the American Arbitration Association, or AAA, to overturn his termination with his USAG membership in 1995, which USAG also filed a report against him at the same time. When the overturn did not work, Wopples filed a lawsuit against USAG in 1998, challenging its rule for the membership termination. A settlement was made July 1999 and stated that Steve would not be given permission to return to membership. In September 12, 2002, Steve filed a complaint against USAG through the USOC bylaws as a last attempt to get his full rights as a USA Gymnastics membership back. On October 7, 2002, USAG filed a motion to dismiss this complaint. When Steve heard of this motion, he sent a letter to the USOC chief executive at the time, who was Lloyd D. Ward. On February 28, 2003, a person hearing from the USOC was held, which discussed USAG's file to dismiss the complaint. The hearing panel felt that there was a defect in the complaint originally placed by Steve and granted the motion to dismiss this complaint. Steve never got full membership back after 10 years of fighting to get said membership back. What raises a flag for me, though, was that during my research, someone said that he still owns gyms in Texas, just not listed as a USAG gym. I'm not sure if this is true, but it is possible, since you can have a gym and it doesn't have to be listed as a USAG gym. Derek Wiskowski. Derek Wiskowski, 28 of Stowe, was charged with 3 counts of gross sexual imposition. A Summit County grand jury indicted him on third-degree felony charges. The accusations came from a 10-year-old gymnast who took lessons from him, the girl while working as a coach for Hudson's Little Leapers. He is accused of having sexual contact with the girl on February 4th at their facility, according to prosecutors. Donald Watts. Donald Watts is the co-owner of Somerset Elite Gymnastics. Reports show that he was facing up to 10 years in court for possessing child porn. Here is an article from the story. Watts was the former co-owner of Somerset Elite Gymnastics Studio, but he was immediately purged from that position in late March 2005 when a routine repair by a local computer technician turned up inappropriate images, according to the Somerset Elite owner. Watts' computer kept crashing, and I took it to be fixed, said Island Frey, the current owner. The tech had told me what he had found in the computer, and I then called the Somerset Police Department. Frey said the FBI and United States Attorney Emil Arthraper were immediately brought into the investigation. Watts is no longer affiliated in any way with Somerset Elite, and action was taken as soon as he came under suspicion to keep him away from our students and parents, Frey said. Soon after, he was removed from ownership. In early April 2005, just after selling his share of the studio to Frey, Watts was arrested and charged with disorderly conduct after he had caused a scene at the Somerset Elite facility. Somerset Police, Alan Coomer, said that Watts created a disturbance at the gym and a warrant was issued for his arrest. Patrick Wayrung. Patrick Wayrung, 25 at the time, was arrested for allegedly having sex with a teenage girl that he instructed while working as a gymnastics coach at Champion Gymnastics in Cheer. Patrick Wayrung was arrested on the same day that a parent of the 15-year-old had reported the alleged crimes. Law enforcement reports indicate that the girl allegedly admitted to illicit sexual relationship when her suspicious parents confronted her. The San Diego judge said that Patrick did not realize he had caused lifelong damage for the teenager and for her family. Patrick was sentenced to 365 days in jail, 132 of which he had already completed. He will spend 3 years on probation, will be fined, and will be required to register as a sex offender for the rest of his life. He previously pleaded guilty to statutory rape, oral copulation, and digital penetration of a 15-year-old. I don't think you fully understand how this affects other people. It's not just your victim and what she's going to have to live with. It's the entire family, stated Judge Link. A family who has raised this girl, and you decided that she's the one I want, and I don't care how young she is. And that's wrong on so many levels. In court, it was revealed that Wayrung continued to contact the victim again after the court ordered him not to contact her. Link made it clear in court that Wei Rung is not to contact the teenager in any capacity. If he does, he will go to prison. For more than 4 years, Wei Rung worked as a boys' gymnastics coach at Champion Gymnastics in Cheer in Santee, where the victim is a gymnast. He was placed on SafeSport 8/25/2016 under criminal disposition sexual misconduct. Mike West. I don't have much on Mike West other than that he is from Washington. He may have been a former top elite coach like Vanny Edwards, which may be why USAG doesn't like to discuss him. He was featured in an article with Bella Caroli back in 1990, making it sound like he was training elite-level gymnasts and that Bella had competition. He may have coached at Sportastic Gymnastics. USAG doesn't list why he is on the list, like they don't want to talk about him. SafeSport says that he was on the list 7/12/2007 for criminal disposition sexual misconduct. Jonathan White. Jonathan White pleaded guilty to 15 counts of child molestation in December 2009. The counts include lewd and lascivious acts with a child under 14, and sexual intercourse and oral copulation with a child under age 16. The family of the victim contacted Los Banos police in October 2007. White was arrested shortly afterward. Police said the crimes took place at the school and White's home. White also wrote inappropriate letters to the victim, and he admitted to police that he had sexual intercourse with her. USAG lists nothing on the website of why he is on the list and which organization put him on the list. According to SafeSport, he was placed on the list 1/1/2009 for criminal disposition involving a minor. Tony Whitaker. Tony has been a judge, assistant coach for college gymnastics, and a club owner of Gym Stars, etc., with his wife. From TruthFinder, it states that he was also affiliated with Aerial Gym Stars in 2006 and then left in 2011. He then worked for Gym Stars in 2018 and Aerial Gym in 2019. TruthFinder doesn't list any history of abuse beyond traffic tickets, but it does list SafeSport on the website. I'm not sure exactly what he had done, but he was placed on the list May 2nd, 2023 for sexual misconduct involving minors, subject to appeal, not yet final. Liv Christian Wildenberg. Wildenberg molested and raped a victim back in the 1980s. I've taken a piece from the case in which the victim's name is listed as K.A. It states, Wildenberg was 18 years old and K.A. was 9 at the time. Wildenberg coached K.A. at the YMCA from August 1986 until he left employment there in May 1988. During that time, Wildenberg became acquainted with K.A.'s mother. When Wildenberg stopped coaching gymnastics at the YMCA, K.A.'s mother pulled K.A. and C.A., her younger daughter, out of the program. Because Wildenberg could not afford an apartment after he left his coaching job, K.A.'s mother offered to have him move in with her family after Bethel College let out in June 1988. In exchange for painting the family's house, Wildenberg was given a couch to sleep on in the family room, which was located in the basement, along with a bedroom that was occupied by K.A.'s brother. Wildenberg lived with K.A.'s family continuously from June 1988 to September or October of that year, and then lived with them intermittently until the fall of 1990. During the summer of 1988, Wildenberg began coaching gymnastics at Forest Lake Flyaways, and both K.A. and her sister, C.A., enrolled in that program so that Wildenberg could continue to coach them. K.A. practiced gymnastics at Flyaways after school for 4 hours per day, several days per week. Wildenberg took K.A. and her sisters to and from practices on a regular basis, and also accompanied K.A. and her mother to doctor and dentist appointments. After practice, Wildenberg and K.A. often ate dinner together and then watched television in the family room, or he engaged in long conversations with K.A.'s mother. K.A. testified that Wildenberg sexually abused her on an almost nightly basis from the time she was 11 or 12 years old until he moved out of her family's home when she was in the 8th grade. Wildenberg denied engaging in sexual acts with K.A. during that time period. K.A. testified that the first incident of sexual abuse occurred when she was 11 or 12 years old, when Wildenberg put his hands under her shirt and touched her breasts one night on the family room couch while watching television. K.A. stated that she awoke during this incident, but pretended to be asleep. She further testified that Wildenberg engaged her in acts of sexual intercourse and digital penetration, and that they performed acts of oral sex upon each other, beginning when she was 12 years old and continuing on an almost nightly basis until she was between 14 or 15 years old. This child will grow up with severe depression and a suicide attempt. Christopher Wilkerson. Christopher Wilkerson, 30, was charged with 2 counts of child molestation and 2 counts of attempted child molestation. All of the charges are level 4 felonies. According to the probable cause affidavit, Wilkerson was accused of molesting 2 victims under the age of 14 between November 4, 2017 and November 4, 2019. Police were contacted on January 20, 2020 by a caseworker for the Department of Child Protective Services regarding the accusations. The affidavit stated the victim's mothers alerted authorities after she saw something on a security camera that made her feel uneasy. What was captured on the video was not the abuse that's charged here, Mole said. It was behavior on the defendant's part that was suspicious and that made her believe other things were going on. The affidavit stated that Wilkerson admitted he was confused on his sexuality for a long time and used the victims as a way to explore his sexuality. The paperwork also stated Wilkerson told staff at Wellston Regional Hospital when he was admitted following a suicide attempt. According to a statement from Brittany and Tyler Alexander, the owners of SIGS Sportsplex, Wilkerson worked at the New Albany Gymnastics Center from December 10, 2012 to August 1, 2016, and then again from April 4, 2016 until he resigned on January 21, 2020. According to SafeSport, he was placed on the list 3/25/2020 for criminal disposition involving a minor. Keith Willett. Keith was arrested and sentenced to prison for 10 years on December 13, 2022. The coach has had a history for being at numerous gyms, with abuse stemming as far back as the 1980s. He has gym hopped, coaching at gyms in Ohio, Minnesota, Washington, and California, where he was recently arrested in 2017. He has a history of taking pictures of gymnasts, with one in the 80s and another reported in the 2000s. He was placed on SafeSport list 3/12/2018 by criminal disposition involving a minor. Daniel Wittenstein. Arizona Sunrays founder and coach Dan Wittenstein was placed on the ban list in 2020. USA Gymnastics cited SafeSport's sexual misconduct violation section as the reason for Wittenstein's suspension. Wittenstein was suspended by USA Gymnastics July 2018, pending a hearing under a bylaw for the process of reporting and investigating allegations of sexual misconduct. Later that month, Wittenstein's suspension was lifted by SafeSport and USA Gymnastics, but the case remained under investigation, leading to the more severe suspension. Wittenstein tried to appeal the suspension, which stemmed from a lone 1986 allegation. Arizona Sunrays has 2 Metro Phoenix locations. As of the suspension, Wittenstein no longer has ownership role in the gyms. The gym was known for Olympian Jade Carey and Riley McCusker, who were both training for the Olympics with the help of Brian Carey, with owners Dan and Pam Evans. Brian Carey said in 2020, "This is a very serious and delicate subject, which I do not take lightly. I would like to make it very clear that I am an advocate for survivors and continue to fight to make positive change in our sport. That being said, I have always been very protective, in particular, of who I let work with my daughter. I feel with great certainty that Dan Wittenstein has cultivated an environment that is healthy and nurturing. I am thankful to Dan and Sunrays for providing a positive training experience that has enabled my daughter to flourish as a gymnast and as a person. According to SafeSport, he was placed on the list 8/6/2020 for sexual misconduct involving a minor. Bill Wither. Bill was a former owner of Best Gymnastics in Grain Valley, Missouri. Besides the fact that it was established in 2001, little is known about what he did besides coach some gymnasts that went on to places like Mizzou. He is not listed as to why he's on the USAG list, and there is no discussion of sexual abuse online, only from SafeSport. So we have no idea where he is or what he did. He was placed on SafeSport 1/26/2011 for criminal disposition, sexual misconduct. Joel Woodruff. Joel, 29, who worked as a gymnastics coach at several Lubbock gyms, was charged with molesting 3 young boys over a 5-year period. Joel faced 2 charges of aggravated sexual assault and 1 charge of indecency with a child. The allegations surfaced in August when the 20-year-old man told police that Woodruff started coaching him in 1994 when he was 12 and started sexually assaulting him when he was 14, according to court records. 2 other boys, aged 12 and 8, told police that Woodruff molested them in 2001. He was indicted in the 3 cases Wednesday. The 20-year-old man said Woodruff invited boys to his home and allowed them to play video games. He also let them watch pornographic videos, look at Playboy magazines, and drink alcohol. It was also stated that Woodruff engaged in sex about 20 times over 3 years, according to police reports. Police say that Woodruff tried to persuade the man to drop the charges. Police said that Woodruff tried to persuade the man who had allegations against him to drop the charges. James Willems. I couldn't find anything on him. Some of my research found a boy who was harmed by the name of James Willems. This person ended up in the hospital, but the crime did not occur in Arizona, where USAG lists him to be residing. It also states that it was a teen who was harmed and not a man. I'm fairly certain that this is not the same guy. James was placed on SafeSport 2/1/2016 for criminal disposition involving a minor. David Yellen. David was placed on the list July 3, 2023, listed as subject to appeal, not yet final, criminal disposition, sexual misconduct, criminal disposition involving minors. David Eric Yellen was arrested June 1st on 2 charges related to the possession and distribution of child pornography. Federal authorities said that he is well known in the gymnastics community and was contracted by multiple gymnastic academies in the Michigan area. He was also contracted by the U.S. Women's Gymnastics Judge Association to create training materials and training films for new judges, authorities said. Authorities said Yellen had traveled nationally as a gymnastics photographer and videographer. It states that Yellen said he used BitTorrent regularly, but denied uploading or downloading child pornography. He claimed he downloaded child pornography 10 years ago and retained that child pornography and did not know the child pornography that he had continued to possess was available for download by others, according to the complaint. Given his extensive use of BitTorrent, I do not believe that he was unaware that he had his files in the location that allowed for sharing with others, an FBI special agent wrote in one complaint. Yellen denied producing child pornography, but said that he often, where he was employed, and at gymnastics events that he attended as an official photographer. He said he found the images sexually arousing, according to the complaint. It states that investigators recovered a computer with a connected hard drive from Yellen's home, and the hard drive had at least 1,500 files that were images of child sexual exploitation. At least 500 of the files met the federal definition of child pornography. The hard drive also contained a folder called BFK. During the interview, Yellen said that it stood for Barefoot Kids, according to the complaint. It stated that the folder contained at least 200 images of the bare feet of children who attended his gym and at gymnastic events. Mark Yellick. Mark Samuel Yellick, 43 at the time, was an instructor at Silver Stars Gymnastics in Silver Spring who had sexual contact with a girl multiple times between 2005 and 2007, according to charging documents. The victim of Mark, now 28, was 13 when the abuse started in 2005, shortly after she started training with Yellick, according to charging documents. She told investigators with the U.S. Center for SafeSport that Yellick told her, when she was 13, that he loved her and asked her to send him naked photos of herself. The U.S. Center for SafeSport interviewed the victim in April of 2020, and Montgomery County Police started investigating 3 months later, according to the documents. Mark also began working with Dynamite Gymnastics in 2009, and there were complications when he was being charged, since all abuse only happened at Silver Stars, and they tried to charge his abuse to the current gym he was at. He was arrested July 1st, 2021, and charged with 1 count each of sexual abuse of a minor and second-degree sex offense and 4 counts of third-degree sex offense. According to court records, he was placed on SafeSport list 8/27/2021 for criminal disposition involving minors, criminal disposition, sexual misconduct. Pervez Yousefi. Pervez Yousefi, 51 at the time, was a Northern Virginia gymnastics coach who was accused of sexually assaulting a girl more than 25 years ago. There were many claims of abuse stemming from decades prior. The first report, in 1997, stated that the gymnast named Gianna Dodd was abused in the 1980s, which was closed with no justice. In 2014, another gymnast would come forward about her abuse from Pervez back in the 80s. Her attorney was able to request the 1997 report to be reviewed once more by authorities, since it was a very thorough report. It wasn't until mid-2014 that the public would see in articles that a woman had told police that her gymnastics coach, while she was growing up, had sexually assaulted her on multiple occasions between 1987 and 1998 when she was between 6 and 8 years old. Pervez Yousefi was arrested on aggravated sexual battery charges in May of 2014. The woman said the abuse occurred while Pervez was her coach at GMS Institute Gymnastics. As 4 years went on, he was not placed on SafeSport lists until a year after SafeSport was established. He was placed on the list 1/24/2018 for criminal disposition, sexual misconduct. Paris Zibadua. This is word for word from a local news station. Paris Zibadua, 46, faced charges of assault and battery, second degree for an incident police that occurred September 7th at the Ultimate Gymnastics Academy. Paris had also been a coach at the gym since 2006, according to the Academy's website. The victim told police she was receiving a private gymnastics lesson from Paris when he grabbed both of her breasts without consent, according to the report. She said that Paris put one hand under her clothing and the other hand above her clothing. He was placed on the list by SafeSport 1/15/2020 for criminal disposition involving a minor. Daniel Zera. I couldn't find much on this person. I did find someone who was arrested in 2012 in New York under the same name. I'm not sure if this is the same person. From that article, this is what it states. The night before, Daniel A. Zera, 31, was charged with fifth-degree criminal possession of stolen property and possession of burglar tools, both Class A misdemeanors, and trespassing after a complaint to the state police of a suspicious person was spotted Monday evening. Daniel has no public knowledge online of abuse beyond this arrest, and that is if it's the same guy. He was placed on SafeSport list 3/1/2017 and listed as criminal disposition involving a minor. Aaron Zink. Aaron Michael Zink was 45 when he was arrested April 8, 2020, for molesting an 11-year-old girl. The article did not conclude if others were victims, and we aren't sure if the child involved was at the gymnastic facility that he had trained at, or if this was someone that he knew outside of gymnastics. He was placed on SafeSport 10/19/2021, listed as criminal disposition involving a minor and criminal disposition sexual misconduct. Daniel Zamerzel. Daniel Zamerzel was 21 when he was arrested on April 30th, 2014 for raping a 17-year-old girl. Based on the reports, it didn't sound like this was a gymnast at the gym that he had coached at. The gym was Loomis Extreme Gymnastics and Cheer. Daniel had been a former gymnast at the gym and shortly after became a coach there. When news broke out, the gym was shocked because he had no prior issues with background checks or inappropriate encounters with the gymnasts at the gym. I didn't think this would happen to a kid who had been in the gym since he was 6 years old, the owner of Loomis once stated. It doesn't sound like Daniel. He was a loyal coach, the owner said. He was found to be guilty, and although he had never touched gymnasts, he was placed on the registry and onto the ban list. He was placed on SafeSport 3/2/2016 and listed as criminal disposition involving a minor. Now that I've discussed people who are currently on the list, I'd also like to discuss those who are no longer on the list and why they aren't on the list anymore. William Etheridge. William was arrested November 12, 1987, while working with Dick Mulvihill at the National Academy of Artistic Gymnastics. He was charged with third-degree rape and third-degree sodomy. He was placed on the list between 1993 and May of 1995, but was removed from the list the year he passed away. Larry Dutch. Little is known on Larry Dutch, at least when I've tried to research him. Based on a 1995 article, I was led to believe that he may have been placed on the list for molesting his children and not gymnasts. I'm not sure which USAG gym facility he worked at. He was also removed from the list the year that he died. The last one I found is saddening because the person may have been framed as a coach for sexual abuse. Or he is a sexual predator and was able to trick the judicial system into removing him from his restrictions. Edward Arav. Edward Arav was a coach in Texas for decades. Edward spent more than 40 years teaching gymnastics around the world. In 2012, he took ownership of Fair North Dallas Gym and named it Larav Elite Gymnastics. In 2021, he was reported to have abused children under the age of 14. He was placed on the list November-December timeframe. He was removed from the list sometime between August to December of 2022 when the court found that he did not have any proof of being charged. Was he a serial predator or someone who was framed? Unfortunately, I, along with you, may never know. So there is a lot to discuss based on my research with the current ban list. As we can see, USAG's ban list is a lot more serious than one may seem to believe. One reason is because there is a lack of transparency still looming with SafeSport and USAG. Unfortunately, though, SafeSport is also facing issues with their list, and a lot of people aren't aware of this either. So to better suit everyone's needs, I'm going to address each of these problems from both organizations when related to the list and general abuse. For starters, both organizations have failed countless times to properly communicate after a report has been submitted by a victim or representative of the victim. Upon receiving a report, the center staff considers the number of individuals who allege that have experienced misconduct, whether they were minors, the number of witnesses, and the volume of and difficulty in obtaining evidence. The severity of abuse and misconduct can range from inappropriate conduct, such as butt slapping, or to rape and forcible sexual assault. On a discretionary basis, SafeSport also reviews and acts on allegations other than those of sexual abuse or sexual misconduct, such as emotional abuse, bullying, and harassment. SafeSport collaborates with law enforcement on report investigations. The process of filing a report has always sounded to be difficult for many reasons, regardless of if it's through USAG or SafeSport. When you file a report, it provides a simple two-step process. The first step asks for information about the abuse, specifically if it qualifies as sexual abuse or not. Based on if it's sexual abuse, typically it'll be evaluated by the center. On unfortunate rare occasions, does the center view other forms of abuse outside of sexual? The report asks for date of abuse, contact information for both victim and predator, and an option to add supporting documentation. The second step shows a submission with little information on the following steps. And this is why the process is so difficult. It doesn't provide much clarity on who will take the case, and it doesn't provide a real timeline on how this report actually works. One of the main issues of this is because both the national governing body and the center struggle to properly communicate when a report is filed. Both websites show how to file a report, but seldom do people follow up. There have been many stories of when SafeSport first broke ground and how they struggled to follow up with others. This was because of the short staffing and high demand of cases that had been neglected for decades in various sports' national governing bodies. This was inevitable. How could someone really prevent that backflow? We had too many known abuse stories already being taken place before the center was even established. And because sexual abuse was rampant, especially in gymnastics, many people in the organization struggled to keep up. Because of this, I'm not surprised that cases were not handled in a timely manner from the year it was introduced in 2017 up until honestly COVID, since they were very short-staffed and lacking funds at that time. I'm not trying to defend SafeSport in any way, but from a reasonable standpoint, I feel like any organization wouldn't have thrived in the first years since they focused on so many cases in other sports. It wasn't just about USAG anymore. SafeSport shouldn't still be struggling, though, to this capacity, and with its issues since the organization has been around for over 6 years. The time period that they've had to reestablish and grow as an organization has been very minimal, and I could only imagine it being based on a 3-year plan. What they should be doing is providing a better and more in-depth timeline of how a report is reviewed and what steps are done. They should be held accountable based on the timeline, because clearly, if there was ever a timeline in place, I've yet to see it being honored. The second issue is accountability. It should be required 72 hours or less follow-up after submission, and monthly updates based on each case. One does not need to go into graphic detail during the investigation, but even a simple update can go a long way for the victims during their healing process. There's a gray line when someone is placed on a suspended list. Typically, in a school setting or a professional workforce, a suspension temporarily removes a person from the establishment while this investigation is ongoing. This isn't exactly the case for SafeSport. In their suspension, it just restricts privileges that a national governing body member would receive. This could be allowing to travel alone at an international meet or train unsupervised. The issue with these rules is that SafeSport isn't there to enforce them. This leaves the gym to get away with this continued abuse. Why is it okay for our coaches to continue abuse when most of the time they should not be around children? In the real world, if someone is found to have abused another, they are immediately removed from children. This is like a school teacher or a social worker. They aren't necessarily fired, but they are put on an interim suspension, and it doesn't allow them to be around children. So why isn't this allowed? If SafeSport can provide us with someone to monitor the suspension, and people do not abide by the restrictions on this suspension, then what's the point of a suspension? This suspension does nothing by protecting children. Why not just suspend them altogether by not allowing them to step foot on a facility? Another issue with the suspension list is that there's no maximum time on how long someone can be on the list. People tend to be on this list for at least a year, which is okay, given the right to a fair trial and the timeline it takes to conduct one. However, knowing that some are on the list, and have been for up to 5 years, is not really fair nor morally right to continue to allow them to stay on the said list. Why isn't there a deadline for how long someone can be on the suspension list? It is required to report abuse within 24 hours of witnessing or hearing about it. However, many people do not listen to this, and even if they did, people are still at risk of continuing to abuse since they are placed on a suspended list that still allows coaches to be around children. Now imagine if we had a deadline to end abuse cases who are on a suspension, and imagine how much quicker this abuse could end if those are involved with a USA gymnastics gym. There would be no more waiting on Legacy Elite's 80-plus abuse cases, or others like Valeri Lukin, who had claims of fat shaming and hospitalizing a gymnast for an eating disorder. And don't even get me started on parquets. SafeSport should establish a deadline for being on the suspension list if they plan on really trying to improve their image. SafeSport is limited on what they can do in a court of law, since they are not a law enforcement agency. The center cannot indict or jail individuals accused of sexual misconduct, since it is neither a law enforcement agency nor a legal body of the U.S. judiciary. Instead, they are being a sports investigative body. However, they can forward its investigation to state and federal courts, which in turn can impose criminal penalties on the defendants. They could be more involved when punishment on their end is enforced. One of the biggest issues with SafeSport is that there is no deadline for when an abuse report should be completed. For years, SafeSport has struggled to complete cases on a timely manner due to staff shortages and low funding. This has been one of the biggest issues because many people who are currently under investigation have stayed that way for over 3 years. To this day, some of the lists remain there. SafeSport claims that the reasoning for this is because of its short staffing, an issue that they state over 6 years later and with over $40 million given in funds since opening. And even for those cases who have been looked upon, there are still issues with how they've been resolved, or not resolved. From July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2020, the Center resolved 2,460 cases and imposed sanctions on 262 of them. There were 57 cases in which permanent ineligibility was the most serious sanction imposed, and 95 cases in which ineligibility until further notice was the most serious. The Center referred 424 reports of alleged abuse to law enforcement. In that same time period, the Center imposed temporary measures in 123 of 2,027 cases that were created, which is 6%. In all other cases, the measures imposed are final and cannot be appealed. The Center imposes temporary measures only when it believes that they are necessary, based on the evidentiary support for their allegations, the severity of the allegations, and/or the perceived risk of athletes or the sports community. This is a major red flag. Out of the 2,460 people, why was there only 424 people reported to law enforcement? That seems rather low for such a big number. And why was there only 262 people punished? Of the 262, just over a third were banned. We know that a lot of their punishment outside of a ban has not been proven to work, with people taking advantage of the system every day. This is, say, Zarian, who made the parents take their educational classes on verbal and physical abuse. And a temporary measure does not seem effective when only 123 of the 2,027 qualified based on SafeSport. SafeSport should be held to higher expectations. SafeSport fails to do their job correctively, proactively, and morally. Most reports now on USAG come investigated by one of the SafeSport branches, either the Center or the national governing body. The list first struggled in March 2017 when it was found that the center was only providing names of those who were caught with abuse after March of 2017, which restricts thousands of people from being placed on the list, such as Vannie Edwards and Stephen L. Infante. Instead, the center allowed each national governing body to determine if they wanted names before March 2017 to be public or not on their database. This frustrated many. After many formal complaints, SafeSport stated in 2018 that they would begin to publish names before March 2017 during the first couple of months in 2019. Though USAG was fortunate to already have a public ban list, many sports had no public list and relied on SafeSport to make past coaches public, since their national governing body failed to do so for decades. The statement to require former coaches to be listed was a sign of hope for sports, who laid victim to a lack of transparency. Since posting thousands of former coaches from national governing bodies, we seldomly continue to follow up on those cases. SafeSport tends to move on and quickly finish up each case due to their short staffing. But when they do so, they struggle to properly document those on the ban list. Let's first discuss how they cannot seem to name people correctly, because it's somehow still an issue. Hassan Jawad was incorrectly spelled at one point on the USAG ban list. The name was actually listed as Jawad Hassan, or Jawad Hassan. And I had a lot of issues trying to figure out who this person was in 2022 during my research. If this is someone's profession, then you would think that they know how to properly list someone's full name. Imagine if it were a name like Paul Bryan. You could easily falsely identify someone as Brian Paul and possibly ruin a reputation if they were in the same state. Another example comes from the center. Ladarius Bradley is currently listed on SafeSport as just L. Bradley, and is listed as Ladarius Bradley on USAG. Why is it okay to list informal names, or perhaps a nickname, when these are legal documents shared to promote safety? How is SafeSport able to get away with incorrect formalities? Another issue with documentation is listing where the person was affiliated when the crime occurred. USAG's ban list shows some people, such as Christopher A. Brown, affiliated with 2 states. Shouldn't they list which state they are a registered sex offender in, and be more specific about which state the abuse occurred? There is a gray line, and this isn't specific enough. And even if they aren't a registered sex offender, if there's any charges that were committed, shouldn't it show which state they were registered in? And what is even more confusing is Scott McFarlane is not even listed under a state on USAG. It just shows Canada. Is he even related to USAG? And if he is, why isn't he listed under the state he abused in, if it is USAG only affiliated gyms? There must be some clarification that they are clearly not providing on this list. Another issue is struggling to update documentation on the person. One example of this is Benjamin Carlson, who was banned by SafeSport according to USAG. However, if you get onto the website, he is only listed as suspension by SafeSport. This was placed over 3 years ago. So which is it? Why isn't there a mutual agreement posted online for a punishment? We can see that they just continue to fail to document by not providing us a reason why everyone is on said list. If you go onto the USAG website, it will state which bylaw that they have broken from the national governing body or from SafeSport. It can then be inferred what they specifically did through research. Many people on the list also have a bylaw of which they have broken, but not all do. We don't know what they did, and USAG should be providing us reasons for every person. Why is USAG continuing to give us a disservice by dismissing coaches, some long retired, a reason of why they are on this ban list? And both organizations have failed to directly place a person onto the list after being convicted of a crime. SafeSport has reacted better than USAG has, but they still struggle at times to update in a timely manner. It should be reminded that USAG has a history of not placing people on the ban list even after being found guilty. Pervez Yosevi wasn't on the list for a whole year after being found guilty. This can be said for many other coaches too. And for those who are viewed under a report, they fail to address when a report is completed if they are not found to be in a violation of abuse. Shouldn't this be listed on a separate list under each sport? At least then we would know that it was viewed and not neglected. And why do top-level coaches have the privilege to not be on this list when they should be banned or suspended? Those who should be banned include people like Bella or Marta Caroli. Those who are under SafeSport, like Valeri Liukin, Alfong, and Parquets, aren't listed on either website. And we would not even know that they were on this list unless articles like the Orange County Registry hadn't told us. Some people like Mary Lee Tracy and the Grabas have had rumors to have been under investigation in the past, yet there is no physical evidence from SafeSport showing that they are on the list or were ever on a previous suspension. If they allowed all coaches, regardless of privilege, imagine how much respect would be earned back from all those who still love gymnastics like myself. Another issue is when people pass. Should they be removed like they have been in the past? And if so, why aren't they being removed anymore? We know that William Etheridge and Larry Dutch were removed from the list after they had passed. William Etheridge was a horrible person. That cipher has also passed, but is still currently on the list. Is that okay? Does it really benefit us to continue to keep them on the list if they are no longer abusing children? Or could abuse children? Does removing people from the list, say Larry Nassar when he passes, increase chances of history repeating itself by forgetting about what they did? Does erasing their information allow USAG to cover up their tracks in the future? State misunderstandings, incorrect names, and dates all have us confused of what happened. What if they decided to organize the ban list, creating a more clear and transparent understanding of who all is involved in a crime? But how would this happen? For starters, imagine how much easier and organized it would be if there was a website designed to show who is a sexual offender in each state for gymnastics, instead of just having to search through the list that has hundreds of people and trying to find your state. In my personal experiences, I am educated on the 2 predators who are banned and other 3 who are currently on the suspension list in my state. However, I am a rare occasion because I've physically gone out of my way to review the files. Most people don't have a YouTube channel centered around abuse, nor have the time to research the long list like I do. It would be much easier if people could click on their state online and see who is associated with abuse in their area. And another great idea is to simplify the list by shortening it. This would be breaking it into 2 different lists. What if they offered a separate ban list for those who are deceased? Would that reduce stress for the parents, since they would know who is actively on the registry? Imagine how much shorter the list would be for those who are currently relevant to the criminal system. People would be less intimidated to read a shorter list, and we could be more aware of who really matters. It's not going to erase the history that we could learn from, since we would still have people on record to refer back to when needed. It could also reduce some stress and confusion to parents and coaches who are in that area. The biggest issue, though, stems beyond SafeSport and USAG. The bottom line is that FIG, along like other big international organizations of sports, should have an international ban list. This would help reduce a lot more international abuse that USA cannot monitor. Throughout my research, I've learned how many foreign coaches have moved to America only to continue to abuse in another country who had lax rules at the time. This can be people like Scott McFarlane, Marion Cunniff, and Greg Navarre Sr., who are associated with more than just one country. Just imagine how our future children would be more protected during domestic events and future competitions. Funding has always been an issue even before the center was officially up and running. In June 2014, amid the sexual abuse issues in other sports, the USOC agreed to formulate some sort of organization to monitor abuse. With a lack of funding, though, it took almost a full 3 years until SafeSport was able to finally have enough money just to open. But even then, they were tight. SafeSport's budget for 2018 included $3.1 million from the USOC. It also received $2.3 million, 3-year federal grant for prevention and education, though that money cannot be used for abuse investigations. Low funding was not the only issue. In under 3 years, the first CEO had already planned on stepping down amid the backlash that the organization was facing in 2018. Its first CEO, Shelley Faux, said that the center had been inundated with more than 1,800 reports of sexual misconduct or sexual abuse, and lacked the resources to deal with all the cases. The situation started to improve in latter years, and the federal government stepped in. When the organization first opened, it was reported that it would receive an average of 39 new reports per month. While people continue to complain about staffing issues, SafeSport slowly responded. Back in 2017, SafeSport launched with just 3 full-time employees to investigate thousands of complaints, which were filed without any statute of limitations. In 2018, they increased staffing, but only to 29 people. In 2019, it was estimated that SafeSport would receive 239 new cases per month from all national governing bodies. It was noted that there were only 37 staff on site to help assist in 2019. In 2019, the center had a budget increase from 2017 to $10.5 million. With the short staffing and continued low funding to keep up with the demand, senators that year tried to increase funding by asking for a grant of $20 million per year to help increase assistance. This $20 million was approved as a bill through Donald Trump in 2020, which did increase funding and some staffing. It was claimed that by December 2020, that over 600 people had been disciplined since March of 2017, when the organization was founded. Still, they were struggling since they were stated to have investigated over 6,000 cases since opening, yet many delayed or were ongoing for years with no resolution. In October 2020, the center had approximately 1,200 open investigations, and about half of its staff were devoted to clearing the backlog that had been ongoing since opening the organization. By October 2021, it had resolved 40% of the backlog. In the end of 2020, the center had 91 employees, 57 contractors, 13 outside counsel, and 3 interns. As of 2021, the organization had over 100 employees, has gotten through 40% of its backlog, and has sanctioned 1,100 people. As you can see, they have increased funding and staffing, but it's still not enough. And I'm not blaming those who work there, but those higher-ups need to be doing better, reaching out more, continuously seeking help and funding. We have neglected so many cases, delayed others, and done a disservice to the children in our communities. We must do better. I'm holding them accountable because 97 people isn't much for a 4-year growth. I'm not saying that the organization must be disbanded or that they are truly evil, and I'm not saying that the idea of SafeSport is bad. I'm not saying that SafeSport is trying to fail us. If you really think about it, no matter what organization would have started a nonprofit designed to stop abuse, they would have been set up to fail with this situation. I've watched many meets from 1980 to 2022, and yet, one meet ever seen centered at an athlete's health on TV from an elite USAG meet that was even broadcasted, regardless of if it's national or international. This tells me that USAG still neglects sexual abuse of all cases, and the claims I've stated just further supports this as evidence that this is not as big of a problem as they think it is. SafeSport, although claiming to protect children, is still failing our current and future athletes by allowing serial predators to continue to coach whether they're on the suspension list or not. How do we fix this? How do we fix an image of both organizations when they have failed us so much? Unfortunately, I cannot guarantee these ideas could work, and if they would ever be considered by the organizations who have failed us time and time again. And if there is one thing that I really want people to remember, that is, why is there only one woman on the list for sexual abuse? Why has it taken so long for our first woman to be placed on the list? Is this going to continue to grow since she was recently placed? We cannot continue to pretend that men are not susceptible to abuse. And a woman can abuse a man just as a man can abuse a woman. It seems more common for men to abuse women. But is it really? Or does the media just portray it as more common because they refuse to believe that women can abuse as well? At the end of the day, MAG and WAG should both be treated equally for sexual abuse, regardless if it's a woman or a man harming a child. At the end of the day, these are all my opinions formed from many months of research and reflection. I can only hope that this video finds listeners that want to help me change the sports culture and reduce sexual abuse. The sad fact is that we will never be able to prevent sexual abuse, since so many people begin the abuse after passing a background check, at least based on my research. But what we can do is learn the signs and continue to enforce stricter guidelines from that list that SafeSport and USAG publishes. But until each organization fixes their image and establishes stronger guidelines, only then will we finally meet our goal and improve this beautiful sport that we all love.